love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
Shaggies! We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and we love.
As a coach, super rewarding having girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Griffin Stars!
Welcome everybody to the 2025 New South Wales Touch Junior State Cup Northern Conference here in lovely Dubbo. I'm Jason Stan and we're bringing you all the action here, and I'm joined by New South Wales Touch General Manager Dan Russell. How many teams, what can we expect? How big is this going to be?
Yeah, look, we're really excited about this weekend, Jason. We've got 209 teams participating across divisions 10s through to under 18s. We've got 270 referees. We've brought about 10,000 people into the Dubbo region, and that's about an economic impact of just under $10 million. So it's a massive weekend, but something we're really excited about.
And then just to frame this for all our viewers at home, so last week we had the Southern Conference. I think it was 180 plus teams, a huge event. And then so the winners from that will then take on the winners for this weekend in the state finals in the following week.
Yeah, so we've got our 10 divisional winners from Wagga, who are the Southern Conference. They're getting ready, obviously, for next Sunday to play the 10 divisional winners from the Northern Conference to determine who the state final is. And we played in a bit of a unique format. It's a best-of-3 series, so they'll go head-to-head for a best-of-3 series. If they get it done in 2, it's all over. But last year, out of the 10 divisions, 8 of them went to deciders.
Wow, so really a three amazing big weeks of touch football. You mentioned with last week, I think Cronulla did really well, Wagga did really well, really strong clubs, but I think overall there were quite a few different clubs that are going to feature in the state finals.
Yeah, last year from the Southern Conference, out of the 10 divisions that were played, we only had 4 affiliates represented. This year it's been fantastic. Cronulla won 3 divisions, the under-10s and both under-10s and under-18 boys. Wagga the 16 boys and the 18 girls, but then there was a different affiliate that won every other division. So we've got Penrith, we've got Lower Blue Mountains, we've got Hills, we've got Wollongong. So out of the 10 divisions, 6 different affiliates will feature next weekend.
Yeah, touch just seems to be growing, and a really good spread, as you said, right through city and country. I think, seeing the Wagga girls last week was quite impressive, and I think some of the matchups, there's a little bit of city versus country. It gives, I suppose, a lot of the country affiliates, they've been more dominant, if anything, recently. This weekend, I guess Newcastle come to mind, Central Coast. How do you think they're going to match up against some of the powerhouse clubs like Northern Beaches and Manly?
Yeah, look, Newcastle, defending Northern Conference champions. They've had really good success with their seniors, so there's something happening in the Newcastle region. Central Coast is strong, Peninsula is strong. Don't forget Port Macquarie and Ballina have got a couple of really good teams down here as well. So I'm actually really interested to see if we see that same spread of winners that we saw last weekend. Obviously Manly and Northern Beaches, 2 powerhouses of the sport. And last couple of years, Northern Beaches have kind of had the measure of Manly. So it's going to be a really interesting weekend to see how those results play out.
Yeah, of course, a lot of the actions, it's all been brought to you by GYG, so we're very happy to have our partners, also Steeden, Grip Star, and also Budgie Smugglers, Inferno. We've got lots of partners we're really sort of thankful to be involved with Touch. One of the things you mentioned about, there's always new affiliates, Touch just seems to be growing at an amazing rate, and there's a new affiliate in town this weekend.
Yeah, Barabra. First time at this particular event, they've been able to bring 4 teams, and that's fantastic. We have a lot of new affiliates who get involved in the sport, running their domestic competitions, and then start to tip their toe in those representative pathways, and it's exactly what's happened here. The sport overall in New South Wales is going really well at the moment. The last 2 years with our senior numbers, we've had a 25% increase, and with our junior numbers, we've had a 36% increase. So that's actually playing out at grassroots level, and we're seeing that flow through to our representative competitions like this Northern and Southern Conference.
It's really awesome to see. I know when I'm there watching at home, I'm always rooting for the underdog, always looking for the new affiliate. So now, the viewers at home may be aware that you're actually former Australian player, former Australian coach. So I wanted to shift gears a little bit and sort of get a bit of an insight into how these weekends play out. So starting with the players, how many games would they play per day, and what sort of recovery? How does it sort of pan out to be a player here in Dubbo?
Yeah, so depending on your division and depending on how many teams are entered into your particular division, you could play through the Friday and Saturday up to 7 round games. And then we have quarterfinals, semi-finals, final on the Sunday. In some divisions, because of the size of divisions, we actually have a round of 16 because there's 20 plus teams entered in those particular divisions. So yeah, you could play 3 games a day, 4 games a day. And it's really important from a player perspective that you look after yourself during the day. It mightn't sound like much playing 3 games or 4 games in a full day, but we are out here in Dubbo. Heat is going to be a factor. If you're not looking after yourself during a game, making sure when you come off you take plenty of water, keep yourself hydrated, but importantly, when you finish your game and off the field, you're resting your body, again, you're hydrating, you're making sure you keep your nutrition and water up to give yourself the best chance to be firing at your very best come Sunday when the finals are being played.
Yeah, it sounds. I think I'm tired just listening to all that. And the games will be 25 minutes, and then the viewers at home will see the teams change sides after every score. One of the things that I'm always in amazement of, especially in the last few years coming back into touch, is just the standard of play for the youngsters coming through. A lot of back in the old days, you might have 1 or 2 ball players, but we're seeing now passing left, passing right, dumping both hands. What have you seen, I guess, in terms of skill development in the last few years? What have you noticed?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Jason. The skill development has certainly gone up a level from back when I was playing, as an example. And I actually think that one of the reasons that is the case is that a lot of players who weren't exposed to high-level touch regularly only really got to see that if they attended the State Cup or if they attended a Junior State Cup or they attended the Regionals or a National Championships. Over the last 5 or 6 years, with the advent of broadcast and live streaming of all our touch events and having access to so much content online through YouTube channels and podcasts, players are watching it, coaches are watching it 24/7 nearly, and they're learning all the time. And they're then being able to take what they're looking at and try and develop those skills. Unfortunately, in our game, we still get a lot who look at, say, a men's Premier League team, see the way that they're playing the game and try and emulate that. And their players at junior level especially are not really ready for that level yet. They certainly can develop the skills and put the skill training in place so that they can start to run some of those plays and some of those attacking motions that the Premier League teams run. But it's really important from a coaching perspective, in my view, that we concentrate with our juniors on that skill development, because that will pay dividends as we go through the competitions.
So there you go. We're getting lots of tips here. We like sort of picking your brain, getting lots of tips for all our coaches and players. So just finally now, I wanted to move to the referees, because definitely for the new viewers, our sport's a little bit different. We have 3 referees and they sort of rotate, substituting on. They work together to get the calls. And you mentioned, I think, like the players having 2 or 3 games a day with 250, 270 referees. Yep. How many, what does their weekend look like?
They can be up to 7 or 8 games a day. And because we're in excess of 800 games to get the event done, we take our hats off to the referees. We can't run the event without them. It is a monster effort to be able to prepare, be ready and play. But if you don't have those referees who are just doing just as much work, if not more, and you're right, they're rotating in 3s during a game. The players are rotating. They've got 14 players that can rotate on and off the field. So the referees do a monster of work. We take our hats off to them. And like I said, we can't run this particular event without them.
Yeah, very exciting. Thanks so much for all of your insights. I think it's a real treat for us and everyone at home getting some of your insights on the game. So 3 days of action coming up. New South Wales Touch Junior State Cup Northern Conference. I'm really excited. Have you got any final tips for any of the kiddies or those at home?
I've probably got two, especially for all the players out here. Just enjoy themselves. I mean, yes, it's a state championship event. You're trying to qualify for the state finals. But at the end of the day, we just want kids to have a good time and enjoy themselves and be kind to their parents, because the parents got them here.
There you go. The tip from me is you've got 3 days of the best touch players in New South Wales coming together, all funneling in here at Dubbo. So very exciting. Strap yourself in. We're all excited. And James, you can take us through, see this first matchup. Who we got first coming up, James?
Yeah, thanks a lot there to Stanto. And Dean Russell as well, the GM. Thanks for both of those guys. We have Dubbo, the home side. They will kick things off in the first matchup of the morning. There against the Maitland Redbacks. You know, fantastic matchup. We are looking forward to in about 5 minutes' time. Just firstly, we would like to acknowledge that we are here today on the land of the Wiradjuri people. The Wiradjuri people are traditional owners of this land and pay our respects to their elders past and present. New South Wales Touch Association acknowledges Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as the traditional owners and custodians of this country. We meet and play our game across the lands of many Aboriginal nations, and we recognise their continuing connection with country, waters and story. We recognise that Australia is made up of hundreds of different Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander groups with each of their own histories, culture, language and belief systems. Their relationship with country remains of utmost importance, as it is the foundation for culture, family and kinships, songlines and languages. We extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining today, and plenty of them playing in the touch football realm and all across the country in various different codes. It's something that is quite important. We saw it in the Indigenous All-Stars up against the Māori All-Stars. We'll have Carly Banks here sharing her thoughts on that game, coaching of the Indigenous All-Stars side last weekend in their 1-point defeat against the Māori All-Stars. But the focus shifts to Junior State Cup Northern Conference. We had the Southern Conference last week in Wagga Wagga, and what an occasion that was. 2 of the 4 games led to Wagga Wagga Vipers victories. The Dubbo home side hoping to do the same here in our opening contest in the 16 boys against the Maitland Redbacks. James Robertson bringing you live coverage here from Dubbo for the 2025 Northern Junior State Cup competition, and I'm joined here by Mitch Walkerton. Mate, thanks for joining me here on a lovely morning. It's going to get pretty warm over for the next 3 days. We had a bit of a chilly competition throughout the Wagga Wagga competition, but 30 plus degrees. It is cool now, but it is going to heat up not only off the field but on the field as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, mate, and good morning to all of our viewers watching. This will be a wonderful tournament. It's great that the Dubbo home side gets to play the first game to sort of kick us off, so to speak. And you're exactly right. There is a bit of a breeze. The conditions, I had a bit of a walk. The fields, the facilities, they're just fantastic. Absolutely magnificent. So all set for a fantastic 3 days of touch.
I'll tell you what, the last time I was here in Dubbo was about 2017. It was some local schools from Bathurst and Dubbo and Mudgee coming here for the Astley Cup that is hosted every year by those various schools. And I tell you what, it has been 8 years and the field has not changed a bunch. The fantastic mowing of the grass, everything, all the grounds. I forgot how big this total ground here
for
is.
Sure. Yeah, massive facility
here in Dubbo. So I'm just looking at some of the jersey combinations as well. I hope to goodness that the Dubbo side doesn't meet the Central Coast side, or if they've packed an extra set of kit, because very, very similar.
They are.
Likely.
Yep, they are.
We have Dubbo here in the navy blue, and Maitland, who had a decent tournament there in the country championships in 2024 down from Wollongong. The officials making their way into the middle as well, the 3 referees that we will see. As Dean alluded to earlier, 270 referees throughout the whole weekend, and like the teams, they'll be vying for final spots as well on Sunday.
Yeah, they are, mate. Exactly the same.
So on 209 teams, the furthest travelling all the way from Ballina, long trip that would be, and for their sake, hoping that they can post some wins on the board and perhaps get to finals day. But here we are in our first game of the day, broadcast here to YouTube. It is the 2025 Junior State Cup Northern Conference Championships. As the DJ Khaled siren gets us underway, and his first use of the football here with the side in blue, the home side, Dubbo. Looking for the quick strike dump to get the scoring underway.
That's a very good touch. That's a
touch.
very, very good touch there from, I believe it's Darcy Campton who's made that touch, and he had to make it.
Of course, if you're a new viewer to the viewing of touch football, it is 6-a-side. You have your wings, links, and midline. 8 players on the bench as well for unlimited substitutions. As coming up nicely through the middle, the
passive
Maitland
out the
side.
back. Oh, that's an excellent touch there. That's a really good touch there from Levi Scarlett. They played the passive out the back towards the box there, the Redbacks. Very, very well defended from the link. Dubbo making their way to the box here, James. Get fresh legs on.
To their own end. They tried to keep the 32 aware there. That was Barras. What we'll see in the day one fixtures, as here is the last touch here for the Dubbo side, looking to squeeze through there. What we'll see in the early going, especially these good teams that we will see move into day 3, Mitch, is it'll be some low scoring games, but just trying to make it through day 1, trying to evaluate what works best for their side, both on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 3 days is a long time. That's a great run there. 3 days is a very long time, so you just need to sort of get into your groove. And then all the teams will improve as the tournament goes on.
So inside the 7, looking for the first score of the morning and working hard. The double defence from the home side. Win will play a factor into day 1, as it does normally, and a good touch in the in-goal there. But
we've got a repeat set. We've got a penalty there.
Yeah, didn't make it back the line. So now working hard here is Campton. Will work quickly off the back of the nice scoop there from Hedges.
But good defence there. Good defence, nice and tight there, the 2 middles. Got a sweeper play happening here, James.
Here it comes, called nicely. And looking for the lunge into the in-goal across the try line. And it is first points here for Maitland against the home side. Riley Barnes gets the scoring underway.
Yeah, it was a well set up sort of set of 6. First, repeat set, they wanted to dive. The next play, they wanted to get the sweeper to go. Riley Barnes ran a really nice line and just beat the toucher. So Dubbo will need to try and improve that.
And the scoreline officials will be breathing a sigh of relief. I know there was some technical difficulties with the scoreboard probably 15 minutes before kickoff, but the score reads 1-0 Maitland. That is correct. We are just over 3 minutes here in our first game. A good dummy on the inside, and they knew that the advantage was going to be played there, so they will get a fresh set for their brand new drive at the 7. Let's see, they've got the space, looking to wrap around, and that ball back on the inside, but working hard here, the link.
Very good defence there. Very good defence.
So they're split either side as they look to work towards that right-hand side, potentially trying to attract multiple defenders to then open up the space.
Let's play through, and that's try.
Well done there. Good work there from Charlie Pyland.
Yeah, it was very well done. He was trying to run the punish play, and he was talking to the referee like, come on, the link's not coming up. Decided to split in, and we always say this, James, he listened to the referee. The referee said, defender, you're off, and he just went through and helped himself to a try. Well done.
Playing to the whistle as
that's exactly right, mate.
Be asked to go back there, and like we will do all throughout the 3 days, like to shout out all the sponsors. The major sponsor, Guzman and Gomez. I'm sure when Presto comes up to the commentary box, there will be loads of talk of burrito bowls or salads, or my favourite, the Cali burrito. Good pass out there, and the ball doesn't float forward.
He's talking to the sideline referee.
Yep, nod of approval there. So a try. They retaliate, and it's a try there for Flynn Imber. They're in jersey number 11, 2-1 Maitland.
Yeah, a nice middle switch there, and then good hands for the winger to score in the corner. So 5 minutes in, we've already got 3 tries.
Fast start. So now Dubbo working it up through the middle. How do they respond? Ball comes here for Gross. Now played off the back of that quick strike, and dummy on the inside, but racing up there nicely was Campton.
Yeah, it was a good touch from Campton.
Camp down in the centre of the park here for the Maitland defence. Now look to work off it, get the link to race up that ball.
Oh, they got a 6 to go though, James.
Yeah.
It was on though, the long ball was on.
Probably the reason that the ball deviated.
Yeah, that's right.
It looked like that ball was pinpoint perfection, but just short of the 18 there from Dubbo. In Darwin. As the home crowd getting voiceless here in the opening matchup, and they will be throughout the 3 days here on the main field. Now
Good read
play
from the
to the
winger.
left.
Strikes the out ball. That's very, very good work there from Carr. Great read from the winger.
Had to jam in there. Now still got that space available to the left, and now the left to right pass, who finds its winger in time.
Very good defence from Barras, the winger out here, James. So both wingers making really good touches. Oh no, there's a bit of a breakdown in communication from the boys.
Unforgivable after such a good defensive set.
Yeah, they're going to have to defend another set now.
We will say more so in the boys division, where the wingers defending that space out onto the wing, but they'll be able to jam up as a penalty going the way of the home side. Called inside the 7, so a chance to re-evaluate. Maitland's defence crawling up and creeping up.
Good touch there from the link.
Good
and the winger, as you said, James,
defense.
up and in there from the winger.
So walking here for McLeod, and another penalty.
Yeah, that's 2 penalties. And we know if they do get 3 penalties, the defending team will have to defend with 5 for the set.
So now looking to work fast here to the left-hand corridor.
Good defence from Barnes again, though.
But good early signs here from Dubbo, working over the middle.
Yeah,
that pass out to the left will come.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Get them conditioned and then look to go against the grain.
We've seen them go that left to right pass. At the moment, that's the way the wind is travelling, so the easier pass to throw is probably the opposite side, but that ball, there it is.
That's a great ball.
Pinpoint perfection there to Harry Dowen.
Yeah, that was a very nice ball there from Paddy Gross. Got into half, engaged the defenders, and then went, boom, massive 20-metre left to right, mate. So that's great. 2-all, James.
So I don't think either side has made it over the opposition half. It's been all down the
It has
right
all
side
been down this end, yeah, it has.
So apologies to the fans at the other end of the ground. They haven't
that's a
seen
good
much
try.
action, and that is clean through the middle there for Maitland's Jack Allen.
Yeah, that's a clever try. Picked up, looked like he was going to scoop short side, turns the ball back inside. Unfortunately, the saver middle didn't flick his shoulders, and Jack Allen just walks over for a try there, mate.
Of course, you will get this with the turnaround rules. It's 25 minutes, helter-skelter, but after each score, the defending team will get possession of the football and run to the same end that the team was attacking previous to them. So has been the reason that we haven't seen much action down the other end of the field.
No, we can't get past halfway at the moment. They look like they're ready to just kill the ball in the corner and see if they can get a good defensive set here, Dubbo.
But a nice area for them to hand the ball over. A stumble, but a good pass in there for the Redbacks. And look, we've almost 9 minutes gone, and I don't think there's been many subs as well, so probably at the end of each try. And there we finally get up over the halfway line.
We've got a scoop coming here for Barnes to pick up 4 on 3.
Nice work there.
Oh, late switch.
Here for Barnes, going outside, but a good touch defensively inside the 7. They'll force the turnover, and again, a good area for the Redbacks to turn the ball over.
Yeah, really good set. I'm sure their coaching staff will be really happy with them turning the ball over there. And here's Dubbo working very hard to get their subs on and get to their box. That's 3 there. The latch is coming on for 4 here, James.
Good work here. Just trying to position themselves in an official area. Nice work up through the middle, looking for that late cutout ball, and
good touch.
A dummy.
Great touch.
Pass coming around the outside, but it was in fact too late.
It was Campton
again. Will be called there for a touch pass too.
Yeah, it was on there for Oscar McLeod, who picked up, but very well defended there.
So now Maitland. Now we've come into a bit of a stalemate. And that's happened a couple of times with Maitland.
Yeah, it has. But that's good pressure there from Dubbo as well. You know, reward for effort, we sort of call that. They're up pressing, trying to a punish play here. He wants to dive short.
Redbacks getting their last defender into position.
Good touch there.
Good work on the defensive line. So easy when you're on the offense to get your subs rolled on, but when there is a penalty called to get the sub on defensively.
6 to go. Yeah, absolutely it is. That's exactly right, James.
So another chance here for Dubbo. They trail by 1. Just over 10 minutes gone in the opening game of the morning for the Northern Conference, the 2025 Junior State Cup. Beautiful ball.
Great read again from the winger.
These wing reads have been sensational to start. They had their wheat mix this morning.
Haven't they what? Well, maybe they had a burrito roll from Guzman Gomez.
Yeah, breakfast burrito.
Breakfast of champions.
That's it. You can get the mini burrito or the, if you're one of the big boys, you can get the the big size burrito. I go the spicy chorizo myself.
Yeah.
So now looking for that Harbour Bridge ball. And they've been finding it in the early going, you know, trying to blow out some of the cobwebs. You can train all you like, but when it comes to match fitness and trying to execute these plays on the big stage,
yep,
need to get that ball a bit flatter. But you've got a couple of days to work those kinks out.
Yeah, they do. I'm sure that, you know, they did get a repeat set and they didn't really offer a lot in that set. So I'm sure the coaching staff of Dubbo will have a bit of a chat to the boys, get a few different plans in place next time they get down there. Because here we got Maitland on the attack.
Yeah, great work here from the Redbacks, looking to make the most of it, getting into the in-goal area, but great work there from the one of Dubbo, Paddy Gross, to get his arms up. The Redbacks player was into the in-goal, but has to find that pass there. Cannot score from acting half.
Absolutely. Jack Allen picked up and scooped, but Paddy Gross stayed man on and chased him down, got his hands up, got a 6 to go.
So a fresh set, a brand new drive here for the Red and Blacks. So the Redbacks.
Look at that.
Ball outside in.
Great touch.
You're seeing
Lachlan Marr, the winger. Great read.
Seeing great defensive policies early here, especially out wide. Normally we see it here from the middles to stay nice and tight.
Good touch there from McLeod too. Had to be made. Very, very close.
Ball coming out here, asking him to wrap around there. Allen, one of the try scorers early this morning. Allen again, that right to left cut out pass, but that one floating forward.
Yeah, it did go forward. The sideline referee indicated that went forward. Good defence there from Dubbo. Oh.
Could have been called there for a heavy touch, but he fell down. I think that's what saved him in the end.
Yeah, I think it did too.
Almost didn't think that he was going to fall away from that one.
Dubbo really needs to sort of get running here.
Yeah, 4 fresh legs on here for the home side as they get up over the halfway, and that's work here from Murphy. Murphy finds a man there in Simcox, and out towards the wing they go with Marr. He was happy to just turn it over, but great field position here for Maitland, because 1 or 2 touches they can get into their subs box area, or they could just go straight ahead. There's a decision that has to be made there. They're happy to continue there on the 10-metre line, get the fresh legs on, but I think he had enough space there to go the length, but the subs all important after the last couple of minutes as they look for the strike dump. They look for the switch play, cut out ball. The ball was on the chest there of the winger, but the advantage played, so it'll be a fresh set here for Maitland.
Yeah, I think Dubbo will do very well to hold him out here. I think we'll be looking for Campton there to feed his link.
Looking pretty classy here, looking for the dive.
That's a really good touch.
Right on the line. They're looking at each other, but yeah, the touch is called.
That's a great touch there from Murphy.
Whilst working together all throughout the tournament, the referees, both sideline officials and the main referee, they will substitute as well.
Oh, great long ball.
Well, they've been building up to that all morning.
Yeah.
Great pass there for Darcy Chapman to stroll over in the end.
Yeah, very clever. The quarterback, middle. So it's the first time they've run that move. They then come back short side and throw a great ball. Winger does a good job to put the ball down. That's a great try, well constructed.
Yeah, we saw a lot of lovely play from the Hills Hornets. 16 girls in much the same variation there of that quarterback play. The middle's so integral in that bubble when they rolled on. So perhaps another little link that we'll find in this tournament as it goes on. Obviously, different teams having their different policies.
Yeah, but the same process and the same principle.
The ball coming there on the wrap and the ball on the inside. But
again, Barnes again. Very good, very, very good defender.
Equally good defence there from the Redbacks, and they're pretty happy and confident he's strolling to this
4-2
advantage.
They're getting into a bit of rhythm too here. You can see that's a really good drive. Oh, that's a heavy touch.
And penalty will call for that in the roll ball area, so they will stride about 3 metres further out and they'll work off the back of that. Dubbo, they have to push the Redbacks offense away.
They do.
At the moment. That humidity starting to creep in as well.
Another quarterback.
Here we go, and that has worked for them. Yeah, they'll come together. I think that ball will be called forward. But that has been working for Maitland in this first game. That quarterback play, the switch there between the middles, and then the ball out wide. And it looks to me as if they've got their left midline player sitting there as a left to right passer, as we see a
that's
invaluable
exactly right.
turnover there from Dubbo, whereas their right midline player able to shift that right to left pass. So, so damaging.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a bad error there from Dubbo. We'll see if that ends up costing them here. They have done a fair bit of defence recently.
Ball here with Lewis. We'll come back here for Allen. Just waiting for the defence to move up to him.
It's a good touch though. It's outside that 7 metre line. You want to make it outside the 7.
Danger area when they get into
Big
here.
problems.
Quick strike dump.
Big problems. That's a very good
Huge problems.
Try. Yeah. The first 2 touches that Dubbo made were nice, 7, 8, 9 metres outside. James, as soon as they dump on that 7 metre line, you've got to make it all the way back to the try line. Unfortunately, the defenders didn't get off the try line, and well played. Good try there for the Redbacks.
Allen's had his hand in quite a lot of these offensive raids here for Maitland.
He has. He's been very, very good.
So now Dubbo going on the attack.
Good touch.
And a good touch there made Carlson for that left link position for the Redbacks. Start trying to evade defenders and wait for the open space to present itself. All here with Murphy once again. Murphy, the double there inside. I'll tell you what, I think the Dubbo player was in front, so I don't know why the Maitland defence raced up, but opened up the space there with a nice pass there from Murphy.
It was.
And Dubbo, they're not going away here in this one. 7:40 to play.
Yeah, no, really good try. He faked a few dummies, which the Redbacks sort of fell for. Link ran a nice flat hole. And we're back to 5-2.
I suppose you've got to race up defensively no matter where the player is situated on the field. So it was just a good deviation there from the Dubbo attack as the ball coming back on the inside. Now, I wonder if we'll see, as you alluded to earlier, Mitch, that quarterback play, those 2 middles working together. They're out there on the park at the moment in Allen and Chivers.
Yeah.
They'll work together. They look to
Outball.
Go back here to the left-hand side, and that was just far too easy. The space has been out there all morning so far, and they stroll in through Reece Lewis, but he had a player on the outside as well, and that's just that early sort of 10 to 12 minutes of using that play between the 2 middles, working the defensive middles over, opening the space out towards the wing.
Yeah, again, I'm sure that the coaching staff will talk to the winger there. He needs to come in and make that touch, that up and in, to sort of strike that play. But he'll learn from that.
So next 6.5 minutes for Maitland, looking at all defence and just trying to repel the blue and white attack. As for Dubbo, just looking to get back on the board and keep this as close as possible. Of course, if they can't get the victory, a draw would suffice for 2 points. But regardless, points differential we've seen in previous tournaments.
Yeah, it can make a big difference.
When it comes to final day,
ball.
lovely ball, but it just couldn't find the mark. And
it was on though. It was the right option, just wasn't executed as well as it could have been. I'm sure if Reid has his time again, he'll execute better next time.
I'll tell you what, the execution wasn't there. And look, these early
good
mistakes.
It's good pressure there from Dubbo though, James. Getting up in their face.
So now looking to work off the back of that error. That's what's going to force their way back into this one.
Yep.
If they can score a try here, looking to dive deep, but a good touch.
Great touch
from
there.
Chivers.
Excellent touch.
5.5 minutes, we'll probably see 6 sets roll out. And if Dubbo can score in 3 of them, that obviously ties the score up, but they have to make it count. Ball coming back through the hands, but didn't touch the deck. So it is play on. 36 didn't make it back onside, so interesting to see what the ref will see. Didn't see that the player was offside. Ball coming back on the inside.
Good touch from Chivers.
But it's been these middles here in the 6 of Allen and the 7 of Shivers defensively and through the attack as well.
100%, mate. They've been excellent at both ends of the. And look at that, they're rucking. They'll get fresh legs on when he eventually taps it.
But I tell you what, the middle portion of the game saw that sort of end-to-end flow. But besides that, it's been a lot of penalties in the early morning game that has resulted in the subs being rolled on. There hasn't been a lot of chances to organically get to the subs box and make those changes.
No, it has been a bit stop-starty with the errors and penalties and whatnot. So, yeah.
But it's only game one of
That's
3
exactly
cracking days.
Yeah.
It's still been high quality.
There's that late switch again. Well done from Dubbo. They've run that about 3 or 4 times, James. And they've now, finally, wised up to it. Got themselves a penalty and got the ball back.
Could be the case of just building into the tournament.
Oh, no, we've got an error there as well.
Yeah, I thought that might have been a penalty.
Oh, no,
and
you're
I think
right.
it is called, yeah.
No, yep, there you go. Eagle eyes,
right
mate.
on the spot.
Past you.
Right on the spot there, the sideline official for that roll ball. And the player just in through that area. So now Dubbo, a real chance to post another point on the board and cut this deficit to 2 points. Ball here for Gross, and now it comes for McLeod. Just looks and waits to see what he needs to do. McLeod, lovely ball there from McLeod into Paddy Gross. That is a bit of spice and zing on that one.
Yeah, it was. He picked up, was 4 on 3. Looked like, I thought he was going to pass, long and hit the winger, and I think a lot of the other defenders did too. He held it up, double pumped, and really, really nice try.
Just a shout out to all the other sponsors as well joining us on board here for the 2025 Northern Conference Championships. Budgie Smuggler, Gripstar as well. Reece Walsh, one of the key athletes there for Gripstar. So if you want to have feet like Reece Walsh, you better get online there with Gripstar. Lovely socks, lovely rat play there. And the ball on the inside just going to the back of the right hand there of the Maitland attacker.
That looked pretty though, didn't it, James?
Has been
lots
a
of
lot
different
of
players in moving in different directions.
Clean passes, but they will get those execution points there later on in the tournament. They've looked pretty good, but Dubbo, they can hold their heads high at the moment. 2.5 minutes to go. Still, a draw is not out of the question. The win's not out of the question either. But they will have to score, you'd think, in this next drive. And here it could come, that switch play. The ball popped back on the inside and intercepted. Well timed there from the Maitland defence. And it's been those wings that have worked so well for them.
They have. We see that Maitland have only got 12 players this weekend, and the wingers have played a full game, and they've made some crucial... Oh, he's away, Barnes.
Oh, here we go. Straight through the centre field. Running away with it down into the in-goal. He's hit the tarmac. He has arrived here, and so are the Maitland Redbacks here in the opening fixture of the 2025 Northern Conference for the Junior State Cup. Lovely play there from Riley Barnes, who bags himself a double.
Didn't he put on the afterburners? I thought he was going to get touched, and then he put on a few extra gears and just kept going.
You find it was Scarlett chasing him from behind, and maybe if there was 20 or 30 metres left to go, he might have had the speed to catch him, but not quite the acceleration that was shown there by Riley Barnes.
Very impressive.
So now Dubbo here with Pylan. Will retrieve it there from the acting half, and
I think we've got a forward pass out of dummy half there.
Yeah, it is those simple errors. To the penalties there for Dubbo, that they'll go back here after their first game of the morning, and they'll go back to the chalkboard or the whiteboard. The whiteboard, chalkboard's more of a 2000s thing, I suppose.
We're showing our age now, mate.
That's it.
They use the digital whiteboard.
Scary to think. So Maitland, probably what will be their last or second last set of their first game, and
6 to go. Well done.
I don't think there was a shake of the hand there, so it might be last play. We'll see where the set ends up. No, I think you're right. 6 to go, so a fresh drive for your fresh set.
Same again.
Space out there. And maybe they've had the implementation here by the coach of we've got the 12 players. We're going to need to start fast. We're going to need wins on the board if we're going to top our pool. So wins on the board so integral. Let's start fast and show all these teams what we've got. But as is the case throughout the whole 3 days. There is tape. There will be going back to the hotel room and doing the coach's due diligence of watching the tape and
good
seeing where they could go better, where they went wrong.
Yeah, there will be, mate. Absolutely. It's one of the beauties about being on YouTube.
That's it, and thank you for joining us here on YouTube for the 2025 Junior State Cup. It's our first game of the morning that has concluded to a ringing of 8 points to 4. Maitland up against Dubbo, but don't let that scoreline fool you. It was a working performance from the home side, and I think if they go into these next couple of games with some of the same policies, maybe work on a few things later on in the tournament, we could see them for day 3. We'll take a quick break. We're going to come back with our second match of the morning. It's going to be the Northern Beaches under-16s girls up against Nelson Bay in what is sure to be a cracker of a matchup.
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Well, very good morning. Welcome back here to Lady Cutler Park. It is the Junior State Cup Northern Conference, the girls 16s division. The Northern Beaches taking on Nelson Bay, James Preston and Mitch Walkerton to bring you all the action. A very good morning to you, Mitch.
Good morning, James. Good morning, everybody. This will be another great game and a fantastic day.
These girls, of course, have been one of the real stalwarts of this particular conference, the Northern Beaches side. always up and thereabouts.
Absolutely.
Typically in the final, if not winning it.
Yeah, they were club champions for the first time last year. Strong in all 10 teams, and this will be a really good game.
They will get first use of possession as well. 25 minutes on the clock. We're off and running here through Talia Berryman. Brings it forward, and now Berryman once again popping in at acting half. Finds a little pass here for Tonga. Tonga at first receiver and then scooped up again from Baum. Baum. Berryman waiting for it on that right-hand side. Now it arrives that way for Berryman. Oh, a little static. Now looking for that passive play out the back.
They were.
Didn't quite get it right.
No, we'll put that down to first game nerves. They'll iron out the kinks as the weekend gets on.
Well, certainly no issues for handling though, Mitch. It's a beautiful field out here. Not a single drop of dew, water, you name it. There's nothing on there. It is pristine.
Absolutely magnificent. Oh, there's one for the bingo card, James. We've got the dummy half standing on the sideline.
Not a great start here for Nelson Bay, but fortunately no points on the board as of yet. Still very early stages in this one though, as they shifted back towards this left-hand side. So now marching up towards the 7. Berryman. Drop it down. Berryman once again looking dangerous. She'll go herself. Berryman nice and quick. Scoots through, gets to the line. First try on the board from their second attempt. And the Northern Beaches in front early.
Yeah, great little quickie there from Talia Berryman. Just beat her middle on the outside. Well done to the Nelson Bay girl who called miss. We always love that in our game when don't make a touch. And they will start from in front, James.
So around about 2 minutes gone. And unfortunately for Nelson Bay, another error here. So against a team like the Northern Beaches Renegades, you have to be pretty much perfect. Unfortunately, they haven't completed a set so far.
No, absolutely. They've just got to get back into the game. Get through a set or two. Calm those nerves down.
So Matthews now with a nice straight charge and then followed up by Murray. Matthews again hopping in at acting half. Little pass here now for Campos. Drop down. Charging now is Murray. Murray floating a pass over the top. What a ripping ball that is from Murray. Right into the waiting arms of the winger, and it's 2 tries to 0.
That is a fantastic try. That's great running touch football. That's a really good try, James. We note that Lara Murray played New South Wales under-16s rugby 7s this year against Queensland.
One of those terrific multi-sport athletes.
There's now a lot Nelson Bay in our sport.
It certainly is. It's always a... you don't like to view it, I suppose, as a breeding ground, but it tends to be for a lot of outstanding Union and League players.
Absolutely is.
Nice little draw and pass here on this right-hand side as well. Now turned back on the last. 7 metres away. They've stacked the short side, but so too have the Northern Beaches defensively, and the touch is made there by Arundel.
It's a good spot to turn it over. Let's see if they can get some pressure and create a turnover.
Well, they're a little bit passive here in defence.
They're not
easy
flying
working
up, and they're just letting them get to the box very easily, James.
So 10 shy of that halfway line. Now up towards that marker, and they'll get across it now. Played quickly. Still retreating here at the Nelson Bay defensive line. It's been a set of exactly that. Catch and pass now from Berryman. Sends it out to this right-hand side for Burke, and then a little bit wider still. Oh, the defensive edge for Nelson Bay never got back in time. That right hand was shot to bits, and Northern Beaches have a third.
That was a great try. Nelson Bay were a little bit passive in the defence and were sort of rolling back and retreating, and the Northern Beaches Renegades took full advantage of it, just using the ball, playing eyes up. Everyone got involved in that set of 6, and they scored a great try in the corner.
And great touch early on here, first match for them. As now they march forward through Manning. Nelson Bay with ball in hand. Cheviot. Manning once again, nice little angle change there. Fortunately,
good defence.
Though, ball just overran her. There will be a turnover now in favour of the Northern Beaches, so it's all going the way of the Beaches girls here.
Yeah, let's see how Nelson Bay, that's a bit better with a bit of press there.
Now to this left-hand side for the Northern Beaches. Lovely cycling in the footy, and look at the meterage they'll pick up here as a result.
That's good running too. That's 3, and they're over halfway with fresh players coming on.
Chance to launch another raid now. They can work for a strike dump on this occasion. Oh, lovely pass back towards the left-hand side, and then putting the foot down is Hadding, who goes all the way through. Too simple in the end for the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, it was. It was just a switch. But fantastic acceleration from Hadding. She just took off like a rocket. And we're 4 minutes in, James, and we've already got 4-0.
It's a little scary. I think all but one set they've scored from.
I think they have, yeah. Unbelievable strike rate.
So hopefully for Nelson Bay, they can at least hold them at bay a little bit longer. They'll roll it now about 15 metres away from the try line. Scooped up here and short pass for Barrett. Barrett heading back to the middle. Looking for that quick strike dump. Now for Smith.
No.
Nothing really doing there for Nelson Bay, though. And
forward pass from dummy half.
I think the thing is, though, here, Mitch, it's not simply a case of Nelson Bay perhaps not performing to the required standards. It's the pressure applied from the Northern Beaches. They're just that good.
Absolutely it is. Absolutely. That's what the good teams do. Oh, there's the... There you go. There, it's taken 5 minutes. The commentator's curse. Sorry about that, Northern Beaches.
Well, it's a rare set, though. It's a rare set where it's not a try at this point in time.
No, but you're right. You know, the good teams, you create pressure, you create turnover.
So restarted once again here for the Northern Beaches. They'll pop a little pass now for Smith, and then wider still out here for Barrett. Barrett taking the metres on offer. Up to metre as they get reinforcements onto the field now. Manning heading back towards the middle. Had a chance to link up then, and that was probably actually the right option, but turned away from it. Now played here about 10 metres away. Back to Manning. It's all very slow at the moment here from Nelson Bay. They'll head out to that left-hand side. Very flat pass, turned back on the inside, and that nearly worked for them.
Yeah, that looked nice. Little punish play and a return. Unfortunately, it didn't work that time, but that'll certainly keep the Renegades on their toes. Their links especially, when they make their touches. So I don't mind that.
So scooped up once more and out to this right-hand side now for a little run here for Packy. And a real mesh of bodies up along that sideline. Hard to see who is actually on the field momentarily.
But that was a good dump, and this is playing nice and direct straight here.
Now Baum, Berryman out of acting half. Here's a threat. Berryman takes off, great speed, splits them, looking for support. Berryman holding it up for an eternity. Finds a pass on the spot is Tonga, and that is beautiful from Berryman.
Yeah, it was. There was no panic. She knew she was going to get through from half, and at first couldn't find a player, but was nice and calm, and in the end found Tonga unmarked. They go over for another try.
So 5-0 after about 16 minutes now. That time on the scoreboard, that's a little delayed. So roughly 16 remaining here, about 9 gone, and it's a big scoreline. 5 tries to 0. Nelson Bay love to get something on the board here. Feel the results, unfortunately, already is a foregone conclusion. So they'll head back to the 7 now on the last. Numbers on this left-hand side, that's the way they'll go. An easy slide, though, for the Northern Beaches. Won't need it because the old Falcons come out.
It was, it was a Falcon, unfortunately. So nothing's going right for the Neptunes.
What do you suppose is the local bird of Dubbo, Mitch?
The local bird of Dubbo?
There's a bird that it's famous for. You know, like you look at the Northern Beaches Renegades, and you know we can certainly talk about there being an eagle there, for example.
I'm not sure. What would you have it as, mate?
Maybe some sort of Indian miner, I think, potentially. Something a bit smaller.
Oh, we've got another forward pass.
So we'll come back to halfway here. You can even hear through the effects mic, perhaps, the referees saying that pass was forward. That's nice, clear communication from the officials as now the Northern Beaches side march up through the middle here with Matthews. Nice quick roll ball. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite done correctly.
A little bobble there. So we've had a few errors the last couple of minutes. We'd really like to see... It's an opportunity really for Nelson Bay to get into the game. See if they can... Oh, that's nice, using the eyes up play.
Really digging into the line before finding a late pass.
Lovely.
Now here for Barrett. Once again, they're cycling the footy quite nicely here. That was close to a touch pass. In fact, it will be called.
Yeah, you're spot on, mate. It was a late pass, unfortunately. It was building. They got off to a good start there using the ball, but just can't seem to... Oh, we've got another forward pass there, James. Wow.
I think that's the blueprint, though, for Nelson Bay, though, Mitch. It's digging into the line, recycling
absolutely.
the footy, because the policies and procedures up against a team like the Northern Beaches, you've got to try something a bit different to break down that defence.
Absolutely you do. Spot on, mate. You're 100% right.
So now to this left-hand side, scooped up here from Scully. Pops a little pass and then driving forward. That's Gambrel, who picked up the meterage, and now here for Manning. Who played about 8 metres away. Once again here for Manning. Got to go back to the well here, so to speak, Nelson Bay. Dig in, ladies, then pass it.
Inside ball.
Manning
There we go.
Great chance. There it is.
That's down.
And they do isolate the individual there. On that occasion, it was Marnock who just couldn't hit the line in time. Well worked from Nelson Bay.
Supercoach James Preston called it too. The inside ball. It was a nice out ball. The Nelson Bay, I think they call that the chicken, where it's the reverse of the rooster, and then they return the ball back. So, well done, Nelson Bay. They're on the board. Listening to James Preston with the expert commentary.
If there is someone who does enjoy a good bit of chicken, it's me, so I'm more than happy with that, Mitch. They'll pop a little pass now through Baum. Still certainly in the ascendancy here, though, the Northern Beaches side. 5-1, but...
They'll get a lot of confidence out of that, Nelson Bay. Let's see if they can get a stop.
That's the big task coming up now as Tonga floats a pass all easy as
Good
you
girl.
like, and then good speed.
Excellent
from
touch.
Giselle Burke. Is it Giselle or Gazelle, the way that she just cantered through? Back to the 7 they go now. Berryman sending it out to this left-hand side again. Burke takes off
Good
once
touch.
more. Great touch, diving to stop it. And there is that stop you were talking about, Mitch Walker.
Absolutely. So they scored a try that they had to defend hard, but they've got themselves a stop. They're now running a little bit harder. Bit of momentum. That's exactly what they needed. Well done.
Now down a short side here for Barrett. Scooped up and on the charge once again now for Gambrel. That one just a little bit behind the run of Cheviot. As a result, just slowed things a touch, but they'll go back to her on this occasion. Now picked up from Smith. Good drive on this occasion. Cheviot trying to promote the footy, but not a bad set there from Nelson Bay.
No, good defensive set, good attacking set. Unfortunately, a penalty there. So they've got into the game, though, which is important.
So restarted here from Berryman. Roughly at that halfway point in this match, 5 tries to 1. Good news for Nelson Bay, outside of being the last scorer, probably the last 5 minutes they've stopped the flow of scoring.
Yeah, they have. Absolutely. Going set for set with a very good team.
Although here we go now, they're turning on the Jets. Lovely draw and pass. That's beautiful from the Northern Beaches.
Great touch.
That is a terrific touch. It's come in from Zoe Smith. There was options left and right for her to pass it, unfortunately there for Murray, but back to self.
Fantastic touch.
I'm actually going to say the touch came earlier, it would seem.
Yeah, potentially.
Now they'll take off again here with a little bit of speed. The hop and the step there from Matthews. Got away from them. That's a lovely little goosey.
That was. That's an unfortunate try there, the Nelson Bay Neptunes let in there. But that's individual brilliance. Just hop, skip, got on the outside. Very, very nice try.
And there was nothing really doing there for Matthews either.
Absolutely
it was
not.
Woman on woman, if you will.
Yeah, fifth touch. So that's one that they'll want to try and fix up.
That's the benefit, though, for the Renegades across the board. So much skill and so much speed on an individual basis, and the team also extremely cohesive. Unfortunately for Nelson Bay, not particularly cohesive here. That's a forward pass yet again.
No, that's that pressure you're talking about, James. You know, the Renegades are pressing up. They're forcing turnovers, making them make decisions under fatigue. See if they can get themselves a stop here.
Now good meters on offer for Packy. Runners on this right-hand side. They don't go that way immediately. Berry's out there. Turned away from her. Now Marnock picks it up. Berry on this right-hand edge. Good take in the end. In fact, no, she's just got the miss in time. Fine support, but also defence there. And they'll make the touch. But, geez, that was a strange one. I thought there was a touch made for all, Muddy, but
So did I.
play through is the call.
Yeah, I thought the same. And then just wasn't able to find someone to pass the ball to. That's good use of the football there too, James. Playing eyes up.
A lot of it's been along this little narrow passage towards the sideline.
As the Renegades send only one player up, using the ball.
Barrett it was on the charge, and now McLean Cheviot. Once again, Manning will take off now. Stepping off the left foot. Oh, great step. Got all the way through momentarily. It was building nicely for Nelson Bay, but a good recovery.
Yeah, that was very, very good attack there from Lexi Manning. Equally good defence from the middle, who I thought Manning was going to get through.
A lovely catch and pass down that left-hand touch line here. As Packy marches forward. Scooped up again. Just seeing how smooth this subset is here for the Northern Beaches Renegades. The momentum continues.
Yeah. Wave after wave after wave.
Berryman cycling it back to that left-hand side. This is looking ominous as well. Berryman takes off, big dummy, splits them, looking for support, waits for an eternity, pops it over the top. Oh, that's going to be a tough one to deal with. Somehow keeps alive for Tonga, but the touch is made in time. Well, that would have been one of the more ridiculous tries you'll see.
Absolutely it would have been. I thought she was going to score after all of that. But the referee have got an infringement there and we've got a penalty.
But it had no right to be scored.
No, absolutely not. Nelson Bay did a very good job going woman on, manning up, as they say.
Now once more,
there's the using the ball again nicely.
Yeah, right down the sideline. It's an interesting strategy. Typically we'll see that drive up through the middle, but they found a lot of success up towards this subs box. Unfortunately, though, there's another error in the roll ball.
Pass.
So it's been that little either actually playing the ball or the scoop up. Either way, it's broken down in the ruck. I feel if they can tweak that.
Yeah, look, absolutely. That's not the best part. For the viewers at home, I've got a funny face there from from James Preston. Yeah, look, if they complete their sets, minimise their errors, they can be very good.
Now charging here through Cheviot, back towards the middle. Turned here for Heidi Gibson. Plays it on the 7. Now to this right-hand side they go. Once more for Kyola Cheviot. Back again for Smith. Smith charging at that defensive line. Good touch made from Charlotte Baum.
Yeah, it was an excellent touch. Had to make it.
Now last one here, back to the 7. Static start. Smith, drawing pass.
There we go.
Hang on, it's going to work here for Nelson Bay. Beautifully done. Indy Scully goes in. And that was a wonderful case of drawing in the opposition and a quick catch and pass resulting in the ultimate reward.
Absolutely. A very easy 3-on-2, but great skill shown with regards to catch, pass. And the winger goes over in the corner.
It was really well done from Smith. She was at first receiver there and had to identify, I wouldn't even say a weakness, but drew in 2 defenders at once to create the opportunity.
Yep. Got the A defender, so to speak, to bite.
So 6-2 is actually not a terrible scoreline based on how this was going inside the first 5 or 6 minutes. It was 4-0.
Yeah. Passive out the back there, James.
Oh, lovely pass
Great
as well.
touch.
Good read, though, there from Gabby McCallum, who makes the touch from out wide. Scooped up again here from Berry. Now fired off to Campos, who sends it wider still here for Packy. Packy is forced to turn it over. They've actually lost about 10 metres in the last 2 plays. So again, good defence from Nelson Bay.
Yeah, it was.
Head out to their sub-box yet again here. Hopping in an acting half. Now Manning up towards halfway. Rolled back and scooped up now from McCullum. McCullum working hard out of acting half. Then for Cheviot. Back here to Cheviot once again. Oh, another chance to go down that short side. Held on to it though as Manning takes off. There's the catch and pass over the top again, but I think touch pass is going to be called, if not forward.
Oh, that looked very dangerous again, the 3-on-2.
Yeah, there it is, touch pass called.
It's good to see them asking questions though, James. Really good to see them asking questions. That's a late pass.
Well, what I like about this though, Mitch, is that they've actually decided, you know what, we have seen a bit of joy digging into the line, passing late, let's go back to it. Often we see that just completely ignored from teams after they get a bit of success.
Absolutely. Keep running the same play until the defence stops you.
The Northern Beaches, whilst they might be in front, a lot of their plays that they have been running have been nullified of late by Nelson Bay. They caught here on the 7. Last one now, scooped up. All sorts of numbers on this left-hand edge. Looking for support. I think they make the touch, potentially. No, they've got it to ground just in time. It was a very close run thing, but there is a 7th on the board here for the Renegades.
Yeah, and I think that'll please Coach Harry Berryman. They've sort of dropped their intensity the last sort of 5-6 minutes, the Renegades, but they got back into their work. A good scoop, and a good try.
So restarted now for Nelson Bay. Around about 5 minutes remaining in this one. As the touch is made here from Tonga. Meters on offer though for Nelson Bay. Up towards that 7-metre line. Smith turns it out to that right-hand side again. She's looking for a strike dump. Might get it here. Smith taking off out of acting half. Back here for Gibson yet again. Simply shuffles it towards the middle here. Once more for Smith. Gibson wrapping. Numbers on that right-hand side. Easy pickings in the end.
Yeah, good defence. Up and slid across. Used the sideline as their friend there, the Renegades. A little bit too sideways, I thought. James needed to play a little bit more direct.
Yeah, very lateral from Nelson Bay as they roll it back here and now.
That's
good
a great
meters
run.
on
Look
offer.
at that. Fantastic rucking.
It's Tonga who picked up probably 20 or so metres. Now up over halfway. Poppy little pass. Once more, they'll be able to have a crack at them here.
That's a good run too.
So one to try and set up for the strike dump. Worked here from Baum.
Good touch.
Oh, and Baum looking to find that extra little pass there for Berryman. Results in no strike dump, but can she create something out of nothing? Yes, she certainly can. Berryman, the hop and the skip. And there's a little bit of a showboating celebration at the end too, and probably deserved to do exactly that.
Yeah, that's all class. Everyone knows the Berryman name. Just like her older brother and siblings. Hop, skip. Thank you. I'll score.
Well, all you need to do, Mitch, is look back to the World Cup last year, of course, to see just how dominant the Berrymans can be on the ultimate stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now Nelson Bay with a pretty major deficit here, down by 6. They've shown a lot more resolve in the second half of this match, so to speak, as now it's scooped up again and off they go looking for that inside pass, but this time Berryman was waiting for
great
it.
Defense.
That's the adjustment they needed to make.
Yeah, it was.
Last one here now for Nelson Bay. Taking off to that right-hand side, nothing really doing. Easy pickings in the end for Murray.
Yep, and they'll finish it with a penalty. So, see how we go here.
Scooped up again from Berryman. Oh, under pressure there. Jamming out of the line with Cheviot. But they'll still pick up plenty of meterage here and now up over halfway with more than a couple of plays up their sleeves. Once more building nicely in this set, the Renegades. Drop down now. Popping a little short pass here for Campos.
Good touch.
Excellent touch. It'll force them to go back onto the mark as Hatting is waiting for it. Instead, they'll go out to that right-hand side for Packy. I thought there was a great opportunity to send it left, though. 3-on-3.
Yeah, they keep trying to run that switch play back towards their box in the middle. I thought they could have come out this way as well, out to the left-hand side. But anywho, I'm sure the coaching staff will make those adjustments.
Manning now out to this right-hand side. Good meters on offer. Touch made there from Burke. And then down a short side again. That's been the go-to play for Nelson Bay. Good hands from Manning. Scooped up. 10 metres into enemy territory as Gibson drives it forward now. Last one here. Oh, traffic cone situation there for Hatting, who couldn't get out of the way. Well, she was like a traffic hat, if you will.
Yeah, it was. Purely accidental. Fell over in the ruck. It had to be a penalty.
Good to see called as such as now Manning once more takes off. Popping a little pass here for Cheviot. Just inside the 7, so back to the mark they'll go. Gibson also looking likely here. Cheviot trying to draw in a few of them. Gibson scoops it up. Quick release from Manning. There's a 3-on-2, but she'll go back to the middle. Beautifully disguised from Manning. They all had eyes on that edge, but toward the middle, they found a bit of gold.
Well, that's that chicken play, James. You said that you were quite fond of the chicken. It's the out ball and then the trail, which Nelson Bay scored their first try on, and they've scored another one. Really well executed.
Worth pointing out, Mitch, it's probably a different chicken that I'm fond of. You give me the old school classic quarter chips and gravy, I'm your man.
Okay. Yeah, no, they were.
But I am fond of that chicken too. That's an excellent chicken.
Yeah.
So now Northern Beaches taking off once more. Scooped here and dropped down now on this occasion from Martin. Packy's out there as well. Martin once more working for. So 8-3 the score. Final moments of this game. Martin scoops it out to this left-hand side. Marnock with a bit of speed. Tonga, big dummy, goes through. Could sell ice to an Eskimo with one like that. And there's another one on the board, 9-3.
That's a soft one. That was a dump that was so far out from the try line. Like, I know the girls are tired, but that's one they really need to try and fix up, James.
It's early days, of course.
Absolutely it is. We've still got, 3 days of touch, so...
And look, worth pointing out too, Mitch, I mean, we're expecting, just on the basis of things, before a ball was even touched in this tournament, that would be likely that the Northern Beaches Renegades will be in the final itself. Now, they're pointing to the scoreboard. As we mentioned, there is a delay. There's a delay in the time, so that is well and truly it. 9-3 at full time here, the Northern Beaches side, though. I think this is a bit of a warm-up for them, really, ahead of Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely be seeing them on Sunday, and hopefully we can be seeing Nelson Bay on Sunday as well, and they get better as the weekend gets on.
Certainly could be the case. Up next, we move to the 18 girls division. It'll be James Robertson and Tom Taylor to take you through all the action as Manly take on Maitland.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community. I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and we love.
As a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
Welcome back to the 2025 Junior State Cup for the Northern Conference. It is Manly up against Maitland here in the 18 girls division. 25-minute games, turnaround style, 6-a-side touch. Joined here by Tom Taylor, the one and only, mate. It will be a revolving door throughout proceedings as it is fast-paced action. And I believe you got a pretty busy day coming up yourself.
Yeah, I've had a pretty smooth morning. Got around to a bunch of teams and showed my support for the club. But yeah, after this game, I'm pretty flat chatter up until about 5 o'clock this afternoon, James.
And thank you to all the officials as well. I know Kylie herself was here from 5:30 this morning, as well as a lot of other junior state officials. So the hard work behind the scenes, she's been up here since Monday trying to make things happen as well, and all the ingoings and outgoings of what has been, so far, a great morning and what will continue to be. So it is game number 3 of the morning, and a nice early dummy to start here. Manly, they are not mucking around, coming into their opening drive of the contest. All back on the inside and looking to start here with a cutout pass towards the wing. The ball is pointed down, planted, but a nice touch there from Maitland to start.
Yeah, it was a nice little sweeper play, and then going back against the grain, trying to catch the defence all shifting one way, and a very good touch by the Maitland winger.
So Manly touch, they are in the maroon, and white ball back on the inside. Lovely switch of play as they get the scoring underway. Manly get on the board.
Very nice try there from Manly, and this is something that you're probably going to see a lot of today, tomorrow, across the weekend and in the future of touch, especially on a dry track like this, is just a late switch, a late movement of the ball. Teams these days are trying to go man on a lot, so that late switch that was very popular once upon a time in the 90s is going to come back into the game, I think.
Yeah, and thanking the weather gods above for the fantastic weather. No rain to speak of over the 3-day competition as Maitland look to penetrate this defensive line of the 2024 champions, Manly, in this age group.
It's nice defence there from Manly. Nice pass. Yeah, rock solid defence there by the Manly number 12 Coco Masters. A name that's certainly very popular amongst Manly Sea Eagles, the Masters family, and they've all been at the club for a long time, and yes, I expect a big game out of Coco. And just looking at the team, like Manly, we talk about how successful they are in the women's, and you just look at the names we have here: Bishop, Menzies, Masters, Gray. It's just all over the park. They just have so much strike.
Looking to go back to back, going up through the middle. Nice touch there defensively for the Redbacks. What we saw in the tournament, and like you'll see throughout tournaments, it is these good sides that sort of build into day 2 and day 3. They don't have it penned in that they will be there day 3, but their experience at that high level of touch football, they know exactly what they need to do in these opening days, and then moving on to day 2 to present themselves the opportunity to move into day 3.
That's right, and this is game 1 for the 18 girls divisions for both teams, so we're probably going to see a bit of cobwebs. But look, as you say, day 3 is going to be a totally different game, and that's, as some people say, that's when the competition really starts.
So moving towards their interchange box, and the decision to be made there, they will get touched over the halfway line, so they'll roll the subs on. 2 fresh girls coming into the play with Smith. She moves towards the defender there. Inside the 7 they go here with Gray looking to pop the pass over the top, but good defensive work there from the link of Maitland. It was Marley Alps there making the defensive touch.
Yeah, very nice touch, very nice effort. It's really hard to actually get the momentum to chase a dummy half, because obviously you know the dummy half can't score, and a lot of times subconsciously that'll make you just sort of ease up, knowing that the threat of a try isn't there. So it was a great touch there by Marley Alps and a great chase, great effort.
You've got everything from water bottles to tape up here in the box, and tape down there on the field as well. Raring to go for the 3 days of competition as Maitland get to their 10-metre line, and it is Stacey with some nice footwork squeezing through. Stacey has to find a player there, a teammate, and that was graceful work there from the 28, Ellie Stacey.
Yeah, but the wheels from Ellie Stacey, and it wasn't just so much the speed, it was the takeoff. It was the little jink at around the 15 out mark, and I think she just caught the Manly Sea Eagles flat-footed a little bit and just took off through the gap, and well done for the support play to get the try.
I think it's one thing to mention as well. It is handy to have a bit of speed on your side, but it is that acceleration, that takeoff, sort of first 4 to 5 steps that it is so important. And now looking to turn from their last offensive play, a defensive play into the offensive play, and Manly, they hit straight back.
I think that was a bit of just eyes up from Manly there. That didn't look really like a set play. It was just a bit of a miscommunication from the Maitland defence, and Manly just took an opportunity of a 2-on-1 out wide with a winger up nice and high.
So their hands full at the moment. The Redbacks down by 1. They're still very, very early stages here. Just looking to build in to this game and work through the middle there with Alps. And now it is Cook. And Cook looking to dummy and take the line on herself. Now called here for... She dove too early and her knee getting caught there with the grass. And yeah, she's heading towards the dead ball line. So a sub will roll on here for Maitland. Not good.
We never like seeing injuries here, James, but hopefully it's just knocked the wind out of her. But she does looks like she's holding her arm, but expert manager from both teams will look like they're showing some concern to the player, which is excellent.
Looking for that early dive that you'll see to evade that touch on the goal line, getting low to the ground. We see the defensive work there from Manly coming into consideration there with Cross.
Yeah, great defence there from Lacey Cross. Really read that splitter very well from the far link and able to cover her inside players well. But to be honest, this is I'm really enjoying watching this game. Both teams are getting down the field quite well and minimal errors so far.
Yep, free-flowing touch football, what we like to see, and commentators curse there, Tom.
I'm going to stop talking about that.
Well, hey, look, if the commentators curse were real, then there would be no commentary here. There would just be errors aplenty, so we can only call it as we see it. As we see a penalty going the way of Manly. So it's been a good fight early going here from Maitland.
And as we talk about the free-flowing game, a moment like this in the game can actually mean a lot. Okay, we've had not a lot of repeat sets on the line. If Manly can get a try here, that could open the floodgates for a few more tries back-to-back. However, if Maitland defend this, okay, that could really lift their team and they could go up and snatch a quick try straight away.
I think they want to keep blow to blow here with the Manly side ball. Excellent work on the inside there. It was Talea Tonga there with the pass on the inside. It gave the chance to the Manly attacker to pour through in Chase Perrott.
There's a nice little sweeper ninja play there. The sweeper comes around going away from the camera side, which does in fact make the defence, after they've made the touch, think that they're chasing away from that camera side, only for them to angle back into a nice hole in the middle.
So Maitland, so it's all happening here. Everyone has to do everything. Maitland inside the 7, down by 2, 3-1 scoreline. Oh, now incorrect roll ball. So the way it'll work is first 2 days, traditionally, it is 1 point each try that is scored. And then stick with us on Sunday, it is 3 points for the first try and then 2 from there on out. And now a pass. Is the touch pass called, I think, or perhaps it was forward. Yep, forward pass. So chance here for Maitland to go back on the attack.
We're just in a phase of the game where it's just starting to get a bit clunky. Maybe a bit of overthinking's coming into it. Sometimes it could be considered panic touch. So we just need to calm down a little bit, slow down, and just get ourselves together.
So McClellan handing off there for West. Now McClellan, she slipped, but thought she had enough time to get to the line. She did, but touch there from the two middles. So the middle and the link working together on the right-hand side for Manly. So looking to work over this defensive line through the middle. Maitland and try and get that pass the outside, just coming through the hands there of the Maitland winger. Couldn't quite reel that one in, Lidbury.
I would like to see Letitia West dive at the line there. I think she had a little bit of a gap right in front of her, but she decided to throw the long ball to the wing. And we see the Maitland player, Peyton Cook, that got injured earlier. She's been taken off by a card at the moment, so hopefully she's okay.
Of course, all officials working overtime. The trainers they're doing the best job they can. Of course, injuries, you don't want to speak about them, but they are part of touch football. They do tend to happen, and hopefully she's okay for the remaining couple of days here for Maitland. Nice dummy on the outside there, but yeah, they'll call it clean. It's a try. Try there for Maitland. They hit back, so in their couple of opportunities inside the 7, they've worked over the middles and they've headed to the edge with some nice play.
Letitia West, the player that I just spoke about, and how I wish she would dive at the line, and she's just got to try on a nice punish play there, just a link quickie, and just took her outside player on around the outside. It looked like it was a good effort to make the touch by Manly, but referee's in the good spot, call that one a try, so it's 3-2 here.
3-2, and now the ball just being turned over here, so it is their first game for the defending champions, but just a couple of penalties and a couple of errors creeping into their game. Maitland, they'll want to take full opportunity here, and they can tie this one up. They'll have full confidence heading into the remainder of this game. Head towards the box side, and they roll the changes on as the smell of bacon and eggs coming across my nostrils. The players, they've fueled up with GYG this morning, as is everyone heading in and around Dubbo throughout the weekend. Looking for that dummy on the inside. A good work defensively there from Coco Masters. You'll see her in jersey 12. A lovely left to right cut out pass, and now down the wing. The ball coming back on the inside, and they said, yeah, let's just take the touch and get the subs on. So, of course, an interesting part about getting those subs on, you have to make a decision. Do you go the length of the field, or the subs more important?
In my opinion, I think what they've done there was the perfect job. We take the meters also with the subs, even if it just does hold us up a bit. But that's just something with the Manly rucking, as we see an outball here.
And, dummy, and far too easy there. There's work, lovely there from Talea Tonga, who already has an assist, but now has a try as well.
As I was saying before, just about Manly's rucking, everyone just sort of makes comment about how it just looks so fluent. And I think a big reason of that is you see in the women's game, really hard press defence in the midfield, but Manly, they just have so many players with the ability to throw those long passes, and it really nullifies that sort of odds and evens style defence, and that's how they just get off so well.
Especially considering the way that most teams defend in this ladies competition. You'll see a lot of short interchange of passing. It is that sort of long ball that is hard to integrate defensively. They look to go for the line, but Tonga, who has been pretty good in the middle thus far for Manly, not only attack, but defence as well. It's her and Burke working overtime through the middle. The ball just going away from the hand of the Maitland attacker. So now they look to go to their box side to roll their subs on. And they're looking pretty fit in the early going here, Manly. Training overtime all throughout to get ready for this competition. And now...
7 on.
7 on. So for new viewers at home, you can make the sideline, but you have to make the interchange box to then actually constitute the substitution. Now we'll see a further penalty as well, possibly for a bit of back chat that we did see throughout the weekend there at Wagga. So now Maitland, a real opportunity here. So the score is 4-2 Manly.
Good opportunity here for Maitland. It's only 3-2 at the moment.
Just under halfway to go throughout this matchup, and now the ball going the other way. Incorrect roll ball there, so Manly have to work it off their own line.
Let's just see the transition here from Manly. Nice press defence on one from Maitland.
Defended well, getting towards that interchange box, really suffocating their defence, but this ball outside and inside, trying to open up the space. Touch was called, so we'll have to run back there to the mark, just over the halfway line.
So if we can get some momentum off this drive here, what we call strike dump on the 5th play, the ball should be pretty good.
Now working towards that centre. Now here it is, that last play off the strike dump, looking for the pass, but a good touch there on the goal line.
Bit of confusion here.
Will be the end of the drive there for Manly. There's still plenty of time for them to respond, only a 2-point differential.
This is good. That's just good defence from Manly there. And Maitland are a team, especially in the 18 girls division, the way that they're playing now compared to last year, they've improved so much. But Manly just have this knack of just taking all the time away from you. So there's just no time to think, and you're rucking and your line attack, anything.
Good work there from Ellie Stacey. Defensively to race up there. So Masters working the middle, orchestrating it. Now working off there, the wrap from Perrott. Perrott getting that ball out wide, but good defensive play there from Hannah Seymour. that right wing for Maitland, but was inside the 7, so lock and load, they'll go again. So the quick dump off there, it comes here for Masters, who retrieve it from the acting half, and just looking to get the defensive line to show them what they want, and they had the numbers there on the right-hand side, but it's just that ball area that wasn't as clean as they would have liked, and Maitland breathing a sigh of relief as they look to work it through the middle, and then eventually out here to the commentary box side as they look to get their changes on. Haven't done so for a couple of minutes.
It was looking so dangerous, that play the ball the referees pulled up, and multiple players from Maitland up in the touch, which means they're offside, so very vulnerable in at their feet if someone was just to dive at them.
It's just going Manly's way once more.
The coach killer that one. I don't know if that was a foot out or a 7 on. I'm not quite sure.
I thought the ball might have been forward from the acting half potentially as well. So
that too. Take a pick.
But these areas are creeping into both sides. Still leaving this game wide open at the moment. 2 points the difference. We'll have to work here with Tonga. Ball back on the inside here for Durdovic. And now Tonga. Open space. There's multiple players around her, but they almost didn't make the touch there. And was called offside. That's why they didn't make the touch. And then eventually had to. Otherwise there would have been a try scored. So advantage was played, and fresh set here for Tonga. And the Manly Ringer Seagulls. The 18s, the defending champs of last year, Northern Conference.
Good touch. And you can look at the difference here, the way that Maitland are getting off the line here. It's substantially slower than what Manly are doing. Manly are almost sprinting off the line.
Tonga again through there, but look, you can't remain static, but they're sort of almost waiting to see what Manly are offering in attack as well. So know how dangerous they can be. They're almost unsure of what Manly are going to bring, whether that's that inside-outside ball or, as you alluded to earlier, Tom, the cutout passes that they can throw as well. A high skill level in this 18 girls division.
It's better go forward here from Maitland. The first 2 touches are actually quite good. Nice little
switch, yeah. Now work off the strike dump and off the mark. There's been a few times in this last couple of minutes where they've got really good opportunities, but then just on the last touch, not really coming of it.
Yeah, and it was just good to see some free-flowing touch like you saw right now. Like a lot of repeat sets. Like we jinxed it at the start. We talked about how it was a free-flowing game, and now sort of just starting to get a bit more end-to-end stuff.
So working here through Stacey and work it back towards the middle. It comes here with McClellan. Now Stacey asking for the player to come back under, looking to shape something out to the right-hand side. And now they work the opposite side. The Manly defence, so intelligent to it. Had 4 defenders playing one player, almost having Maitland play the game they don't want to. That ball just out of the grasp there of the right-hand side winger. But when you look up, from our vantage point of it, it looks quite easy. You've got a 4-on-2 overlap on the right-hand side, but you're forcing Maitland to play a game that they don't want to. They're coming out to the left-hand side where there's all the defenders. Not to say that they don't know what's happening out there, the right-hand side, but this defence,
it's like they're
just cramming
It's like they're intentionally giving you an overlap with a small amount of room to work with.
But also knowing that their defence, if the ball comes out to the right-hand side, they could probably defend it as well with the overlap. So it's only game 1 here for Manly, but already they've only scored the 4 tries, but I think it's defence that normally does go on to win the games on Championship Sunday. That is what is most important at the moment for them as they go through the early stages of this tournament.
It's a bit of trouble here, the defensive shape of Manly.
Ball back on the inside, but a likely touch there at the end of the set. So just working hard for each other inside the middle, and then the links coming in where they need to. We haven't really seen the cutout pass being afforded from the Maitland attack as it just rolls straight up through the centre. There through, it was the one Gray, and Tonga, she'll look to come back on as well.
And I don't know what it's like on ground level, but up in the commentary tower, it's actually got quite a strong breeze at the moment.
Coming towards that of the commentary box, to that left to right pass, probably looking forward to. They go into the in goal, and still evading the defenders, playing to the whistle, and that's smart eyes up touch football there. Lovely play. It was Coco Masters heading to Bishop.
It was just a nice sort of second phase play, and we talk about second phase in touch. We can liken that to sort of a 1-2 punch combo as far as taking a dump is. You take a dump and it looks like your play, it looks like your strike play, only to then run back into the offside defence, dump it again, and you're off for your second phase. So nice work there from Manly. Very hard to defend that.
Finally, after 7 tries, we've worked the scoreboard out, so it's 5-2. Can Maitland, can they work the scoreboard out on their own end? And they can't if they afford errors like that.
And a smart defence from Manly there. The key to Maitland's attack is Ellie Stacey, the number 28. And to get her involved, you need a certain middle from Manly to make the touch. And they're intentionally leaving that middle back and away from the ball. So very smart there from the coaching staff from Manly.
So now coming away from the box, centre ground, using those middles. Here goes Tonga once more, and Tonga in open space. Tonga, she's called untouched and finds the attacker. It was Burke. And this has been a comprehensive performance from Manly, but more so one Talea Tonga.
Yeah, they just finally managed to get a bit of a drive going and just momentum. Momentum was all you needed there. The dummy half just picked up and ran straight through the middle. So whether or not that's a bit of fatigue coming into Maitland or they just found themselves sort of wrong-footed on the back foot, not too sure there, but oh no.
More going the other way. So these errors due to that fatigue coming in. But I just want to talk about Tonga for a second. As much as it's what she's doing with the football, it's almost what she's doing without the football and the position she's putting herself into that's creating these opportunities.
And it's great that you mentioned that, because that is something you work off the ball. Great pass there. Tonga, we talked about it. I know it's gone to ground now, but that's stuff there that a lot of people don't see, don't realise, even when you're watching the video back, is someone's push and work and effort off the ball. It's just so important, and it makes such a difference, and it separates like a 9 out of 10 from a 10 out of 10 player.
As the ball turned over there by the Redbacks back into the hands of Manly, and you'll see she'll probably have minimal touches, more so in the attacking half. You'll probably see these middles normally have 3 to 4 touches in a set. I'll find that she'll have maybe 1 to 2 touches, but it's those touches late in the drive that really make it count.
This was an obvious 7 on here. They had 7 on for a decent amount. I think Tonga still had the ball and was moving around with the ball, and the other 6 just came on the field. So
I'll tell you what, the coach won't be happy with it, but the way she's played, she's probably got every right as well. Done a lot of work offensively and defensively for this Eagles side.
It's nice ball movement there.
So
from Russell.
Looking to finish off this game strong here, Maitland. Down 6-2, but by no means have embarrassed themselves against a very high-class Manly outfit. So day one, if you put it in a L in the game column there, moving on to games 2 and 3 of the day, we've seen those teams that do build.
Oh, nice footwork.
And still gets through, looking for that pass in that corner. Lovely work there from the Redbacks. Comes there to Matilda Lidbury. Just that evasiveness in the in-goal. Once you're in there, if you're the dummy half, to then find the player, find the space where you're untouched, and then make sure that your winger is unmarked as well to get that pass.
Yeah, it was really good. Ellie Stacey picks up from dummy half, and she starts to run open side and notices that the girl that made the touch, I believe it was Gray, turns her hips back to the open. So once you turn your hips, then you know that the short side is where you need to run. And she quickly just manoeuvred a run, got through the short side, and managed to find Lidbury on the wing.
Now here come Manly down this sideline. A good touch there from Maitland. Keeping this defensive drive alive. Now quick scoop. Oh, looking to come back on the inside. Work there from Bromley. Worked here from Masters. They race up. Here comes the... Oh, I was looking for the cutout pass, and she just said, well, the line's right there, I'll just go for it myself.
It's a nice little in and away footwork. She just props the defensive player up, causes her to be flat-footed, and then just accelerates again. And, once you get flat-footed when you're trying to run backwards, it's toast. It's for the lack of a better word.
So the Redbacks with 3 tries on their hand at the moment. looking to roll up through the middle and finish this game off on a positive note. Good work there from Stacey. Equally good touch there defensively there from Masters.
She came from the other side to make that touch. She was on our side defending as middle. And she ran across the other middle behind her back to make that touch. That's a huge effort. But look, you talk about like Maitland's effort. I know the score says 7-3, but all of Manly's tries, they had to work for them. There was no sort of walkover tries. Everything was a plan, try something they've practiced for. There was nothing that just was handed to them.
So this will be the last play. That is the siren going, and here goes Tonga looking for that pass. It was touched, but it is a pretty comprehensive victory in the end from Manly on the scoreboard, but a lot to take out of that one from Maitland.
Yeah, look, they did a lot of good things. There was a lot of really good effort in defence, and Manly's tries, some of them came from a very, very near miss. So I think they can hold their head high and look forward to the rest of the tournament, knowing that they've got probably one of the big juggernauts on their draw out of the way early. But Manly, yes, too good. They're just full of skill, and that was on show for majority of the game today.
It is win number 1 for the 2024 champions of the 18 girls division. We'll take a quick break, and we will be graced by Nelson Bay and Ballina. They do battle in the 18 girls division. Will they be chasing the Manly Warringah Seagulls? We'll take a quick break and be back here for day 1 of the Junior State Cup for 2025.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today. Saving for something special? Well, what if your savings didn't just sit there, but started working for you? Invested in the stock market, where they can potentially grow over time. Imagine that next adventure, a new car, or your first home, all within reach sooner than you think. With Raise Jars, you can create multiple investment accounts, each tailored to a specific goal. So whatever your dream, there's a jar for that. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back here to Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference 18 girls action between Nelson Bay and the Ballina Bull Sharks. Ballina with first use of possession. James Preston and Jason Stanton to take you through. Emerge as powerhouses though as the Bull Sharks come out to this left-hand side, floating it over the top. Easy pickings in the end for Nelson Bay. As I say, a very good morning to Jason Stanton.
Good morning, James. I'm always excited to be here side by side here with James Preston, the voice of touch. And there's two big games here. We've got the boys following this one, Maitland Central Coast, Nelson Bay and Ballina here. So I hope you got your snacks and your drink ready. Lock yourself in for a couple of good games.
Nelson Bay now certainly looking to start well in this one. I drop it down about 15 metres away. All offside initially there. Had they kept running at the defence there of Nicholas, there could have been an issue, but they'll take off now all the way through into the in-goal, looking for support. Oh, basketball style over the top. Well watched defensively and makes the touch.
Yeah, pretty good early signs there. A nice scoop there. Of course, the player made the touch on the 7, had to make it all the way back to the score line to be back on side. And a beautiful scoop in the in-goal, taking advantage of that. Pretty good start there from Nelson Bay.
Good signs early on here for both teams. It's now Ballina. March forward. Meters on offer. Out they come wider still for the work of Creether. Then up over halfway. Have they put a foot on the sideline? Yes, they have there. Well, there was a chance to simply take the touch and kill the play, but that's an unfortunate error. It's now up over halfway. Come Nelson Bay. Good meters here from... Nice little run from Mitchell. Cycled along now for Nelson Bay. Caught about 10 metres into enemy territory. More reinforcements arriving. Very slow set so far though from them. It's now Island. Brings it forward. Last one here. They'll take off now. There's a bit of speed. Looking for some support. They'll round the entire side in the end and link up with Scarlett O'Connor. Well, that was tiptoeing the dead ball line. Inches in it. But in the end, a terrific try for Nelson Bay.
Classy play there. She was very patient too, James, because she dummy half scored in the in-goal. Of course, dummy half can't score. But sometimes you get in a bit of a panic to try and find a runner while you're getting chased down. But she just sprinted, showed everyone at home how, the best way to do that. Sprinted all the way to the corner and found the vacant winger.
And terrific patience from her. And for about 3 minutes of play, we have our first try on the board. Of course, in this division last year, it was Manly who claimed the ultimate prize, as we see a turnover here from the Ballina Bull Sharks, an incorrect roll ball, and a lot of these players would have featured in the 16 girls in 2024. That was taken out by Newcastle. Not quite sure either of these sides actually made that semi-final stage, though potentially the quarterfinals.
They're just so strong, the regional affiliates. James, we saw last week, with the Wagga girls being so dominant, and then, we're expecting similar. It's just, great to see these country villages just been so strong and running good high-performance programs, James, from under 10s all the way through to 18s.
And they're continuing to build year on year as now they march up towards this halfway line. Nobody there to find in support, so it was good pressure in the end from Evie Manning, who made the touch. Short little pass now from Doherty. Hops in an acting half again. Then back towards the middle here for Hickey. Hickey, draw and pass. Good meters there now for Harding. Nice quick roll ball. Hickey off the back of it. Numbers on this right-hand side. Or had they kept going, there was a golden opportunity. Instead, back against the grain. Into the heart of the defence. And there was the turnover. So it remains 1-0 in favour of Nelson Bay. That's a very flat pass. It'll be let go, though.
Yeah, you'll notice, James, that both and everyone at home, you'll notice that the teams are sort of driving towards their substitution box, trying to get fresh players on. I think both teams probably going a bit lateral. I'd like to see them go a bit further forward down the field.
Oh, hopping and skipping away they go. Good speed now. Chance to link up here from Mitchell, who's looking to find support. Eventually does, as easy as you like. Well, Mitchell makes them look a bit silly there.
And Nelson Bay, they're scoopers. That'll be something to look out for over the next 3 days, because they, rather than drive all the way down and then stopping it and trying to run a bit of a lateral play, they're actually, scooping on the back of the drive. That's a really good sign there for the is it Nelson Bay Neptunes? Have I got that right?
It is the Neptunes.
So good sign. We'll have to watch them. That's some good early signs.
And great speed from Mitchell, who I must say has been in everything so far. She's already emerging as a key player in this side. So now they'll pop a little pass. Oh, and unfortunately for the Bull Sharks, that one has come free of the grasp of Capripia now. Now the Neptunes themselves are turning it over, so very clumsy past minute.
There's a good chance, yeah. Might be a little bit challenging for our viewers, James, both being in blue, but you see that dash of yellow? That's how you can differentiate the Nelson Bay, and this is a good chance. Hopefully Ballina can get one back.
Ballina now with their first real chance at putting points on the board with Kiprianu floating through the middle. An option there as well. On this right-hand side, Kiprianu trying to take off. Easy pickings in the end, though, for Nelson Bay, and there is the turnover. Still leading 2-0 after around about 6.5 minutes of play. So in control at this stage. I suppose, Stanto, we're just waiting for somebody from the Ballina Bull Sharks to step up and really lead the team around. We haven't seen their chief architect as of yet.
Yeah, not yet. I think they're feeling their way into it a little bit. Nelson Bay have certainly settled into it. Here's another scoop. She's going to get through.
Yeah, great meters here now from Ireland, who's taking off again with speed, looking for support. They're all coming on the spot and eventually links up. So she's caused a fair few issues here. Mia Wall will get the try, but she's great speed again from Michaela Ireland.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that as well because that's the second time. I can't quite make out the number actually.
In fact, no, it might be DeBono. I think is there a 9 in there?
I can't see. It must be 19. I can't quite see the numbers. A little bit hard to make out. Could be DeBono, but one of the things I wanted to highlight, James, is with that scoop is she's really like the fact that she's sprinting all the way to the corner. She's given herself time. She's separating herself from the defence. So that's really, really skillful, clever play. And you could do worse than copy that.
So now out to this right-hand side comes Harding. Harding hopping in at acting half. She's looked likely so far. Creether now. Darting back in towards the middle of the defensive line. Creether floating a pass for Slater. Slater wrapping around once more. Taken off here from Creether, but again they've had an issue in the roll ball. And they've been very guilty of that in the opening 8 minutes here, the Ballina Bull Sharks.
Yeah, first game on the stadium field here. It's maybe a little bit of nerves, but hopefully they can settle in. And you know, it's a long tournament, James. 3 days.
Lovely work again there from Mitchell, just digging into the defensive line and then popping a little pass late in the piece. Now it comes out here for the work of Barnes, and Barnes will then send it one to steal for Ireland. So it definitely was DeBono who took off last time, but now Ireland trying to do the exact same thing. Ireland now popping a little pass over the top, nobody getting there in time. So it is the pair of them, Stanto, Ireland and DeBono.
And it's 100%, you know, 100% a tactic, their strategy. So shout out to the Nelson Bay coaching crew. You could see there, rather than running to the line, they purposely dropped well outside the line, did the dump, 10-15 out, scooped, and then Ireland beelined for the corner as well. So I think that's showing the strategy there. Pretty clever stuff.
Nice catch and pass here from the Bull Sharks out towards this left-hand side of the field. Now reinforcements arriving once again. Lovely little wraparound play there for Charlie Short, who then plays it quickly. Into the action now is Thompson. Driving forward, last one, no strike dump to work with. Thompson will scoop it up eventually, pops a pass, and that's just come unstuck the previous play.
Yeah, they probably need another touch, Ballina. They need to get their drive a little bit better. Maybe an extra pass, or maybe stay on the field for an extra touch before they substitute off. And that'll enable them to get down the field a little bit better. They're losing the territory battle at the moment, James.
This certainly won't help the cause. Another penalty up towards halfway. So as a result, Ireland will take off. Now once more they need to watch for that great acceleration of DeBono, who receives it now and once more takes off. Here she is, picking up easy meters. Roll it quickly, so quick in fact that nobody was there to capitalise off the back of it. DeBono again, playing it on the 7. Once more for Mitchell, cut out pass. It's a good one as well, right on the money. And they won't be able to get there in time. Well taken in the end from Sophia Akbal, who gets on the board. A fourth try here for the Nelson Bay Neptunes, and that might be a bit of a GYG moment of the morning.
It was a pretty good put down, wasn't it? Not every winger scores that. You often hear me say that. It's not just catching, putting it down. They sort of almost dropped her body as she was catching it to put it down very quickly. They're becoming experts at those finishes in touch football, our wingers, and that was a good example of it.
So behind the 8 ball here, the Nelson Bay Neptunes, 4 tries to nil. Approaching the halfway point in this match. Another very awkward little roll ball there. I thought that could have been turned over, but we'll play on for now, and then the ball comes free there from Kiprianu.
Might have to apologise if it's if the number 39 for Nelson Bay isn't Dubbo. We might have the wrong number on our score sheet, but she's definitely a classy player, the number 39 for Nelson Bay. Here she is again, coming in. Her and Ireland together. This is trouble, James.
Once more taking off. I think it is Dubbo, and again splits them, looking for some support. Finds it. A great put down as well, just inside the dead ball line. It's worked for them time and time again. That's their 5th try, and I think 4 of them have come from that exact movement.
I think if you've got your program in front of you and a pen, you want to circle those 2 names there, Michaela, Ireland, and we think it's the number 39 there, Kiara Dubbo. When they get together, special things are going to happen. Both have speed, both have a great scoop, and Nelson Bay are going to take some stop in this tournament if those 2 are able to get quality ball together.
So 5 tries to nil. The Ballina Bull Sharks really haven't fired a shot as of yet. Charlie Short hopping in and acting half now. Pops a little pass out to this right-hand side for Thompson. Thompson then shifting it as it then comes back towards the middle again. Harding dropping it down. Short once more, and again they've come unstuck in the roll ball. I think, let's say they've had 10 errors. 9 of them are from that exact infringement.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to know what this Ballina, is it Bull Sharks or Sharks? Bull Sharks. It's a little bit, we're not sure how good they are, James, because they haven't been able to put it together yet. You know, turning over ball, like you said, lots of little errors. If they can settle a bit in, I'm sure they can show us how good they can play. Maybe a little bit of first game nerves.
Oh, Ireland, lovely little ball back on the inside, and a good angle change there from Mia Wall. Wall once more takes off now for Mitchell. Back to Wall. Beautiful interchange of passing. They're starting to have a bit of fun out here, the Nelson Bay side.
Up by 5, pretty handy lead. About the halfway mark in this game.
And 12 minutes to go, and they have well and truly been in control from the get-go. As now the Bull Sharks pick up some good meterage here. Great run in the end from Thompson. Made about 15 in traffic as now Slater gets involved as well. Out for Doherty. Popping a little pass here for Kiprianu. Kiprianu again, still an option there. Slater will go away from her though, and then switching on an angle, Doherty just falls behind. And as a result, that's the turnover. So 5-0 it remains. And up next, of course, you don't want to miss this one. 2 of the real heavy hitters in the 18 boys division. Maitland up against the Central Coast. Of course, Central Coast claiming it last year in the 18 boys division, but Maitland have been coming for them year on year.
Yeah, Maitland's been one of those clubs. They sort of bit of a minnow, and they fast became a bit of a powerhouse club. A lot of their 18s graduated into Opens, and they won the Division 1 championships in Sydney last year. So they've got a really good program there. So I think this Maitland 18s, maybe Central Coast won't have it all their way next game.
Well, on that point as well, Harry Lidbury, Noah Carlson, I believe both of them actually played in that Vorden Cup competition and were very strong too. So great experience to bring into things. We'll get to see how that all unfolds after this one. But as it stands here, Nelson Bay in front and with ball in hand. I'll pop a little pass here from Ireland. Once again, scooping up, short side play, then back towards that open side. And they nearly squeeze through yet again. I'll get an extra set, it looks like, though.
Yeah, it'll be a penalty. So what's happening there, James, is that there's an offside player, but the player that was onside has made the touch. So the referee playing the advantage, but going back for the penalty for the defender that was offside.
Ireland will have a dig from distance. Got down very low, very quickly. Good touch in the end, though, from Slater. Turns her away. Recycling the footy now for Manning. And then for Barnes. Wrapping around here is Piper Ross. Ross will take off to this left-hand side. Oh, pops a difficult pass to take back on the inside, but there's another penalty. That's 2 now. 1 more. And the Ballina Bull Sharks will be a woman down.
Yeah, they'll have to be quite active in D here, coming off the line, and no penalties. Otherwise, they'll have a defender excluded.
Now, once more heading out to that left-hand side. Or had they hit short, they would have scored for sure. Instead, tried to go over the top, but fingertips to it from Doherty prevents the try from being scored.
2 penalties and a 6 again, James. They're on the rack here. They've got to really hang in there.
A lot of pressure. And that's a good touch made on this occasion, though. Jamming in was Hickey. Short ball once again for Barnes. Just slowing things down a touch. Ireland caught there. It's a very patient approach here from the Neptunes. You can tell what they want. It's that extra penalty as Ireland pops a little pass, then floating over the top. Well watched defensively. No way for Evie Manning to squeeze through. Manning back to that 7-metre mark. Barnes takes off, finds a pass here. They'll pop it wide, or they just had that extra player come on the field, and they were looking for that little overlap sneakily, but credit to the Bull Sharks. They've staved off a whole heap of pressure and have done so without losing a player.
Yeah, that's why I think their coaching staff will just sort of, coming into next game, game 2 for them, it'll just be like, let's control the ball, let's focus on our own game, get up and down the field, see how good we are, because they've showed some little moments like that was a great set. They held him out, 3 or 4 times in a row there, so they've just got to control their sets. It is high wind, I get it, but I think Ballina, they've got some good signs here.
The main thing's very difficult there for Patterson, who had a little juggle and then a self-inflicted falcon before the turnover.
You love a
Nelson
falcon.
Bay. I love a falcon.
You love a falcon.
I'm all about falcon standards. They take off again through the middle. Building with pressure here was Mia Wall, who's looked really likely in this game. Nearly went through again. And there is the 39. We believe that's Debono. So listed in the 19, but quite sure that is Kiara Debono, who once more takes off, floats a pass over the top in the end from Mitchell. Wasn't too far away, and that's probably largely due to the wind that's really picked up here again in Dubbo. We saw on, I think it was day 2, incredible wind in Wagga, for example, last week, and it's followed us here.
And it's quite warm. We missed you this morning, James, giving us the weather forecast. I think it's going to be over 30 today. I didn't even attempt to do the weather without your expertise, but definitely the conditions are going to be a bit of a challenge for our players this weekend. Nice and hot. Maybe a bit windy as well.
So short pass here provided from Cipriano. As they head wider still, they've actually lost track of the touch count here. So unfortunately for this Ballina side, they've committed just about every sin of touch football inside this first 20 minutes.
You just got to complete their sets. I think that'll be their takeaway from this clash, James. Got to complete their sets, give them a chance in the game.
So the Neptunes marching forward yet again. Barnes out here for Cheviot. Barnes again, lovely little dummy, holds off the defence, finds a pass, brilliantly worked from Millie Barnes. Just held it in 2 hands, and as a result, the defence had no idea how to contain her, and there's another one on the board. 6 tries to 0.
Yeah, pretty special effort there. You'll notice when she was scooping, James, you might catch on the replay at home, carrying the ball in 2 hands. So that means the defenders think, oh, maybe she's going to pass it while she's running. Not an easy thing to do, but she scooped, really good on her feet, ball in 2 hands, put the defenders in 2 minds. And so she's one to watch as well. Millie Barnes, Debono, Ireland, pretty good driving team all round. I don't think this is the last we're going to see at Nelson Bay. They put on a pretty good show here to kick off the tournament.
So Ballina still looking for their first one on the board. They'll come out to this right-hand side. Easy pickings at the moment. Wall makes the touch and then back there again, nice and quick. However, they're going to say her feet weren't behind the line. Now, Wall certainly was adamant they were. Will they call play through? It looks like they are going to say it's a play through here.
Yeah, he'll just check here. So there's definitely one player offside, which will be the penalty if he If he calls the second one offside, it'll be a try. But I think on this occasion, he might have one player might have got back. I think that's what's happened in that little bit of discussion. One player offside, one player got back in time.
I thought Wall did make it in time, so I'm happy with that call. And just on her inside, I think that woman was offside. Now a nice quick spread here from Ballina. If they let it sing, they'll score. They do exactly that. Well done to the Ballina Bull Sharks. Finally, they identified a chink in the armour, went directly for it, and they pierced this defence at long last. 6-1.
They're showing what they can do, and it's probably one of the few occasions they've actually completed their set. You mentioned they haven't really given themselves a chance, I guess, in this game to show us how good they are, because unable to complete their sets.
And I think we've probably now identified it's maybe Hickey and Harding who are two of the ones that are causing a few issues for the Nelson Bay side, but it's taken a long time to get into the game, if you will. We've only got 4 minutes left as now Mitchell comes up to that 7-metre mark. She's certainly one to watch for the Neptunes. Big dummy out to the right, then back here for Cheviot. Mitchell again, short pass, diving from distance. That was brave work there from Stewart, and it's paid off. A wonderful dive from distance for Stewart. There's another GYG try of the day.
I tell you what, that's a big red flag, bit of a warning sign for the rest of the competition, because Nelson Bay have largely been playing a dump scoop, James, and on that occasion they actually ran a very good static play. Middle dump, the link came charging onto it, and then a beautiful dive. So looks like they can run some of the static set moves as well. Ominous signs if you're the opposition. Nelson Bay looking pretty good here on the stadium field.
So 3 minutes to go. Our little pass provided here for Charlie Short. And then popping back to the middle, that one's hit the deck. I'd just like to see a little bit more patience here from the Ballina Bull Sharks. We saw it in the last set. Taking it to the right, identifying there wasn't an opportunity there, and then an immediate switch to the left. But that last set didn't seem to have a clear plan about it.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good, it's a pretty easy formula. Like when they complete their set, they scored. They look pretty good. Just got to complete more. So I wouldn't be too concerned. Ballina, I think they know what they need to do to unlock their potential coming into the next game. And as I mentioned, 3-day tournament. We don't hand out any medals on the first day.
So now Charlie Short marching forward at 7 tries to 1, less than 2 minutes to go in this one. Out to the right-hand side goes Creether. Now for Doherty. And Cipriano out there again for them. She's also looked a little bit likely in this one. Last one here for the Bull Sharks. Cipriano looking to keep it alive. Back through the middle. But I think once more they were setting up for the strike up instead of realising it was the last. And now catch a pass here for Nelson Bay. Oh, there was a great opportunity down that short side. They didn't really look. Doherty had a 2-on-1 defensive situation. Now Mitchell pops a pass that's late for mine, and there is the turnover.
James, you've had a couple good early calls here, mate. I think you're on your game here for the all of those close decisions. So we might need to mic you up. You can be the fourth ref. Give them a few tips, because you brought your A game here, I think, to Dubbo.
I think they all do a very good job. I'm not going to suggest that I can do better, and I certainly won't be donning the pink. So my hat goes off to all the boys and girls out there doing a great job refereeing across our various fields here today. And now there's a chance for the Ballina Bull Sharks out on this left-hand side. Shut down very quickly, though. Once more, they'll go for that short side raid. It's like trying to squeeze through the narrowest of gaps you could ever find. It was not going to happen for them. And with 30 seconds on the clock, likely to end here with a 6-try margin, 7-1 the score. Well, Mitchell receives it as they jammed in looking for an intercept. So now out towards the left-hand side of the field here. Popping little pass back once again is Dubbo, who will take off once more, trying to use her speed. Here goes Dubbo once again, splits them for what must be the 6th time in this match, looking for support. There's the siren. Dubbo pops the pass. A great way to finish. Batisi goes in, and that's delicious from Dubbo. It's a GYG try of the day. What a way to finish. 8-1. Nelson Bay, a dominant performance. And shortly we'll head down pitch side with Jason Stanton, who has one of our young referees. And we'll find out exactly the task that is unfolding over the next 3 days for our officials. A quick break, and then back with Jason Stanton.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Hello everybody at home, Jason Stanton here with one of our leading referee, Brandon Sanderson. How's it feel to be here in sunny Dubbo?
It's good. Nice weather. I heard Wagga was raining a little bit on the Friday, so I'm glad. I don't like refereeing in the rain, but I'm sure a lot of people don't like it. It's good. I think Dubbo is such a really good venue to have a Junior State Cup. The fields look amazing. It's always really good to run out here, so just looking forward to the rest of the weekend, really.
And a really huge event here at Northern Conference, and then obviously the two winners from last week and this week will play next week. Over 200 teams here. Is it 240 or 250 referees? Yeah. It's a big referee contention, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I think I heard last night there was something like 51% of our referee group is actually a level 2 and under. So I think it's huge for the sport that we have over half our referees here that are all coming through. Taking the pathway as reffing, and I think it's actually really valuable, and I think they'll learn a lot from this weekend. There's a few senior guys here as well, and we try and get out as much as we can to go out there and help them and get them across the line. I don't think it wasn't too long ago when I was in that same boat, and sort of things happened, and now I'm here. So yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. One of the things I just wanted to maybe give a bit of an insight to our viewers at home with our referees. It's not one referee with two on the sideline. You actually work together as a team. Can you tell us a little bit how that works?
Yeah, I mean, just like teams, they like to sub on and off, and we like to do the same. I think a lot of times some people think when we go to the sideline our job's over, but we have to work just as hard on the sideline as we do in the middle of the field. It takes a three-man effort really to have a good clean game and get the best outcome for the product of touch football. And I think by having three of us and we're working hard together all the time, it just allows for a good spectacle, hopefully.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, well, a good shout out now to all our referees. As we said, I think it's about 250 plus. They do a great job here, and looking forward to a big 3 days. Thanks for your time, Brandon.
No worries. Thank you.
Great to have Jason Stanton catching up with one of our referees there as we now move to the 18 boys division. Maitland taking on the Central Coast. This is one that we circled before a ball was touched in this tournament as one of the games to watch, and it will be the Central Coast Dolphins who get first use of the footy. Charlie McKee bringing it forward, and once again on the run here. Now Rodriguez out of acting half. Little pass here back towards that left-hand side, and then recycled now for Dixon. Dixon caught on the 7. Dixon will have a little scoot here, diving from distance. He's not particularly the tallest. That means he can get to ground very quickly, and it was a close run thing, Jason Stanton.
This is a pretty big matchup. Maitland, I think, in a bit of a rebuilding year, James, and Central Coast. They're just one of the powerhouse clubs. They'd be one of the favourites for this weekend.
Plenty of new faces across both teams for that matter. A lot of the 18 boys have stepped up, for example, into the Premier League division for not just Maitland but also the Central Coast Dolphins as they go quite close there, the Redbacks. And a pretty good start made to this one inside the first minute or so.
Yeah, you mentioned some of the players moving to Premier League. Definitely some of the Maitland crew featured in Div 1. I think Oscar Walkerton's one of the players that I think he was with the Renegades in Prems. Like, they definitely got some players coming through there at the coast.
Great footwork as well now from Nash Russell, but Russell can't link up with a man wider still. There's the turnover, so great pace about this one early on. We expect these two sides to really be pushing for a potential trophy on Championship Sunday. So now pop a little pass, and up over halfway they go here through. Good run from Hostler. Hostler still marching forward now. Great winding run, picking up plenty of metres. Now Dylan Curry. Curry drops it down. Last one here, floating over the top. It was an audacious pass, but well picked off in the end from the Central Coast defender. It was taken from Rourke Yarnold.
There's a pretty sharp play there. Sometimes it's better as a scooper there to either pass the ball straight from the ground when you pick it up or have a sprint yourself. I think maybe a little bit of indecision from Maitland, but yeah, some good early signs.
Lovely set here yet again as they take off once more now. This time through Walkerton. Walkerton looking to link up on that left-hand edge, but good slide from the Redbacks. Now there's a man to watch coming into the action here for the Maitland side. Harry Lidbury in the number 4. Keep a close eye on him. Here he is with ball in hand now. Been outstanding for this side for a number of seasons and also playing up in that higher Division 2. So they pop a little pass now with a wraparound here for Brandon Cox. Cox taking off. Pops it back now for White. Last one here. Cox running through an offside man. Still alive here. Sends it wide. Or there were two players to try and find. Unfortunately, couldn't hit the mark on either.
A beautiful dump in the midfield there with both of the middle defenders being involved in the touch and both being offside. So that created a good opportunity for Maitland. Central Coast not out of the woods just yet.
Maitland looking to score first in this one. There's another penalty. So I believe does that count as the second based on the, yeah, so the previous one, of course, in that 7 metre mark, so that would still count. That was inside the zone. Cox. Marching forward now. Bouncing around. Receives it yet again. Cox, oh, great footwork off the left and getting to ground very quickly. Beautiful work from Brandon Cox. Sharp as a tack.
Got down low and finished it well, didn't he? And after, you mentioned the second penalty there, James. Once you're on that 2 penalties, you really, you've got to get up in defence and you really start to focus. You're concerned to give a third away. And that bit of hesitation was all Maitland needed to get the first try here today.
I had a question mark, Stanto, about potentially it not being inside the 7, given Cox was able to run for a fair bit. So maybe Central Coast were also just thinking along those lines too. Caused a little bit of doubt in the defence. For mine, that's a touch and pass there from York, and yes, he will be called. So Rourke Yarnold pinged for that one. Maitland have started really strongly here.
Yeah, good speed. They're moving the ball well. They're substituting here on the fly.
Man's hit the deck, and as a result, they tried to run directly at him with Cooperthwaite. Now Cox picks it up. Cox again running it offside markers. That's got to be a penalty for mine. Oh, they're going to say not played at there. So for mine, though, he ran directly into a man who was offside initially.
Yeah, I think what he's done is I think you'll find if there's a replay there that the dummy half actually engaged the touch. I think they touched the defender. As a dummy half, even if the player's offside, if your hand touches them or you reach out or initiate a touch, it still counts. So I think you're right that the player was offside, but the dummy half probably made a little error by initiating a touch on the defender.
Expertly explained from Jason Stanton. It's now up over halfway, go the Maitland Redbacks. Dropped here. Now on the charge once again through Caden Weller. Weller for Curry. Up towards the 7th. Lovely scoop now from Carlson, who takes off. Good speed. Carlson looking to pop a pass over the top. Curry's on the spot. Ooh, and then running directly into the man who was on the deck there at Lachlan Roach. But there was a fair bit of tugging, pushing, shoving, you name it. It was all happening in the in goal. And yeah, that'll be a sin bin.
There's a grab in the in goal there. Bit unfortunate for Central Coast. There was a obstruction or a hold in there. The referee spotted it right on. And 6 against 5 now.
Now Curry stepping off the left foot and popping a great pass late in the piece. Blink and you'll miss it. The magician, Dylan Curry, finds a great ball here for Carlson. There's a GYG try of the day if ever you've seen one.
I haven't mentioned GYG, but they're our proud partners, and that's a proud try. I think they'll be proud to be associated with a finish like that. Still 6 on 5.
Curry with a bit of spice. Great pass there, late in the piece. It looked for all money that he was going to take it himself, stepping down low, but just flung it away. Beautifully exercised. Now a chance here for the Dolphins. That's smart play running at that man, Curry. So there's an extra set to work with. First penalty inside the 7. 6 minutes gone in this one. Scooped up again here from Buckley. Buckley out to this left-hand side and diving. Good effort here from Truscott Jones, but turned away. Truscott Jones drops it down. Buckley once more. Truscott Jones threatening to go long. Retreating back to that 7-metre mark. In comes Oscar Walkerton. Still waiting for an opportunity through the middle. Truscott Jones drops it down. And unfortunately, drop is the key word there. It was an awkward roll ball.
Yeah, it wasn't quite square. I'm sure maybe some of our viewers, if they have the rule book handy, they may be able to correct me. But normally the ball's considered on the try line, James, when the defenders go into the 7, not necessarily the ball. So once the defenders break that 7-metre dotted line or they get in that zone, they then have to be active in moving forward. So that's probably what occurred a few minutes back.
So Walkerton with a nice little march forward and now turned back out towards that left-hand side. So once more, setting up a play here through McKee through the middle. Still waiting for it again. Dixon. Now one is still for Kobe Rodriguez. Turned away. Last one coming up here for the Central Coast Dolphins. And they won't try and launch a right here. I thought they might have had a little crack. It was 4 on 4 on that left-hand defensive edge. They'll simply try and kill it away from the box. And now that man is back on deck. So there's the full complement. I expect the Dolphins to be perhaps a little bit more expensive now. Redbacks popping a pass here for Noah Carlson. Scored the last try for Maitland. Up over halfway he goes now. Also back into the action is Cooper Thwaite. I'll cut him out on this occasion though. Up for Jed Dawn. Dawn drops it down. Now on this left-hand side, Dawn with a big dummy. Good touch made in the end from Jake Dixon. Back to the 7 he comes. Last one here for the Redbacks. The call is simply to kill it away from the box. They'll do a lot better than that though. A hop and a skip, through they go, and the Redbacks have the fangs out.
We see it time and time again. Last touch, the defence lapse in concentration. They think the set's over, and the dummy half there waltzed into the in goal. Very good turn of speed. Caught him napping, and just like that, it's 3-0 to the Redbacks. I wasn't expecting this, James.
No, and it was Kyan Gordon who just showed a electric bit of acceleration because he was from a static start, as was the defence, and pull their pants down in the end. So now the touch is made here on Kobe Neely. For the 7 he goes. Neely. Then for Nash Russell. Russell going for the line, very close. Curry got him though. Flanders up to make the touch and looking very strong both ends of the field here, Maitland. Once they get down to the 7, they're very dangerous, but they're driving sets. Look at this, also picking up great meterage. And now Cox off the left foot, straightens up. Into the passing channel was Flanders, but they're going to say he didn't play at it.
Yeah, this Maitland team, I mentioned a bit of a rebuild year, and I was having a chat with their coaching team earlier, and they were talking about how they had a few players in different positions and they were trying to jostle around some links into the middle to try and get the balance right. I think they might have pulled the wool over our eyes because they're looking pretty good.
Well, for mine, any side that has Harry Libri and Noah Carlson isn't necessarily in a rebuilding phase. Now the Dolphins send it wide.
I think they've tricked me, James. I'm upset. I'm upset, mate. This Maitland side is looking pretty good.
And they're marching upfield with relative ease as well. I mean, consider the Central Coast Dolphins are the defending champs. It's an ominous warning early on day 1 here from Maitland. It's good meters now from Crouch. Now drop down there from Gordon, wider still. Oh, once again, they've ripped them to shreds like paper mache. And Caden Weller goes in yet again. It's 4-0, believe it or not.
And I think Central Coast probably, when they checked that back on the replay, they probably felt like they could have done a better job there because they enabled Maitland with the overlap to string 3 passes together. Normally what you look to do as defence is to all come down, like sort of shut down and compress together and stop that, but they sort of were a bit hesitant, and Maitland made them look pretty ordinary, didn't they?
They certainly did. The Central Coast side, they need something on the board quickly. Dixon will try and reply. Good touches made. They just need something for confidence though at this point, the Dolphins. Dixon now dropping it 7 metres away. Off the left foot, that's nice from Dixon. Nearly squeezed through a gap, but it was once again Kyan Gordon who's been great on both sides of the ball.
But we're only halfway through. I think that's something just to sort of frame what's going on. We're only halfway through the game. It's 4-0. This is like the scoreboard's showing very much one-way traffic. It might be a bit more of an even contest out there, but Maitland have taken their opportunities. Central Coast haven't, and just like that, 4-0.
And look, we talk about the attacking prowess of Maitland, but defensively they've been on point. Central Coast really haven't been able to do much. Even with Dixon doing these great darts towards the line, it's quite easily taken care of from Maitland. So now Cox is out there again, so he's been a real danger man in this one. Once more has an opportunity. I won't have to launch a raid here because he gets the penalty. So another set to come from 7 away. White. Well, both he and Cox were wanting it at the same time. I'll try and reset as a result. Dawn. Now Cox. White. Oh, there was a chance to go back to Cox there. Instead, White decided to hold on to it. Cox out to that right-hand side. Drop down yet again. And then, unfortunately, on this occasion, a very rare error for the Redbacks.
Yeah, that was a bit uncharacteristic. I quite like what I'm seeing from the referees there, James, because I don't mind that quick penalty to keep the game moving. You know, get off the line, guys. Move forward. You're not moving forward. Penalty, boom, let's keep it going. I hope that's something we see more of over this next 3 days, is really keeping the game moving so we can see this talent on show.
Now popping a little pass here for McIntosh, and then Russell. Oh, an unnecessary flick pass. I think that's the only way to describe it. So up towards halfway. That really lets the pressure off. It was a set that was building quite nicely. Carlson is out there now for Maitland. Keep a close eye on him. Here he is now with the ball. Pops it to Curry, who's also done plenty of damage so far. Carlson switching the angle, popping a little pass. It was building nicely. Oh, they still flick it up somehow. That nearly was a miracle from Maitland.
Yeah, a bit of a trick play there. You might see that come finals day. They didn't quite have the timing right. but they were trying to run a bit of a trail play there with the switcher coming from the far side of the field. We in the old days, we used to call that the backdoor play. You do a bit of a switch and then someone swings coming through the back door. So a bit of a retro feel about that one. James has given me a funny look. Okay, well, maybe I'm too old, but that's what we used to call it.
Central Coast now for Truscott Jones, marching forward. Carlson popping a little pass here for Walkerton. Walkerton scoops it up and gets the penalty. They were all offside there, the entire team. Eventually they got back, but not before it impacted the play of the Central Coast side. Walkerton drops it on the 7. Now back here for Rodriguez. Rodriguez is caught there from Curry. Just a little warning here for Hostler from the referees. So headed back out to this left-hand side now. Truscott Jones drops it down. Walkerton. Rodriguez! This time he gets it. Had a little look. Curry got interested initially and then pulled out of the play. And as a result, he targeted the man who was struggling to get back on side. That's clever work from the Dolphins, and they have their first.
It's pretty hard work there for the defence, making the touch out there at the 7, really getting isolated. And you've got to get back all the way the 7 metres, 2 feet on the line before you get back in, and the Dolphins just too sharp on that occasion.
So they're back in the contest somewhat. There's now Lidbury off the left foot, then getting very close. Good touch made from the link though. Back to the 7 metre mark they go now. Lidbury popping a little pass here for White. Drops it down. Lidbury on the last, finds a nice little ball. Great covering, and they'll make the touch. Had to be made as well. Right on the try line. The score remains at 4-1. Now Dixon takes off. Rolls it quickly, but they can't capitalise off the back of it, the Dolphins. That was a great 10-second period, but it all comes unstuck.
See if they can do well, have a better defensive set, because Central Coast seem like they've settled into this one now. Definitely the last 5 minutes or so, put together a better performance.
Oh, here goes White, simply going with them toe for toe. Got back just in time, did Zach Herring, and made the touch. 4-1 it remains. I think this is a crucial set defensively here for the Dolphins, Stanto. I think 5-1 maybe a bridge too far as Cox now tries to navigate down a short side. Well,
what a touch.
Rare there from Riley Buckley.
Wow, how did he save that? I thought that was a try for all money. I was reaching for the pen to mark down the score. That was great defensive read there.
So 8.5 to go. If they get one more here, the Dolphins, I think it's game on. Now meters on offer here. Little hop and a skip from Flanders. Kept alive and then back for Flanders. Has a little juggle. Last one now, and I don't think that's actually improved the situation for the Dolphins keeping alive there. Might have been better off just taking the early touch and then trying for the scoop, but they'll turn it over away from the Maitland box. 4 tries to 1 with 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I think this next 8 minutes very important for the Dolphins for their overall campaign. At 4-0 down, if that turns to 5 or 6-0, it really puts a dent in the confidence. But 4-1, if they can manage to hold him out a bit longer, maybe get one back, it may not be all that bad for the Dolphins.
Here goes Gordon. Oh, lovely work from Gordon. Flash Gordon, if you will, because if you take your eyes off it, it's gone in a flash. Sets it up beautifully. And of course, it's Noah Carlson once again off the back of the work of Gordon. Those two have been a dynamic combination. There's a 5th for Maitland.
Yeah, and that's probably the opposite of what Dolphins wanted to see, unfortunately. They needed to get a couple back and get a bit of confidence. I think anyone like myself that had Maitland down for a rebuilding year, get the red pen and cancel that out, cross that off, cancel that as an idea. They're definitely one of the class outfits here this weekend. That's a try.
Yeah, Truscott Jones with a nice hit back there. So maybe still not done with as of yet for the Central Coast side. The margin at 3. We know they're a very capable team, but as we're seeing, and as Jason Standen has just alluded to, it's not exactly a rebuild from the Maitland Redbacks. It's just building on those very solid foundations.
They seem to be getting, I think you mentioned earlier in the call, James, they seem to be getting up and down the field really well. They're looking very cohesive, like a lot more than what I was expecting with some of the new names. Here's a good chance.
Well, Curry had a chance with A 2-on-1 on his left hip, but took it himself there. Perhaps had he had his time over, he would have let it sink. Now Cox drops it down. First receiver yet again. Cox will certainly let it sing. That one was always going to be a tough one to reel in, out in front there of Jet Aspinall.
I don't mind that option, but James, just to put everyone on notice, we can throw long as well. They've hurt Central Coast on the inside, but they might match up again in the semi or the final against the Dolphins. So they could bit of a warning shot, showing them that they've got the ability to throw long as well.
That's a good point. I don't think we've seen them throw a long pass up until that set. As now last one comes up here for the Dolphins. Dixon again with speed, takes off. For a moment there I thought there might have been fingertips from the link. In the end, it's just a pass that was a little misguided. So there's the turnover. Curry sweeps it up from acting half, and now meters on offer, about 12 away from that halfway line. Charging forward is Crouch, or just shy of that mark. Aspinall out of acting half and then back for Crouch. Now Gordon, who's been really good in this one so far. Scooped up by Carlson. Lidbury running at Dixon, who looked to be offside, and there is the call. So 5 minutes on the clock. A chance to close out this game. I think one more would do it. Gordon, Lidbury. And unfortunately for the Redbacks, it won't happen in this set. There's an easy turnover very early in the set for that matter. Probably, I would say, only the second time we've seen an early turnover from Maitland.
Yeah, they've been pretty strong, and this is what I was saying about the scoreboard here. 5-2. If Central Coast can keep them to 5 and maybe get one back, they'll draw some positives from it and think that it's not that, not that bad. Bit of a foundation to build upon. If the Redbacks can kick on with a late try or two, that would probably, put a bit of a dent in the confidence of the Dolphin outfit.
To Gordon, now for Carlson once again. One is still here for Aspinall. Now Cooperthwaite marches forward. Curry, of course, back on deck. He's one to watch. Here he is with the ball now, up towards the 7, just ushering assistance out to that left-hand side. He goes, and then great pass there from Curry. For mine, it's marginal, but they'll call this one through. It was a good release regardless from Curry. I'm happy for it to stand. And 6-2 the score, and for mine, that now is the coffin shut.
It's a bit of a gap there, 4 tries. You got any intel? How do you think these teams match up with, like, say, a Manly or a Northern Beaches? Pretty strong divisions, strong clubs up here in the Northern Conference.
Well, for mine, that probably would have been the top 4. Maitland, Central Coast, Manly, and the Northern Beaches Renegades. So, maybe still a bit too early to call, but I really like what I'm seeing from Maitland, and we've both sort of mentioned it. The way they drive upfield, it's a very in-tune unit, all working towards the same goal. And forget goal, because that's a try here for the Central Coast Dolphins. 6-3. Well, it just won't quite go away. They've obviously left it a little bit late in the piece. So I'm still super impressed with Maitland, though.
Yeah, I think so. Central Coast, I think their coaching team would draw enough from this to know that they're not out of the tournament. But I think the main story here is that Maitland, are here to play. They're one of the top teams. They might have a few different people in different positions and whatnot, but they've been able to do their prep work, and they're looking nice and smooth here to kick off their campaign.
I think the surprising thing for me as well, Stanto, is that, before the match, we were talking about Lidbury and Noah Carlson, and they haven't really been the standouts here. It's more been the work of Gordon and Curry that have really caused the bulk of the damage. They've been very good themselves, but I probably expected them to dominate more so than any other 2 players on the field.
And I wasn't expecting 6 tries as well, so whether that's a bit of a reflection that Central Coast were a little bit off on this one, or maybe, a bit of extra class from Redbacks, but I think their movement, I think you mentioned it very early in the call, that their drive and their ball movement, speed of play, that we weren't expecting that, so pretty good start for the Redbacks.
A little knock on there from Rodriguez in attempting to scoop. And there was the bobble, and with 90 seconds left, Maitland, of course, will claim this one. They've turned it over themselves momentarily, but the initial infringement was for offside. There was a little bobble there. No advantage, so restarted. 10 shy of the halfway line, approaching the final minute. Love to get 7 on the board. Would really put the competition on notice. It's now White. Brings it forward. Here's Cox. Siren goes. Cox will do a little dummy. They'll quite literally shake hands for the touch. I don't think I've ever seen the actual touch as a handshake, but there it is. Certainly wrapped up in a nice, neat little bow. And for the Maitland side, an outstanding display on day one.
They're out of the blocks, aren't they? They're out of the blocks. We still haven't seen a lot of the other teams just as yet, but that's about as impressive as you're going to get. 6-3 against the reigning champs. You could do worse than be in black, white and red here in Dubbo.
A terrific start, one that'll certainly make Tom Taylor, who you might have heard a little earlier up here in the commentary booth, quite happy. He's part of the coaching staff there. And of course, up next, we move to the 18 boys with Nelson Bay taking on Manly. It'll be James Robertson and Mitch Walkerton to take you through all the action.
I don't know what you've been told, but time is running out, no need to take it slow. I'm stepping to you toe to toe. I should be scared of you, but I ain't worried about it right now. Keeping dreams alive, 1999 heroes. I ain't worried about it right now. Swimming in the floods, dancing on the clouds below. I ain't worried about it. I don't know what you've been told, but time is running out, so spend it like it's gold. I'm living like I'm 90 got no regrets even when I'm broke. Yeah, I'm at my best when I got something I wanted to steal. Way too busy for them problems and problems to feel. Yeah, yeah, no stressing, just obsessing with sealing the deal. I take it in and let it go, but I ain't worried about it right now. Keeping dreams alive, 1999
As the last combatant comes onto the pitch, we are underway. It is Nelson Bay versus Manly in the under-18s boys division here for day one of the Junior State Cup for 2025. First use of possession here for Nelson Bay as they look to shift it to the right, come back to the left, and it will be a turnover of possession. I'm joined here by Mitch Walker, and once again, great games early this morning. That heat has sort of sapped out the energy, but not so much the fans around the field as the crowd begins to build here in day one.
Yes, it does. Good afternoon, James. It is getting a little bit warmer, and the action is heating up on the field as well.
That's it, 30 plus degrees all 3 days throughout the competition. So it's going to be interesting to see how the coaching processes and policies eventuate throughout the 3 days. They come into the in-goal. Nice little crafty pass, but was there a touch there at the goal line? Yes. Good work there from Nelson Bay.
Yeah, that's a fantastic touch. Scooped through from half, but was able to make the touch. Nelson Bay are just now making their way over to that box for fresh legs.
A couple of games played throughout the early morning for both sides as well, starting at about 8 a.m. this morning. We work into the later portion of the afternoon. But of course, day one known as the building days. We see a turnover, in fact, a penalty here against Nelson Bay. But both sides looking to continue some positive momentum as they head through.
Yeah, absolutely they are. A little bit stuck here, but they're making their way eventually to... Oh, that's going to be on the podium for one of the worst passes from dummy half this weekend, James. That was a shocker. It just slipped out of his hands.
You'll see some classy work out of acting half, but they'll want that one back over again, Manly. So Nelson Bay, they are in the blue, black and orange, and Manly in the maroon and white. Easy to differentiate these both sides. So working towards the middle here with Baxter. Coming up off the line nicely. Manly come out in duos, as it were. Back for Baxter here with a bit of footwork. Good defence there from the left side link. Now, interesting to see where they look to put the football. They're happy to turn it over there in the top left-hand corner of your screen because that's the furthest to travel for the Seagulls towards their box.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly on the sideline, but it was close enough. A little bit of press defence here, so they still haven't made their way all the way over, and that's what they were looking for, James. They've got themselves a turnover, and now they'll get the chance to attack the line.
Now they've turned over the ball. So a chance here for Nelson Bay. Both sides looking to break this early deadlock here. They race on to the pitch. Yankee limbs there of the Nelson Bay attacker. So 22 here. Knox circled him as being a high flyer. In through the middle, through the centre. He'll look to shift it off. They go back to the right-hand side and just feeling each other out here.
Yeah, they are. Fairly well defended there from the Manly team.
So now working towards the box side wing on the commentary box side of the ground, and not quite touched then. The touch was made there on Fotu Moala. Now through Elkins. Nice little scoop there from Medved. Worked off Turner. Medved off the back of the work from Turner from the quick roll ball. Inside ball there for Cooper Elkins. Great work there from Manly. They get on the board first.
Yeah, that's a really nice try there from Medved. Picked up, scooped, got through and found the open player to get Manly on the scoreboard 1-0. Great start.
And just in between myself and Presto and everyone in the commentary box, it is a bit of a revolving door. Just sitting down there and listening to the communication there in the box, talking about their defensive policies, what they're looking to achieve throughout this opening day. It is a lot of communication that happens between the box and then the players switching through, with the coach being there in the box there with the players. Lovely pass, but it just ends up being intercepted there by Manly.
That was a great read there by Rico Masters out there on the wing.
The ball did travel forward there from Nelson Bay, so Manly with possession of the footy. Now working here through Patchett. Lovely scoop up there from Masters with that brilliant defensive play to get his team the football. No, it was a forward pass. It was the pressure there as they come straight through the middle. And good defensive work there from the 66 in Clark, but it will result in a repeat set here for Manly.
Yeah, it had to be made. Put the hand out to knock the ball down and give away 6 to go. Others would have been a certain try, James, so had to do that.
So a chance here for Manly to extend their lead to 2. And Garros looking to dive through, and as easy as you like there from Chase Garros.
Look, that's quality. Very, very good attack. The defence, I'm sure that the coaching staff, they would like a better effort from the saver middle there. That's a little bit too easy, James.
Some impressive matchups that we've seen in the early going, Manly being one of them in the 16 girls division, and Nelson Bay as well. I dare say we might see a matchup between these two sides in the finals, no matter the difference in competition. The right to left pass and a collision between the players at the junction. They're both okay up and running. Just goes to show you there is contact and collisions in this sport of touch football as well.
I was fixated on the pass and looking at that. We've got an error there, so I actually didn't see the collision. It's good that both boys are back up though, so that no damage done.
Of course, we had the Southern Conference last weekend, and such a success that was out in Wagga Wagga. Two of the home sides going out winners in that competition, the 16 boys and the 18 girls. So Dubbo looking to do the same and warn off the threat of teams like Manly and Nelson Bay. Ball here with Baxter. Comes towards the defensive line, and now looking for a nice wrap play, but the ball going just a bit too far out the back, but it was because of the touch there of the Manly defence.
Yeah, Adam Turner's saying, I didn't play it, ref, I didn't play it.
And the ref saying, well, how on earth did it go that far back?
Yeah, that's right.
Right, Johnny on the spot there, the referee, and of course over 200 officials here for all the competitions this weekend, vying for their spot in the finals. Here come Nelson Bay looking to go onto the attack as they're inside the 7. They're looking here for, they tried that wrap play once, might look for the inside out, or, well, they couldn't make a decision there because of the defensive pressure. Great work there from Manly's number 4 in Jake Medved.
Yeah, look, the defensive pressure was very good. Very, very good. Look at that.
The intercept there, and the shimmy and go, hit the Jets. And the applause as he hit the halfway line. They knew that no one was chasing him, and that could be a GYG moment of the day from the 11, Harry French. Wee.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic. They've run that same settling pattern where they've played out the back twice. That time they hit the French through the front door, as they call it, running. And as you called it, James, didn't he run? 60 metres or 40 to 50 metres, untouched.
Apologies to the fans watching at home with the scoreboard. Funnily enough, I was a scoreboard attendant in 2017 at Windsor Sporting Complex, but didn't think that was happening here today as we're up in amongst the action. It does read 3-0. Manly getting the job done so far against Nelson Bay, but still plenty of time here for a chance to go on the attack and looking to crawl through commando style there for the try line. The penalty was called. Bit of back chat there, so a call not going the way of Manly, and some words had with the referee, but right on the spot, called not back the 7. So now a fresh set and a brand new drive here, and a lovely pass just out in front. So perhaps a bit deep there, the Nelson Bay right winger on that pass.
Yeah, Matt, I don't think it was first touch, so I'm not sure he was expecting that to be a passing play, potentially a diving play. He looks likely, though, that Knox.
Oh, here they go down the touchline. Oh, forget about it. Nelson Bay, they almost thought, okay, they're going to go for their sub. And he'll gently touch it down for the try. And I tell you what, between Cooper Elkins and Harry French, they have some absolute gas in this wing and midline.
Absolutely, don't they? What? Really, is it a 4x100 or is it a touch team, James? They have speed to burn.
They could do both, just as easy. So impressive in the early going here from the Manly side. They can't go away here, Nelson Bay.
The ball scooped up nicely there from Osborne Zorbis. And the penalty will go the way of Nelson Bay, so they need to make it count here. Just over 9 minutes gone here between the Seagulls and Nelson Bay, looking for a bit of opportunity out here. And we see this condensed defensive line.
They are very tight, aren't they, James?
Yeah, allowing that right to left pass to become available here to Nelson Bay. They come towards that left-hand side, but backing just as quickly as they were worked in that condensed defensive line, that winger just shifting out. Now looking for the flick pass, and when you're down 4 points to nil, that's not really the play. It's probably the play that you look to execute, but come on with a bit more of a simpler play there. Can't afford the error, and now Manly just steaming downfield as they get to the 10-metre line. Just this short interchange of passing, and the touch not made. No, it was.
No, he's actually called touch there, so they'll bring that one back.
So Turner can add to this relay of athletes that they have at their disposal. Here goes Gedos, who got the scoring underway. The pass on there for Isaac Fotsu Moala. And just the nonchalant nature of these put-downs. By no means, well, they're confident, not cocky, but they're backing their own ability, and they're making it count on the scoreboard at the moment.
Mate, they are, absolutely. It's a lovely late switch, timed very well. Fotu Moala kicks out of the touch, plants the ball down for another try. They're one of the heavyweights in this 18 boys, this Manly team.
Yep. They will be chasing the Central Coast Dolphins, who were the 2024 champions of the Northern Conference. So, of course, first 4 teams to make it through from each pool will get it through.
That's a fortuitous penalty there.
They need to come up with something. And of course, when it comes to the divisions with 3 pools, it will be the top 2 teams that make it through, and then of course the remaining 2 with the most points, 4. So defence important, but also points on the board. It's Nelson Bay looking to turn that donut on the scoreboard into a single point. At the moment, they're finding it very difficult against this Manly defence. And look at how quickly they just moved to make the touch.
There's your man French, flying across the ground, made a great touch.
So last chance here in this stride, but they've got a lot of questions left unanswered there on that offensive rate.
Yeah, it wasn't. Look, you have to credit the defence. The defensive structure was very, very good.
Handed the ball down in the right area, but
here
looking
we
for
go.
the dummy on the inside, and once again they've been caught with their pants down, but a lovely touch there from Nelson Bay. The 34 was McWigan.
That was a must-make touch. Great chase.
And now some subs are being made on the offensive side of the ball here for Manly. But being that they've got multiple touches left up their sleeve, they can take their time and almost waste a touch here and look to reset off the back of the hands here of Elkins. There was the penalty, and the advantage given now on the Manly side. The flick pass looking to execute what Nelson Bay couldn't before, but in the end it was good goal line defence there.
Yeah, good defence there from the link. Holtz came in, made the touch, followed the defensive structures that the coach would like.
So the Neptunes make it urgently to their box side up over the halfway. Who's going to break this game open for them? Here's Buddha Dean up towards the 10-metre line, and now it's Scully. And Scully, man on man, just they're marking up not only in their zone defence where they're defending the space, but player on player as well. As now, this has been where they've been most dangerous down this corridor. I don't know how many teams are sort of use that as an attacking weapon. The difference between making their subs and then just going on and playing football and what's in front of them, the space provided.
Yeah, you'll often hear coaches talk about the flow out of the box with transitions, and they are very, very good at it, this Manly 18 side.
So Turner turning it over, and now a penalty as well given. Last play not on the mark, so Neptunes to work it away from their own end, and time is slipping away from them. As Manly working off the back defensively here. The ball going there to Buddha Dean. Now Pitkin, Dynamo out there with the Almost Milky Way kid, blonde hair. Now it's Osborne Zorbas. And again, another turnover and pretty good position. But
just what they needed.
Just taking their eyes away from the football. They've got a 5-0 lead. Things appearing a bit easy, but it is a full 25-minute game as the Neptunes look to dive and plunge over. They'll just make the touch there late.
Good touch from Turner, the middle. Must make there.
So off the back of Clark, and now it's Holtz out here to the right-hand side. That's the way they come. Holtz looking to dance around them. Finds a space, but was touched there. I think there was another play there from Harry French there at left link. So a couple of chances remaining here for the Neptunes. They look to take that strike dump inside the 7. Has the space out there to the left, but couldn't see the man. He wasn't exactly unmarked. It would have been the tough pass there going against the wind, but they do get the penalty offside.
Yeah, they've got themselves another set. Let's see what they've run a few quickies. And they try to punish play there. Let's see what they run here. An open side quickie.
So Clark, Osborne, Zorbas there, and a great touch there from the Manly defender in Medved. He's tall and lanky as well, and now looking for the dummy in the scoot and planted down. And that is just rewards for some pretty good attack through the middle. They've worked them over, and now they finally get their reward. It's Osborne Zorbas there.
Yeah, they do. They deserve that try, James. They persisted with the quickie play, and then they released the ball inside. Caught one of the Manly defenders just not 100% engaged, and they've got themselves a try. Well done.
Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, share this around. Click that share button. The ball, it's shared back towards the Neptunes, and it's come out forward as well, so a penalty coming. But if you're watching on YouTube throughout the 3 days, make sure you hit that share button and share it around to whoever you need to watch, whether it's a family member or a friend or whoever's got accessibility to YouTube. The beauty of being on such a platform is it can be shared worldwide as well.
Absolutely.
So we hope to see fans from all over the globe of touch football, of course, a worldwide sport. So good to see the explosion of touch football throughout this country and the worldwide. So the 34 there is McGuigan. Going back towards the centre, was playing link just a moment ago. A touch made there by Manly. So they're going to have to chip away at this 4-point lead that Manly have.
I'm sure Coach Lowe would like to see Manly run. The last couple of sets, they've turned the ball over, seem to have lost a little bit of momentum and focus. I'm sure he'd like to see, and that's a good drive there from Medved.
Interesting here, the penalty called. Ball just getting tangled up there, but it has been very side to side. When they scored those first 5 tries, it was very direct through Medved, through Turner, through French as well.
Yeah, that's
just
exactly
using
right.
that leg speed that they've got.
Yeah.
They work off the back of that, and they will tick this clock over. Here comes Walsh looking for that outside pass. The dummy on the inside working well there in amongst the middle. Medved coming into acting up, working off the slowish scoop. Now it's Walsh looking to go for the strike dump, and the ball cut out, but play that lovely work there from Blaze Martin.
Yeah, again, he had to do that. It was a 3-on-2 overlap. He had to knock the ball down.
Gifting another set here to the maroon and whites of Manly. Now Medved looking off the back of that. Medved, and no one can touch him at the moment. Lovely work there from Jake Medved.
Yeah, very clever play. It's got a few different names. I know that play is called the Packers, where he catches the defending link, sort of snoozing a little bit on the short side, catches the ball on the outside of him. Great put down, great setup, good try.
This, of course, Pool B action, so the fact that Manly in the opposite pool to the 2024 champions, we'll have to update you when we get some results of the Central Coast side, but at the moment, just the impressive nature of what we've seen from Manly leading 6-1. It looks like they have at least penciled themselves in for Sunday, but still a lot of games to be played throughout this competition.
Yeah, no, there are. They are in a pool with the Renegades and also Newcastle, amongst others. So,
touch not made there, so play on called, but the advantage was given. They said, yeah, we'll give you the chance. He didn't get back to 7, so here comes your chance to score a try. The error made, but the ball retained here with the Neptunes.
That's good refereeing too. you know, that's good advantage played there from the referee.
So Malawa once again with the ball,
That's
looking
down.
for the dive. A point to the player because the touch was made. Lovely work there on the inside. It was Elkins.
Must have been close. He looks likely, Knox.
Malawa Knox in 22 here for the Neptunes. Looking to get another point on the board that could be so valuable in their efforts to get to the finals. The ball just going behind them. So here comes the defensive fortunes turned into the money ball in attack. Looking to hit the jackpot and finish off what has been a pretty impressive performance. And this is where they're most impressive, just rolling towards that box side wing, making their changes, the fresh legs onto the park. Here through turn and then playing nice and direct, looking for the pass. Will they need? Well, they've got to find the pass, and there's choices aplenty. Licorice, all sorts in the in goal, and it's Turner off the back there of Toyota Lowe.
Yeah, that was a nice scoop from Lowe. He's got a set of wheels as well. Picked up, zip, see you later. Found Turner, who gets himself another try.
It's almost recollection there of Klim and Thorpe and Hackett in the 4x50 relay. I know it's touch football and not swimming, but that's what it looks like at the moment. You've got some speedsters out there. We'll see how they fatigue throughout the 3 days or how they prepare themselves for the remainder of the competition. Here comes a play on the last here for the Neptunes, and I think that's been the case there. Late into the contest, they've forced to throw these wide cutout passes, but Manly's done the hard work defensively through the opening, the 15 to 20 minutes to allow their defence to relax through the middle and defend outside to the wing as they make their subs.
Yeah, there's no panic there. It was Hickson, the winger out there, that made the touch. So, and here's that flow that you talked about, James, playing nice and direct, the chance to pick up and run.
So here comes Geddos, who had the early start to the day, and how many times they've gotten into the in goal. They will point to the spot, patch it, but they get into the in goal, and then there's still maybe 2 or 3 players that are able to get to the ball without a defender on them.
Yeah, Nelson Bay, you sometimes hear the call mirror, where you've got to go and try and find your opposite player. Manly are very good at getting free. I think every time they've got into the in goals, James, they've been able to convert.
In a case of, again, if you're new to touch football, the dummy half can't score, so sort of their defensive line relaxing a bit as Manly go into the in goals, thinking, okay, well, they've pretty much scored, but you've got to keep on them. You've got to keep on not only the men with the football, but the defensive players or the offensive players around. Here comes the right to left cutout pass. And just going through the hands from Nelson Bay and floating forward as well. In fact, it might be called touch pass as well.
Yep, one of the above.
I think it was called forward. No touch to the elbow there from the referee. So ball again once with Manly. And here come the track star team that are the Manly Sea Eagles. You'll see some nice left to right passing, but I think that the best part of their game we've spoken at time and time again throughout this game is their run game. Funnily enough, you'd think the passing is the way to open up the space, but whether it's that bend around the outside or they're just sheer speed throughout the middle. Ball coming here to Elkins. Now working off the back of that. Low and low once again, getting into the in goal. But this time,
good touch. It
was a touch there from the Neptunes that shuts down that offensive attack of Manly. Not making the touch there. It was Low. This is McGann. In fact, no, that was Pitkin, who's coming from the park now as well. So as we tick down inside the final couple of minutes, in fact, the final 60 seconds, can they get back on the board here? Had a few opportunities. It was touched. Nice eye there, Mitch. Although they're coming up a quality opposition, they need to get another point on the board.
It'd be nice for them to finish with another try.
Few opportunities, but just hasn't come off. But again, put it down to this defensive nature here of Manly, and coach will be very happy. There goes the siren. They look for an opportunity, look for a chance, and there's that final touch made, and Manly I have a feeling that we'll be hearing a lot more from them in all 4 grades as it comes to the latest stages of day 3. But 8 tries to 1. The Neptunes didn't get it done on that occasion, but it is still day 1 here, still plenty to learn. So we'll take a break here, 5 minutes from time, and it's the girls' 18s next. It will be the Central Coast Dolphins coming up against the Hornsby Lions. We'll take a quick break and be back here. New South Wales State Touch and the Junior State Championships for 2025.
Saving for something special? Well, what if your savings didn't just sit there, but started working for you? Invested in the stock market, where they can potentially grow over time. Imagine that next adventure, a new car, or your first home, all within reach sooner than you think. With Raise Jars, you can create multiple investment accounts, each tailored to a specific goal. So whatever your dream, there's a jar for that. Download the Raise app today.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community. I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, you know, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
And the Hornsby side, they like their chances here in the 18 girls division. James Robertson on the call, Mitch Walkerton alongside me here, resuming action here. And it's been a pretty good day. There is a few clouds about, but I'll tell you what, it is heating up.
No, good afternoon, James. Beautiful afternoon. Yeah, the Hornsby girls in the box closest to us are up and about and seeming quite confident. But I think the Central Coast girls, they will also be up for this. And I'll try not to be too biased, mate.
We always appreciate the complete 50-50 split up here in the commentary box, but again we've got to call it how we do see it, and these two teams both in the Pool A action here, chasing the 2024 champions, the Manly Sea Eagles. So Central Coast, they'll be in the navy blue and white. Hornsby here in the lovely strip here of purple and what's the aqua teal colour. Yes.
Nice combination.
Also, it's probably not spoken about enough, the jersey combinations that we do have, but from everything that we saw last weekend and this weekend, it's definitely one that's easy on the eye. So here we go, action once again. 1 p.m. here, the girls' 18s will be Hornsby with first use of the football. There is Truong playing in that left midline position. Now out here for Hansen, who hands it off to Howerson. First drive in the early going, and Howerson looking for the step back on the inside, but good touch there from Evie Walkerton.
Yeah, it was. Here they go driving, nice and direct. Oh.
So what are we looking out here for, Mitch, in the first couple of sets here from the Central Coast?
Yeah, look, I think Coach Brent Power would just be wanting the girls to play nice and direct, turning the ball over on Hornsby's try line, and then creating pressure on defence.
Pass there was nice, but that last pass just going to ground. The penalty given there for the forward pass, so a chance here for Hornsby to go back into the attacking half. We'll get it right, whether it is the end of today or day 3. Hopefully no one kicks me out of the box. There's no score here. Mind is racing as the players' minds are racing as well. So many decisions to make on and off the field. And a good touch there defensively from the Central Coast as I work it away from now outside their 7-metre line.
Yeah, it was a really good touch there from Jade Downs and started the set with a really good run, followed up by Lucy Watson there. So that's 3 touches, but we've got a forward pass, James.
A forward pass called there. Of course, in Pool B, you're looking at teams like Mudgee and Northern Beaches and Ballina. Fair way to travel here for this touch competition here in Dubbo, but they would have got on the bus at some point a couple of days ago and make the trip down here to beautiful Dubbo. Of course, thanks to everyone involved, from the mayor down to everyone in the community for putting this show on. And I say a lot of the restaurants will be pumping all throughout the weekend as well. Want me a drop of coffee as well, so all the coffee shops as well. I'll be spending a few bucks there. So, and of course all the players getting fueled with one of our main sponsorships here in Guzman and Gomez. So if you haven't been today, get down there at some point tonight or all throughout the weekend. They've got some lovely deals going on, and thanks a lot for GYG being one of the main sponsors here for the Junior State Cup. So on the attack here, Central Coast pouring through the middle. That pass just going behind the Central Coast Dolphins player. So some good defence really going here on the goal line here for the Hornsby side.
Yeah, it was good defence there. Sarah Hyland tried to scoop through. No panic there from the Lions.
They make it towards their box side interchange. Just trying to make it known to the defenders that she's there. So play there from Demi Green. Bit of a staggered defensive line, but I like this. They're not staying static. They're moving up as one, although it is staggered. Normally you'll see a few defensive policies in 1 or 2 players moving up, but they're all moving up, but is staggered. So they're ready for the short pass. They're ready for the deep cutout.
Yeah, and they got the ball in good field positions, which gives them one more touch to put a play on here.
So scoop there from Watson. Downs there with a play the ball, and now nice pass up over the top there from Watson. Did she get it down? They'll come together. They'll make the decision.
I think she got it down, but I'm not 100% sure. It is a long way over there. And no, the referee said ball down. Didn't ground it. Dropped ball. Bad luck.
Good decision. They were right on the money there. The referees, as they always are. We'll see the decision take a couple of seconds more, but the right call in the end there.
Yeah, I think so. They've got a much better view than us. Again, James, you just talked about that aggressive press. That's touch 3. The girls haven't got to the sub box yet. That's 4. So they should get the ball in good field position next set.
We'll get 2 more plays here. Hansen trying to get it in good field position here to turn the ball over. Nice touch defensively there from the Central Coast. It's a great position for them to just crab across field if they need to make their subs. But they're happy to just maintain their momentum up through the middle, showing their fitness and showing their speed. Ball here from Downs. She'll roll it back. Comes here for Lucinda Watson. Waiting for that defence to move up towards her, and they do a good job there. And Watson Winger is left unmarked out there on that right-hand side. There's that quick play interchange between the two middles. Last touch remains. Where does Watson want to go? The quick pass there, but good defensive work there from Madison Park to get that quick touch inside that 7. So
it was very good defence there. It seemed like the Coast girls were sort of talking and they couldn't seem to agree on what move to run. So good press here again, though. Hornsby need to try and sort it. Oh, there's a
ball falling away, but we're seeing some good defensive policy shown by both sides. We'll see that ball turned over in a really good position for Hornsby, but they couldn't quite capitalise and get to their box. So now Central Coast working off the back of that. Ball coming out here for Watson. Well, as they look to make their changes as well. Ball looked a bit flat. It is with Webb.
Oh, no.
Now it's been turned over, so it wasn't flat. It was indeed. It was a touch pass. Might have floated forward as well, but Hornsby holding their own in this one. No score as of yet. They'll be really proud of this defensive effort.
It's been very good because they've had to do a lot of it.
So that static defensive line now coming into position as they race on the interchanges. Ball here with the 7, Adam. Trying to evade the defender. So we're just into a bit of a holding pattern at the moment. A few sets on the Hornsby line, but
yeah, I think it's very important. No errors. Very important. There's eyes up.
Here we go.
There's
Ball coming out to the left-hand side,
There's
and they
eyes
should score.
Oh, I think Hayley Jackson has scored in the corner.
No, touch 4.
Oh.
So just as she's going to put the ball down, the touch has been made. It was a sublime defence here from the wing that time from Hornsby. That's the last play. And again, they'll call the touch. Beautiful work there from Alana Adam.
Great touch there from Adams. Booth was sweeping around and looked like she was going to score, but she stuck to the task and got a stop.
They're really pouring down this middle. You have to think, when does this defensive line of Hornsby give out? They've defended well thus far, but can they match it for the full 25 minutes? As Hansen, lovely roll ball, comes out here for Howison, and working off the back of that, couple of touches left in the set. They won't need it, although she does need to find a player, tries to pop it over basketball style up over the top, but the defensive pressure might not have seen the goal in our last game. We're seeing it here, 2 very good defensive sides.
Yeah, really good effort there from Sarah Highland. She kept chasing the dummy half. The other girls went mirror and found their players. So yeah, really good effort to get there.
Yeah, Central Coast, it's been a couple of minutes since they've been able to get over to that far side of the field to roll their subs on. So now some fresh legs in the way of Ashlyn Highland, who's looking for that pass. Ball just not quite on the money, falling to ground.
It was a very good read and touch there from the winger Jess Figures.
Ball coming away from the hands here, and no, it's going to be a penalty given. So maybe this is the chance to break the deadlock.
Yeah, potentially.
That being said, they've been able to slide well, defend player on player, but that time there was too much space and it had to break eventually. And it's Jay Downs who gets the ball down for the first try here for the Central Coast.
Yep, it's the Cindy play. It was a good dump there from the link. Downs swept around from the middle, a big right step, and goes over, and we've finally got a try, James.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute, but it's been fantastic touch football defensively.
Defensively, absolutely,
it's
mate.
nice to see, but you will see in these day one scores, like we've spoken about time and time again, you'll see these good sides, they're happy to be in the low grinding ones early on day one, and then it'll open up the floodgates there for day 2. Pass looking for the 2-on-1 overlap that was there, but couldn't quite get that pass out to Figures. It's been called a touch pass from the pass previous there for the left-hand middle. So ball
That's a good run.
Through the middle here, and this is nice and direct here from the Central Coast side. They get up over the halfway, have that 1 point advantage now, and is this where they really gain some confidence and then work off the back? Now the scoreboard pressure is off them to break this deadlock. Up through the middle, acres of space. She could buy a condo with that space. And a lovely pass there, and they double their lead there, the Central Coast.
They do. It was, you called it, there was acres of space. The middles opened up like Sydney Heads. Highland ran straight through and was able to link up with Kayla Powell, who gets a try. So 2-0 now.
I tell you what, to be honest, I've heard the Sydney Heads call time and time again. We've got to come up with something here in the Junior State Cup.
Rightio.
What's two ideal places here in Dubbo? Two icons. Is it between the zoo and here at the field?
The zoo in town.
The zoo in town.
Not sure, mate.
Space bigger than. Yeah, we're going to have to work on that one through day 2 and day 3. Sydney Heads is
maybe
pretty
people
large.
could put a comment in the YouTube channel, mate.
Yeah.
And help us out.
More lively comments if need be. So it is 2-0 here. Central Coast over Hornsby.
That's a great run there from Highland. Just taking extra metres, engaging 2 defenders.
Playing nice and direct. Now here comes a pass on the end of that, but just eyes up at the defensive line that is still pressing here from Hornsby.
Yeah, Downs wasn't able to get the hands to that because of good defensive pressure from the wing.
Now looking to work towards the substitution area, and eyes are fixated on the players coming in and out of the box as well. We've seen a couple of early calls this morning. This is a nice run here from Kaylin Howerson to get them centre ground. Now working off there, McDermott, but ball getting turned over here. Great field position here for the Central Coast. And it'll be nice and easy, one play, get a few subs on as they continue working towards that side of the field. And 26, she's out here, or the 25 rather, in Hayley Jackson. Let's catch it. If it's possible to catch a cold in 30-degree weather. And now working through the centre, it's Lloyd looking for that long ball, but a good touch defensively there from Hornsby, and they force a turnover.
Yeah, it was really good defence. I'd really like to see Hornsby work on their first 3 touches and see if they could get better transition. So that's a better start there. That's 2 with better momentum. That's 3, enabling the latch, because they look good when they start running with the ball, James. It's just been the first couple of touches in each set.
We've had to do a couple of 9 yards defensively as well as the ball worked through here. It is Truong, who's off the field for a portion of the
I think they've got themselves a penalty here, though.
They have, working hard. So a real opportunity here to cut this deficit from 2-1. Truong with the tap and go. Quick roll ball there for Hay. Working off the back of that there is Green. Tried to salsa her way from the defence there of the Dolphins. And the ball out here for Hay once more. Pass on there for Adam. Nice touch there, racing up was Webb. It's not giving them any time here in the offensive half.
No, they're not.
Inside the 7. Ball out there was a nice one, but just couldn't get there quick enough. And now they've got one more play to get as far away to the right-hand side if they can't score, to give the ball away in a unfortunate position here for the Central Coast. But good defensive effort there.
Yeah.
And now here they go, Lloyd.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, let's highlight. That was very, very good line defence. Hornsby just couldn't seem to find an option. And here go the Dolphins playing nice and direct.
Yeah, well, they've got to get out to that far left-hand side, although there is space opening up through the middle as well. Here comes the cutout pass. Not quite the cutout pass. It was the more direct pass there. But it is try nonetheless there from Ashton Highland.
Yeah, lovely. Nice little setup there. Evie Walkerton and Sarah Highland did a nice dump in the middle of the field. Nice easy release. Good eyes up. Nice easy try. Good running. Nice and direct, mate.
Just want to thank the mayor as well, Matt Dickerson, for all the hard work he's done here for the largest junior multi-day event hosted by Dubbo throughout 2025. So If you've got nothing to do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, if you're not here, I don't know where you would be. It's come on down. It's been fantastic action so far and will continue to be throughout the remainder of the days, all the way to Championship Sunday. So here come Hornsby to try and wipe off some of that disadvantage that they do have, but the ball just going towards the back at the moment.
That's a great start there from Powell. Look at that. Followed up by another good run.
Of course, here from Lady Cutler Oval, here in Dubbo for the Junior State Cup 2025. Here come the Central Coast Dolphins with a bit of space around the outside and unselfishly finds the open girl out there on the outside. It was beautiful work there to get the ball to Spindler.
It was very, very unselfish work there from Lucy Watson. I think she could have gone herself and scored, but past to Spindler, who gets in on the action. Nice to see.
The score now ticking over. It was a stalemate there for a large portion of the matchup, but now it's gone from nothing to 4 points to nothing.
They have done a lot of defence, the Hornsby Lions, and I think it is starting to sort of wear them down when they don't turn the ball over on full field. They've been very, very brave. They need to keep focusing on turning the ball over further down the line. Better field position if they don't score.
There's a good chance there for them. A quick work there from the acting half, but just going to ground there from Palmer. And you can see their confidence building as well, the Central Coast side.
Yeah, you can.
So that first sort of 10 to 12 minutes, they were finding it hard and just...
There's the commentator's curse, James. You give them a wrap, penalty, late pass.
Enjoy the next 10 minutes with absolutely no commentary whatsoever, because we want to see the highest quality of touch football. No, I'm kidding. It's stuff does happen out there. The pressure cooker of the touch field. Errors are bound to happen at some point. No matter the high class, at the end of the day, Mitch, they're humans out there as well.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely, mate.
They're young athletes learning their craft and hopefully going into later rep honours of touch football. Well into their lives. Ball coming back out here, and True Wong and has to turn it over there. So it's just they've worked hard defensively as well as getting the ball, the points on the board, if you will.
Yeah, they have. They've worked very, very hard. They've done a lot of defence. That's another good run. Nice and direct through the middle.
Now working off the back here, Adelaide Powell, and now here's the short interchange of passing that we haven't quite seen. At the moment, it's been a lot of direct play from the Central Coast in the last little while, but it's a lovely play out there for Sophie Bowden, who gets over the line.
Yeah, it was the fly play.
In fact, no, it was Spindler.
Yeah, Spindler got a second. The fly play. So it started with Powell with a great latch, and then the two middles combined very nicely to create the overlap. Good hands, and Spindler gets herself another try.
It's that working over the middle as well in that sort of early portion of the matchup where you think, okay, it's 0-0 here. Perhaps it's not quite the highest quality, but that's not the case at all. It's just those defensive policies coming into fruition, and then the attack off the back of that, which we've seen in the last little while, reflecting the 5-0 scoreline. Hornsby looking to do the same, although they have had to do their hard yards on the other end of the footy and having to turn it over there midfield inside the 7.
Good touch there from Highland. It looked very promising though from the Lions. They had bodies in motion, moving, and they made the Dolphins make decisions in defence.
So Powell, as they shifted towards this left-hand side of the field and
off the back fence.
Give it back off the back fence, outside of the box. Almost jack-in-the-box like. As they go inside the 7, and just so quickly, it's gone from one end of the field right down to the other. As she opened the scoring here for the Central Coast in this one, she's continued ticking that scoreboard over. It's Jay Downs.
Yeah, look, that was really good running. The latch from Webb, nice and direct. And unfortunately, the Lions just couldn't compete. It was just too fast for them.
We saw some great individual efforts in the Southern Conference. Players like Corey Brown, Sam Hill, Jess Henfield, just to name a few. But you'll find that those teams that had those individual performances couldn't quite get it done come Championship Sunday. So it is down to, it is 6 on the field and 8 on the sideline. It's down to that team performance throughout the 3 days as well. So we've seen some sparkling performances here from Downs and Spindler, but it is the team performance here from Central Coast that's put them in a great position so far.
There's a saying, a champion team will beat a team of champions.
Yeah, not a team of champions. It's a champion team that does get the job 9 times out of 10. Exactly right. So
another good latch there from Powell. Oh, sorry, that's the commentator's curse again from me. Sorry, Kayla.
Yeah, but didn't play the ball off the mark, so play on is called, and there it is. Just a bit of a delay.
Yeah. Just having to go back a few extra seconds. They just got out of sync.
So only about 5 minutes from time here on the Junior State Cup. Another match. Looking forward to our next match as the ball just trailing behind Hornsby once again. It will be Hornsby back on this field in the girls 16s. They'll come up against Newcastle looking for a strong showing here in the Northern Pool. Northern Conference here for 2025. Also, the state championships will be next week from Tempe as well. Looking forward to that one. There's some lovely work here from the Central Coast, faking on the outside, but they'll be called back here for a forward pass.
It looked great from young Walkerton, but unfortunately wasn't able to
walk it in.
Boom, boom. Yes.
I'm here all week. Should give up the commentary cans and start some amateur comedy. No, that'd be awful. But here come the Hornsby side that at times have looked promising, but it has been that sort of defensive sapping they've got themselves into that haven't given them the opportunities down the other end of the field. And just look at this Central Coast side. They're almost walking up to meet the attack, but no, it's a repeat here for Hornsby. So there will be the touch on the last.
Yeah, I don't want to harp on it, James, but you know, the first 3 touches, if you compare the 2 different teams, the way that they're running, it is having a big impact on the scoreline.
Yeah, almost having to wait for those subs to get to the base of the ball. Didn't want that ball to be left behind. Now here from Watson. She'll be in the acting half position. And now it comes here for Downs, looking to get it down for a treble. It is a trios of tries there for Downs.
It's exactly how she scored the opening try as well, James, with the sweeper play off the Cindy, dumping on the link, and just was too fast. Just too good there.
So still some time to play here for this one. Now look to, as much as the Central Coast will be really happy with this attacking performance, they'll want to keep it to 0 if they can.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? Let's keep them scoreless. Let's keep a clean sheet. With only a couple of minutes remaining, I'm sure that's the message from Coach Brent Powell.
Because the for and against is so vital. You might have multiple teams in your pool that do have the undefeated run.
Absolutely,
and
mate.
you want the more friendly draw heading in. Being that #1 seed at the top of your pool can make or break your tournament.
Absolutely. Absolutely, mate. You're spot on.
So once again, making it towards this box corridor, but some lovely link play there. Coming back on the inside, this is Lemaistre now off the back here of Lloyd, and they're just so quick and emphatic here looking for that pass. The ball was touched, I thought, there by the Hornsby defence, but not called. In the right position there, the referee to make the call. Touch pass is the decision in the end there.
Sort of a late pass there. So bad luck. Good defence. Oh, that's a bit harsh.
Looking for the fresh set of touches there. One of the Hornsby players playing referee herself as she makes her way to the box. Leave it to the officials. Now the ball here, it comes here for Truong, but again, another set where defensively they've just not let them pour down the middle. Put it down to fatigue, but put it down to their defensive policies as well.
Yeah, I think that's what we do credit it with.
Ball wide on the outside, and here we go, down the touchline. The touch was not made, and it is Kayla Powell who will touch it down in the in-goal. Lovely work there on the left-hand side. Went from midfield all the way down that far side touchline on the siren. And Kayla Powell ends off what has been a very, very impressive performance here. I could have added more to the score, but it could have gone either way as well in the early going. The Hornsby girls, they showed some fight in the first 10 minutes, but in the end of it, it was just flow of possession there for the Central Coast, and that's what undid them in the end. So we'll take a quick, short break. It will be the girls' 16s as the Hornsby side arrive with their buckets. They will do battle up against the Newcastle City Knights in the girls' 16s division. We'll take a short break and be back with you shortly.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back to the Junior State Cup here from Dubbo, where we have Newcastle taking on Hornsby in the girls under 16s. Adam Collins here in commentary, joined by Dean Russell. Dean, great conditions out here today. It's been a fantastic start to the tournament.
Yeah, beautiful conditions. The sun's out, there's a bit of a breeze. The fields are absolutely spectacular, and for those watching from home, if you look at the condition of the main stadium here, I promise you that is how every single field here at Dubbo is presented. They are absolutely magnificent fields.
22 fields in total, and every one of them in tip-top condition. As play gets underway, and it is Hornsby that taps us off to start. Sweeper play out to the left-hand side. Ball back inside there for Aria Jacobs. That's her with the ball in hand once again. She'll take it down. Final touch coming here. And tries to sneak through is Amelia Sharma. Can't find the gap. The first set of 6 down.
Yeah, nice little footwork there from Sharma. There wasn't much on offer, but she went through the gap and tried to get off her right and then back off her left, but the Newcastle defence was right up to it. But geez, they look like they're on song here, the Newcastle girls.
Yeah, certainly a change in speed, that is for sure and certain. That one looked slightly askew, but we'll play on. 7 metres out now, and it is roll ball here, Newcastle. Spread the ball wide, look to the wing, and they'll find the extra number out there, and the opening try the way of Newcastle.
Yeah, and that was really good hands from Newcastle, but that last pass from Jarrah Young just drew the defender in, slightly stepped back in field to make sure the winger was committed to her, and then just gave the ball nice and out in front of the winger for an easy run to the scoreline.
That's Eve Thomas that was out there that took that one. So Hornsby get us back underway with another tap. This is better, good speed through the middle. Nice play there from Hornsby. Kira McMahon it is, finding space out wide. Diving touch made by Ivy Hagan. The name synonymous with the Newcastle area, Hagan. You see Hornsby on the attack, asking questions, but there's a real distinct difference in the speed of the attack here, Dean.
Yeah, there is, but I like the foot speed of McMahon from Hornsby. She nearly got on the outside of the defence there, really stretched them a couple of plays ago here on the left-hand side of the field. And I think if they can get her some early ball, she might cause some trouble.
His transition from Newcastle's good, working down that subset side. Fresh legs onto the field now. 10 metres inside Hornsby territory with a couple of touches up their sleeve. Striked up. Quick hands here. They've got numbers if they can use them, but that's good slide defence there from the Hornsby outfit. Shut down by Jasmine Truscott-Jones. So the score remains 1-0 for Newcastle, but there is a definite, in that transition off the line, we can see it's a little bit clunky here from Hornsby, but Newcastle, just as I say, that ball goes to ground. Newcastle with their best attacking opportunity now.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Hornsby. They're under pressure here. They really need to make sure that they control the ball and get down the length of the field, not invite Newcastle to situations like this. Very good attack there from Porter. I thought she got under him.
Emmy Porter, right, it was a right step and then a left step. She got down low. The referee says the touch was made and then called the player offside. It's a sweeper play here.
Yeah, good hands. Probably just went a little bit early there, Jarmaine.
Jarmaine, yeah. Back to the middle. Emmy Porter again. It's her going down. Out to the left, a little hop step. She comes off the left foot. Gap opens up. It looks like the referee might have said she was offside there, called the play through, and that is try number 2 to Newcastle.
Yeah, and again, that was Jarmaine there, I think, that time. Oh, no, sorry, it was Porter that time. She showed really good agility a couple of plays before on the opposite side of the field, and once again there, stopped on a dime and just stepped back inside the defender to score the try.
So one to keep an eye on, that is for sure and certain. And now it is Hornsby again, just very easy play through the middle. Yeah, a little loss of control there. It's just the timing. It's not quite coming off for the Hornsby outfit. As again, Newcastle, that transition speed, they move the ball to the edges very quickly and then get some penetration on the back of it.
Good yards there from 13, Fitzhenry, a famous name in the rugby league world, especially if you're Balmain Tigers. And I've got a sneaky suspicion that the father might actually be Daniel Fitzhenry.
Hey, we'll keep an eye out for him here at Dubbo as we see a little individual left foot, and then she straightened up and got through the gap.
That's the speed of the play, Adam. You can see at home the difference in the speed of play Newcastle certainly go up a gear when they've got the ball in hand, and it's putting pressure on the defence. They've constantly got the Lions moving backwards, and so when they have that agility to step left or right, they've got the defence off balance.
They're really controlling the momentum in attack and defence. They're getting up here, shutting down Hornsby, just sending the one up out of the line. That might have been Brodie Richards that scored that try for Newcastle. But Hornsby here on the 7 metre line. This is where it breaks down a little bit. They go through the middle. Had unmarked players out here on the left.
Yeah, they did, but it's probably, again, just two down, especially in young touch like juniors. They sometimes play the scoreboard and don't stick to their processes. And early on in the game, they found themselves down 3 touchdowns to 0, and the line's there, so a bit of white line fever, although they're blue lines out here at Dubbo. Blue line fever might have struck, but you're right, Adam. They did have the opportunity. If they had shifted it to the bottom part of the screen, they had numbers. But now Newcastle once again in a good attacking space.
There's the danger player we've nominated, Emmy Porter. Again, a nice little slip pass out. Got her hands in behind the line, but just in front of the winger, not able to take that one. So a let off for the Hornsby outfit.
She gave the ball early, but kept herself alive, got the return ball, and then nearly threaded the needle to get the ball out to a winger. So, yeah, like you said, definitely one to keep an eye on.
Better defence here, too, from Newcastle. Again, shooting up, cutting down the options for Hornsby, really dictating the speed of the play.
I think you used the word clunky earlier. Yeah, clunky getting their transitions. Sometimes I think teams just automatically think they've got a box set when they get the changeover. And sometimes I think they might be just better suited, just saying, let's put the ball under our arm and just drive it forward for a set of 6.
Momentum first, then look for the edges. And I think that would work for a team like Hornsby. Newcastle have got better timing. They get the ball out, they get extra passes as well.
But even then, they're a little bit clunkier compared to what we've seen earlier. But now, there's Fitzhenry again.
Numbers here. But they go back to the phase play to the left-hand side. Little step out to the right. Numbers here. Hands just out in front.
Yeah, and that was Fitzhenry there, Adam. She was able to put the afterburners on and make her way to the outside of her link defender and nearly got the ball to a winger with an open try line in front.
Just that little left foot skip to the outside. She said, made the extras. It was a nice pass, just a little bit too far in front of the winger. As again, Hornsby get caught up behind each other. They lost a few metres on that one. This is better. Up to the halfway line now. Split through the middle. Final touch coming for Hornsby. Can they get down to the 7 metre line? Intercept thrown. Claiming a touch there. And Zoe Fagalo has to go back to the mark. More aggressive defence coming for Hornsby here, pressing up a little bit, but Newcastle able to get the ball out wide again. And here come the fresh legs. There's Fitzhenry. That's nice extra metres on that one. A little topping on the ice cream. And here they come. Now they have numbers if she pops out to the right. Now they turn it back into the left. Sweeper play goes around. Fake to the sweeper. There's the extras. Ooh. Yeah, good call there by the buddy referee. The on-field referee slightly unsighted. There was a definite juggle. Dean, you called that one.
Yes, I was early in the box.
From the Eagles' nest here, the elevated position. Very easy to see, but on-field referee did a great job.
Yeah, they did. But Newcastle, don't take away from Newcastle either. They did everything right there other than just put the ball down. They set their play up nicely, sent the sweeper around, dummy after the dummy, went against the grain, found a way into the in-goal area, and they just couldn't complete there.
It's a good set for Hornsby. They made their way right up to the end of the field. There seems to be a little bit of a disconnect sometimes. They don't know what each other's doing, whereas Newcastle, for the most part, have been more free-flowing.
They're probably more fluid.
Yeah.
I think if you use a word to describe Newcastle, you'd say it's fluid. And if you were to use it, it's a little bit clunky for
Here's Porter. Back inside for Porter. Yeah, good. The referee's tucked back in there. He's going to call that one late, I believe. Yep, late pass. Geez, just the missed timing of it, but it was certainly excellent play by Newcastle. And Porter, you called it earlier, She passes off but stays alive. She's never out of the game.
Exactly, and according to my scoreboard, that makes us 2 for 2, Adam, on calling the plays here so far.
Here it is again. They caught him behind the ruck, Hornsby.
It's just, Adam, you can see there the girls just, they seem to, in their own mind, as soon as we get the ball, I've got to get off, rather than let's work to get off. And you see it on a lot of junior touch, not just this particular game, but a lot of games where they just say, oh, I've got to get off. And you saw what happened to Hornsby there. They all went off, and there was really no one for the poor acting half to find to give the ball to.
And here we see the difference with Newcastle. There's Porter caught, that was off the mark, but play on. Just a little bit lazy there from Porter. Now we roll forward, Newcastle. There's Fitzhenry. She dishes it off for Layla Collins. A little bit of a jumble play in the middle. So they've left a couple out there, Newcastle. It hasn't been all their way.
And again, sometimes when you, early in the game, if you get comfortable on the scoreboard, you can sometimes relax.
Yep.
Where from a coaching perspective, you really want the team to keep going.
25-minute games as well, so it's crucial that you keep an eye on that. This is good from Hornsby. Can she get there? No, the referee's called another late pass.
Yeah, and look, I thought Charmaine made the touch on the line anyway, so it hasn't cost Hornsby a try. But referee's right on the spot there.
Doing a great job. Men and ladies in pink out there. Fitzhenry again just tucks away a little bit, then drives through the middle. Now they start to spread it wide, and that's that forward momentum, that shift. There's a forward pass from the ruck.
I'll say Fitzhenry runs like a mum, and actually, I saw a close-up of her earlier, actually looks like a mum as well.
Yeah. So
now to Sloan, if she's watching the coverage, she probably will be out here somewhere.
Drop ball there from Hornsby right on the halfway line, so good opportunity here for Newcastle to add some extras if they can. Pushing up through the middle. There's Ella Ty. So Ty's out in the link position, keep an eye on her. That's Amelia Hancock. Dives off the left foot. Touch called. Good defence from Hornsby. Referee was right on the spot as well. So on the 7-metre line, final touch, they spread it out to the wing. That was a Hail Mary pass.
Yeah, and yeah, I thought they might have had another play that they could have run there, Newcastle, given how concise they've been with their play so far. So a little bit surprising they just threw that type of Hail Mary pass. Again, you can see the Hornsby girls just getting caught up in that box and getting on the fur. Once they get out there, they've got a bit of run in them, but just getting caught up in that shape.
Takes them a touch or two to spread out when they do come onto the field. There's a knockdown, so a set of 6. Yeah, about 8 metres out. So this is probably the best opportunity Hornsby have had, a full set, 7 metres out. Here's the press defence from Newcastle. Confusion a little bit around the ruck area. I have to say the Hornsby girls, they're building nicely, but like obviously these age groups, they're changing quite often, the 16s, 18s. These young Hornsby girls are doing great.
Well, that's down. That's down
try.
for mine.
Yeah, I'm going to say 100%. Ty came in to shut it down, but not on time.
And again, we mentioned McMahon earlier. She got herself to half there and accelerated just a couple of steps out there to attract the defence. Nice short pass. And the Hornsby ladies find themselves on the board. 3 touchdowns to 1.
Straight hole run, and that's all you need. Hit somebody to hit the hole, put the ball out in front. Well done, Hornsby. They cock a hoop down here in the sub box as well. Great support from the Lions girls. Now it's Newcastle's turn to look a little bit confused out there in the middle. Now they move the ball to the right. Porter again stays alive back on the inside, but good cover defence this time from Michaela Arian.
It was a good move from Young there too. It looked like she was going the inside hole and popped on the outside right at the death.
Good hands.
Oh.
That was good heads-up touch footy there.
Yeah, eyes-up footy, and again, we were just talking about Young. That was her with the ball who just got it one off the ruck, assessed the defensive line, through the cut out to the wing, and another try to the Newcastle girls.
The young lady in the link position had just turned a body squarely to face inside, and that's all it took for Jones with that eyes up touch to see that body alignment. She was good enough to get the pass straight in the hands of the winger. Try and bring you her number. She's been very impressive out there, the young Newcastle winger. This is good from Hornsby as well. Behind the line here. Can she get away? She does. Yeah, all clear, signalled by the referee. So that'll be Amelia Sharma, who gets a name in the scorebook. Good lead-up play to get in behind the defensive line and find Sharma in support.
Yeah, they just took off from half there. They all ran the right lines. Sharma picked that hole on the outside of the link to make sure that she was there in support, got away from her defence and received a great pass there from Jacobs.
Aria Jacobs. Newcastle here through Layla Collins. Busy in the middle, working with Fitzhenry here. There's Fitzhenry. Collins into half. Sweeper play goes around. Big dive, yeah, that got down. Again, that heads up touch footy, just knowing where the defenders are. They were flat-footed, hadn't quite made the line.
Yeah, they caught them on their heels there, the poor Hornsby defenders. And when you've got someone coming at you at pace on the line and diving, and you've got your weight back on your heels, it's very difficult to get forward to make the touch.
Good skills from Newcastle there too. She's a tall girl, but she was able to get to the ground very quickly. And it was a long stretching dive as well.
Better from Hornsby.
Yeah, Michaela Arian, she's been dangerous. She looks quick, as does Sharma. Sharma and Arian, they're working together. There's a hard touch. Just pushed off to the side. Back on the inside, 6 more. The referee's going to call that one. Yep. Bless you.
Yes. Apologies for that.
It's an allergy season. It's quite breezy out here in Dubbo. But now we are on the 7-metre line. Hornsby on the attack. Gibson. Annabelle Gibson going for the line, but the touch comes in time, shuts it down.
I would like to just look to a left there. Sharma had some space. It was a good play from Hornsby, but if they just release off the end of it, there could be some opportunities.
Big looping pass over the top. Couldn't quite find the hands of Rebecca Howison. Howison puts it down. It was a tough pass to take in these conditions. It's now Fitzhenry gets a loose long ball out to the wing. Good speed here from the winger. It's a foot race, but cover comes across. Great cover defence from Hornsby.
A very good foot speed there from Thomas down that sideline.
She has been impressive, but it was the defence coming across. She covered plenty of metres to get there.
I'm not sure she's had a break either, Thomas.
No, she hasn't. She's been out there the whole game, just holding that wing. Nice dive again.
Yeah, they've run that play a few times, Adam, where they bring the defence up off the line. They do the quick roll ball. The acting half splits one way, the roll ball player splits the other, and they bring the runner straight through the middle of the ruck, and it's paid success for them on a couple of occasions here this afternoon.
That was Jarry Young on that occasion. Now it's Hornsby on the attack again, 8 metres out. Really working through the middle. It's just Newcastle. Good communication out there in defence, good slide as well. They seem to have the numbers well in control. And then they force the error. Forward pass from the ruck, I believe that one was called.
Yeah, and they missed an opportunity to play before. The young Richards had shot up off the line and the referee called her out. She had to go back out of the line, so the rest of the line was moving forward. She was going back. If Hornsby were able to play a little bit more eyes up, they would have seen that. They could have attacked that hole and put some pressure on the Hornsby defensive line. The Newcastle defensive line.
And an error there by Newcastle. That momentum, the speed, often draws those penalties where they overstep the mark. It was good defence from Hornsby on that occasion, and they earn themselves the penalties. We see a nice ball onto the outside here. Wing up, foot race here, but the cover comes across. Couldn't quite get there. The first one missed. Second one, did she get there in time? The referee says she did. was
I thought
nice.
she might have got the ball down. I was in the Lions camp there. I thought the ball was down before the touch was made.
We're celebrating.
Referees are a lot closer than we are.
It was nice work from Howison down this edge. It was a good little slip pass. I think it was Jasmine Truscott-Jones that got the hands away. And the cover came across. The first one missed, but the second one got a... And I'm with you. I think the ball may have been down. We're not here to talk about that. As Newcastle up to the halfway line. Little dummy. Good defence from Hornsby. Aria Jacobs getting through a power of work for the Lions.
Newcastle thought they trapped the Hornsby girls offside there and played for the penalty, but the referee was happy with the 7 metres.
And then an extra 10 metres there on that play because the ball wasn't returned to the mark. But here you see this press defence from Newcastle really taking the metres away from Hornsby. And then they pass out the back again. Give away a few metres there. This is better. Last touch coming now. They've got space out left if they can find it. She's in behind the line. There's that one just couldn't quite find the mark.
Yeah, she did again. McMahon did everything right. We've mentioned her a couple of times. She has got good speed. But I would have liked to see when she got through in the end goal to keep going across the field rather than just stopping and bring all the defenders and the attackers to her. Keep moving across the line. Make the defence keep working and give your players the opportunity to get away from the defence.
But that's experience, isn't it? This age group, they're not quite at it. As we see a breakaway. Ivy Hagan. Great defence. Is that Sharma? No, it's not Sharma.
I think it was T.
Bella Daly it was. Number 5, the winger, Bella Daly. That was a clutch touch, that one.
Yeah, very good. She didn't give up on the... I'm going to go against you here, Ads. I reckon it was actually the 6, Chloe T, but we'll see.
You could be right. I need to go back to Specsavers. As Hornsby roll on once again, up over the 10-metre line. Good dump here. They need to go left early. Referee's going to call that one down. There were claims for 6 more from Hornsby there.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I thought they'd taken the right option. Probably could have, the acting half probably could have run a slightly different line, but tried to get the pass out. Hornsby thought it might have been knocked down, and but the referee saw it differently.
Yep. And I'm going to come back to you, Dino. Chloe T, you're 100% on the money. 1-0 DR. As we are up to the halfway line, the Hornsby Lions, little juggle there, but the referee didn't quite see it. Then a push. Really has broken down here for the Lions. Arian with the dummy, sideways roll ball. It's just not quite coming off for them here. This is better, straight metres. They come to the right through Jacobs. Little intercept thrown. Now it's the foot race. Good leg speed here. She's pulling away. Nairi Jarmaine. She goes pretty much the length of the field.
Yeah, I would have stopped about 5 metres after I took that intercept and looked for a support play.
I have seen that.
But yeah, that really good defence there from Newcastle. It was actually helped a little bit by the Hornsby girls because they didn't have that fluidity and they had to wait for a runner to get to the ball. It was allowing the defence to press forward and put all sorts of pressure on them. And so Jermaine was able to get herself in the passing channel and say, thank you very much, I'm going the length.
She certainly did that as we see a wraparound play for the Lions just over the shoulder. So Newcastle continue to add points to the scoreboard. That's a good release on the inside. Good metres too there for Layla Collins.
See the Newcastle girls, there's hardly any downtime on the ball when they roll it.
Change of speed, she's got away from that one. The diving touch comes in time. Thought that might have been down, but Jasmine Truscott-Jones was on the money for Hornsby. Full stretch, makes the touch now. Newcastle regroup. 7 out, picked up. Emmy Porter. If that one didn't go to ground, I would have called that one a try as well, I think.
Yeah, the pass just went behind her there, unfortunately.
Hagen with the pass, my apologies. The Hooter sounds in the background. It's a convincing win for Newcastle, but good signs for Hornsby. They weren't out of the game. Newcastle skipped out to a 2-try lead, but then Hornsby stuck with them for a little while, but the class of Newcastle really stood up there.
Yeah, and it was a really impressive performance by Newcastle. I like the tempo you talked about during the game, had them both in their attack, but importantly also in their defence. And I would think the Hornsby girls, they could learn a lot from that game and put them in good stead for their next encounter.
Well, stick around, there's plenty of action coming to you here from Dubbo for the Junior State Cup. And we have, who do we have coming up next? I think it might be the 18 boys, Wallsend taking on Ballina. Stand by for all the action.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially it's the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love, as a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
Saving for something special? Well, what if your savings didn't just sit there, but started working for you? Invested in the stock market, where they can potentially grow over time. Imagine that next adventure, a new car, or your first home, all within reach sooner than you think. With Raise Jars, you can create multiple investment accounts, each tailored to a specific goal. So whatever your dream, there's a jar for that. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back here to Dubbo. 18 boys action with Wallsend taking on Ballina. It will be the Wolves who will have first use of possession coming into this one. One victory from as many starts against the Mudgee Mud Crabs. 8-5. Ballina looking to bounce back from a 3-5 loss to Carlingford. James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action as the temperature really starts to heat up here, Stanto.
It's getting nice and warm. This would be game 2, I think, for most of these teams. So interesting to see if they can use their first game as a bit of a springboard.
So underway now with Wallsend Wolves getting first use of possession. They'll head out to that left-hand side, and now an option here with Graham, who then links up for Scholes. And now draw and pass, looking to push Scholes through a gap. That closes very quickly. And Wallsend, maybe a little bit of a nervy start here against Ballina. They'll look to work it away now. Nice pressing defence, though, from the Wolves. 2 players down, they've only gone about 5 metres. Now they start to get in a good direction here. There's an issue as well for Tyler Graham, who's now clutching at a finger off the back of that touch. So we'll keep a close eye on him. As now Kelvin brings it forward on the last here for Ballina. Options running out on that left-hand side. And yeah, that issue for Graham, it's not a good one. The moment he made that touch, he's clutched the fingers. I dare say we're looking at a dislocation there, Stanto.
Yeah, hopefully he's okay. He's going straight to the sub box, so hopefully he can get some attention and get that looked out.
So back underway now. Hopefully good news for Tyler Graham. As Scholes hops in an acting half. Oh, cuts out a man who was really in no man's land there. Jagan Faulkner. I'm not sure where he was trying to position himself. Wasn't quite at first receiver.
Yeah, sorry, James. Both these teams, this same pool as the game we called earlier, Central Coast and Maitland. So it'd be interesting to see how they match up when we compare them with what we saw earlier today.
Now Stanfield floating out the back, nice little pass. Oh, caught offside there as well. It was Faulkner, who's had a tough start to this one. Caught in no man's land, not just with ball in hand, but also in defence, and they'll capitalise here. First points on the board for Ballina.
That was an interesting one. I was about to jump in and say Ballina don't seem like they've connected that well or jumped into the game well, but that was a bit out of nothing, wasn't it? Half a chance and took it.
Very little doing, really. Now the Wallsend Wolves through Brown. Just trying to hit something back here, but there's an error straight away. It's a bit of a sloppy start for a team that we probably expect to be pretty close to challenging on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, that was one of the things I think sort of coming into this game. I sort of thought, we had that good, strong result from Maitland earlier, and I was interested to see whether Wallsend would be, one of the stronger ones in this pool. But Ballina have got the jump on them so far.
And Ballina, speaking of jumping, nice little hop and skip out of acting half before trying to link up, but pass came a little bit too late. Here's the turnover on the last, so Wallsend now. Behind the 8 ball with about 3 minutes gone, down 1 try to nil. Can get themselves on the board here. Little dummy comes in and good meters in the end from Toby Brown. Up over halfway. Faulkner now with a nice charge. Short pass here for Hinton. Then wider still. Saxby. Hinton once again taking off good speed from Hinton. In behind them, floats it over the top. Well watched from the Bull Sharks defensively.
Great read from the winger. Was that Patch out there? He had a look at the dummy half and then just kept his eye on the ball and peeled out with the flight and come up with a try-saving touch.
It's quite literally the opposite of ball watching there from Sam Patch. Only had eyes for the man, waited for him to take it and was there in a flash as we now see a turnover. Good opportunity now for Wallsend, but rushing out, trying to apply the touch and successful was Hayden Kelvin. That's very aggressive defence. He's up quickly again here. Saxby just slows it down. I wonder how much energy is in the tanks there for Kelvin. It certainly has produced a result, though.
Yeah, pretty good speed. Is it Kelvin? I can't quite get the number. Kelvin or Foster in there? It's so fast. I can't wait to see what happens on the other end with the ball in hand, if that's how fast he is in defence.
Foster and Kelvin both really pressing up very quickly. Foster once more now. Up and over that 10-metre incursion into enemy territory as now it comes here for Balfour. And then for Morgan. Oh, straightening up, a beautiful pass from Foster, but they just squeezed the gap in time.
might have been, I think you'll find there on the replay, it was forward from dummy half, I think, because it was a ripping second pass, wasn't it? And a great hole. So, can we see more of that from the Bull Sharks?
It's been a good start for Foster, both sides of the ball here. It's now marching forward for Wallsend comes Saxby, but won't get a chance to capitalise on things. So, 1 try to nil. And Ballina, they've rattled Wallsend to start this one in the opening 5. Foster, short pass here. Now for Morgan. Morgan drops it down. Quick release from Renyard. Back to Morgan. Renyard in an acting half. Here's Foster once more, looking lively. Ooh, a pass that was looking to link up, but they're offside and also played at. So they'll take the initial infringement, which is offside. So there's the first inside the 7. Foster restarting things here. Good little contrast here for Foster too. His actual movements are very rapid, but he's playing the patient game here until the opportunity presents itself, Stanto.
I like what I'm saying, pretty good patience there, and they seem to be quite well structured. You see here the middle dump, or an ML with the link coming onto it, middle dump with a link charging onto it. They definitely have a good broad range of plays, the Bull Sharks.
Yeah, nice variety to start this match, and now Wallsend just looking to hit their stride here. This is a nice driving set from them. They'll pick up pretty decent meterage with each play up until an incorrect roll ball. Stepping over the mark, and as a result, an easy turnover. They just haven't quite got into the swing of things yet, the Wolves.
It's an interesting one. I think it's 12 teams in this division, James, 2 pools of 6. And with Wallsend winning their first game and Ballina losing their first game, if this, an upset here sort of blows the whole pool wide open, you end up having, I think it's, 5 teams even fighting out. It'll be a pretty interesting day one, but let's see how we go. Lots of footy left to this one.
Of course, the top 4 from each pool progressing through to the quarterfinals as now it's taken off here with a good little run from Brown, squeezing through, finding a pass right on the money. Ethan Hughes squeezes inside the dead ball line, but it's a touch pass that's been called.
Yeah, there's been 2 half opportunities, Wallsend in the end goal. The first one, the dummy half, got the ball to the winger, and as you mentioned, the defensive winger matched up and saved it. On that occasion, a great run down to the dummy half, a diving touch, but they've invited Wallsend right back in this one now.
Referees really haven't let anything go so far. In fairness to them, errors have been there, so they've had to call them. There's not a great deal of leeway as it stands. Back to the 7 they go now. That was Radburn trying to squeeze through. Short pass here for Saxby. Brown picked up now. Brown once again threatening, looking to turn it back on the inside, held it, and eventually was caught by Curran. Back to the 7-metre mark he goes. Scooped up here from Saxby. Little pass back to Brown, looking to set up for a strike dump. Wrap-around play again. It's an incorrect roll ball. Geez, they've had a few of them. This time not square.
A little bit hard to pick a winner because they're a bit unsettled, isn't it? We haven't seen, I think we saw it in one of the earlier games. When a team doesn't complete their sets and they're not smooth, you don't know how good they really are. Wallsend really haven't shown us what they can do here.
I think that was the Nelson Bay game you were talking about with the girls a little earlier. It was very stop-starting as a result from turning it over so often. But Ballina, much like Wallsend, now do exactly that. So the Wolves have another opportunity. I felt that one there from Faulkner could have also been picked up based on how this one's been officiated so far. Now about 10 metres away, they'll drop it down. Chance on that right-hand side had they kept going. There wasn't a great deal of space. There's another turnover.
I don't know, can we get... do you want me to run down to the sideline, James, have a talk to both these teams? Control the footy, get to your 6 touches, ask some questions of the defence, get yourself in the game. I think neither team has settled.
There's another one that potentially could have been picked up. The ball had a little bit of a roll after it was played, and that'll be a changeover now on the last coming through.
Another forward pass. Lots at the ruck there. I know there's a bit of energy, excitement, with the boys, but you have to build into a game. You can't just go out the first 5 minutes and go at, 100% speed. You've got to control the ball and build up to it. They're overrunning the ruck here a little bit. So normally a bit of a tip we say to the players is, 2 steps deeper. There's another one. We normally say to the players, just get 2 steps deeper, back it off a fraction. Once we complete our sets, we can then go back to our turbo speed.
Can I ask this question, Stanto? How much of this is ill discipline from the teams, and how much is it being a little bit too finicky from the officials out there?
Oh, it's in a balance. As long as it's the same for both teams, I don't mind. Definitely the players have got to get a little bit deeper and adjust. There's another one. See, that's
a clear one.
Yeah,
that's a clear one. I think you're right. It's probably more player, in all fairness.
I think so. Yeah, I'd rather the referees be doing this right on, sort of right on point, and then have the players, do the right thing and get the ball back. There's another one. That'll go another way. A lot of infringements. I hope the referees are fit. We're just going left, right. I've got a sore neck. The changeover. I don't think we can get past second touch.
It very much is like watching a tennis game at the moment.
I think it's referee Mason. I think he's probably getting the captains together saying, just in the interest of touch football, can you control the ball and get to a set of 6? Because it's definitely very disjointed, isn't it?
Well, he's called out Donkovsky and also Stanfield here. I was about to say, I think it would actually benefit from a little chat with the two captains here. It's not so much the ill discipline. It's more errors, but that last one, that was cynical. That was a full-on rugby league fend almost.
I think so. And it's easy for the players to get a little bit frustrated. I don't mind this. I think the referees are on point. They've settled them down, and I wouldn't be surprised if this next 10 minutes or so we see a lot better standard of touch. Let's go, boys. Show us what you got here. I shouldn't have said that, should I? We're going to get there, James. I'm confident. We're going to get some good footy. It's coming, mate. It's coming.
Well, believe it or not, we've nearly gone half the match. We've barely seen a shot fired from either side. I think there's probably only been really 2 try-scoring opportunities. One was successful from Ballina in the very early stages. The other from Wallsend was called back as now Brown heads out to this left-hand side. Easy pickings there on that occasion. Brown back towards the right, looking to set up for a strike dump. Here they go now. Brown shifting it short. Well taken there from Curran, who makes the touch in time. That was a good one right on the line, and finally we got to see a completed set.
Gutsy defence. It's a scramble, isn't it, the Bull Sharks? They look like they're beat. We often talk about defence bending but not breaking, and that's what we're seeing here for the Bull Sharks. They look like they're beat everywhere, but they just scrape in there, they hang in there, and I tell you what, if they're next to score, it's going to be a bit of work for Wallsend, isn't it?
Well, the way this one is panning out, points are most certainly at a premium. Stanfield comes forward. Now Foster, we haven't seen too much of him in the last 5 or 6 minutes. He was the most likely to begin things.
It's coming here, James. It's coming here. Here's Foster. He's got the game in the balances. He's going to go up 2-1 here. I'm backing Foster in. I'm projecting positive energy here for the attack.
Short ball from Foster, then loping it wide, and that was beautifully worked from Ballina. They just couldn't get the final play on it. Came out of the hands of Thompson, but had he caught it, it was simply a case of catch, pass, and in they go. So now Wallsend up towards and over that halfway mark. Straightening up now through the run there of Scholes. Back on the inside here for Hinton. Scooped up again for Graham. Graham takes off. Here's a chance for the Wolves. Graham goes through, looking to link up, finds a pass on the money. Brodie Dungeon gets them out of the doldrums. Finally, there's something on the board for the Wolves.
That's it. Now we're playing footy. A great set, end to end. A beautiful scoop. Pinned his ears back. The defender there might have actually been Foster. The defender there's got to keep his feet. You don't want to be diving on the dummy half unless you know you're going to touch him, because that puts you out of the game when you leave the ground. So a good finish there, and we're locked up for 1-1. We've still got 10 minutes to produce a result here.
Actually, Priestley going in the end there. So Dungeon was thereabouts, but just headed away toward the end, and Priestley chiming in on an angle to finish that one. Last one coming up now for Ballina. No way through on that occasion. So all locked up, 10.5 to play, 1 try apiece. Simply look to fire this one well and truly away from the Wallsend box. We've talked about this before, Stando. I still wouldn't mind seeing some sort of meter march penalty for intentionally throwing the ball out of play on the last. I wouldn't mind seeing that moving forward.
I agree. I also wouldn't mind the coaches telling their players you can score off the last touch. We see a lot of them. I'm not too sure. It's something probably sort of creeped into our game where they sort of kill the ball on the last touch. But I think I think there's more benefits in having a crack at the defence. We saw, I think it was the last game, a beautiful try on last touch. You have 6 touches, use all 6. No point just attacking with 5.
Let's see if the Bull Sharks can do exactly that as Balfour sees it through the middle now. Marches forward, plays it about 9 metres away. Nice quick play the ball as well. Caught there through the middle. Leach was looking to find a way through. Gets it back now. Balfour out of acting half. Back once more to Leach, diving from distance. Oh yeah, I think he's contacted not just the man but also the ground there. Fortunately back to his feet now. Another good news, of course, is that Tyler Graham has come back into the action after what appeared to be some sort of dislocation of the finger. So that's good stuff for the Wolves, and they now have a chance to march upfield.
Yeah, normally you can get through the game with a dislocated finger. It'll be after this game where he'll need to get some first aid and check it out, make sure he's okay for the rest of the event. But generally, if the finger pops in and out, you generally can keep playing. You just got to look after it.
This is much better here from the Wolves. Lots of angle changes and just switching the emphasis a touch. Now Graham takes off as a result. Short pass, but probably had to hit Priestley, who was open in that link position.
Yeah, they're playing footy now, Wallsend, end to end. This is better. Let's see whether Ballina can bounce back and see if they can put their noses back out in front. But definitely there's some good signs in the game now. We're starting to see a bit more free-flowing footy. That's what we want.
Now Foster. Draw and pass, and then here for Morgan. Oh, and once more they've left it behind. On this occasion it was Renyard trying to scoop up yet another awkward roll ball. I think this might set a record for the most infringements in the roll ball area. That's been played out there from Ballina, so that'll be an extra set. This is a great chance now for Wallsend. They've been starved of possession toward that 7 metre mark, but a chance to set up camp here. Caught now on the 7. Thinking about heading straight out to that left-hand side. Instead, they'll work for the strike dump. Short pass once more. It's very clunky at the moment, though, from the Wolves. Played again here. Saxby. Saxby taking off, stopping on a dime, but well picked there from the Ballina Bull Sharks. Score remains at locked. 1 try apiece.
James, one of the things that's super interesting, I think, is that you mentioned the top 4 go through into quarterfinals. So even though it's day 1, like the winner of this could be in that 3rd or 4th spot going through to the quarters. Like this is, in a way, this could be a knockout game. It could have a lot more significance than probably what you would think on a Friday. So plenty to play for here in the last 7 minutes.
Well, as it stands on the ladder, Wallsend are second in Pool A, and Ballina in at 4th. So they're both currently in quarterfinal contention. Of course, we've only had the 1 match coming into this one, but yeah, I mean, if they share points here, it really does throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, I think so. See, Central Coast and Maitland are very strong, probably the favourites in this pool. So you mentioned top 4 going through, so 3rd and 4th becomes interesting. You know, Carlingford had a win earlier today, so it may turn out that both these teams don't squeeze into the quarters, so that makes this game very significant.
Curran now had a chance to link up once again with a man who was wrapping around to that open side, but didn't go that way. Here's Curran once more, ushering supporting players back underneath. Picked up here from Hickey. Hickey running out of room. I don't think either side have really ever got going in terms of those set plays toward the 7.
Yeah, a lot of it's been from those little infringements. This is a bit better drive. Let's see if they can finish the set. See, what happens, James, is you might play local competition at your club and you might get away with a little bit, you know, but when you come through to the Junior State Cup, the game's faster, the referees are on point, and you've got to adapt, you know.
Now Graham scooping here on the last, a chance to close things out for the Wolves, dancing along the sideline. They'll clear through the touch, and that means Wallsend will hit the front for the first time with 5.5 to go. Now there's a little bit of an inquisition here from Balfour.
Yeah, there's a player claim with the touch. I think it's just the referee's just going to establish if the touch was called before he crossed the line to see whether he's offside or not. I think he has gone with the play through here. There actually, when he holds his hands up that way, that generally means that he thinks the player's missed, or he's adjudicated that it's a missed touch. So the player might have said, "I've got him," and then said, "Oh no, sorry, I didn't." But that's generally when you see the referee put both hands up in the air that way, they're actually calling a missed touch.
So now there's plenty of work to do here for the Ballina Bull Sharks. 5 minutes to go. 2-1. Wallsend have hit back quite quickly, really. 2 tries in the last few minutes to get themselves in front as now Stanfield. Foster. He's the one with the speed. If they can just get him perhaps one wider, get a quick strike dump and have him running directly towards a hole, he'd back his speed. He's one of the quickest on the field. Stanfield. Foster went straight at them. Smart play up through the middle. It'll produce a result, and we are locked up yet again at 2 tries apiece with just over 4 to play.
A beautiful play there, and sometimes you don't need trick plays, James. You just need to be running as fast as you can and diving at the feet of offside players. Not a lot to that, wasn't it? Both middles doing the dump, the link come charging on it, almost like a settle, and getting straight into the dive, and just like that, we're locked up.
Well, smart play, because by the time Scholes had finally hit that line, the dive was pretty much complete already. There's another one here from the Wallsend Wolves. They've just seen the blueprint from Ballina, and they'll hit straight back, this time through Radburn, who burns them right up the guts.
Not bad. That's a case of you can do that play. Yep, we know that play as well. We're going to do it straight back at you. I don't mind that bit better footy. We've seen 4 tries in the last few minutes. This is what we expect from these clubs. Great work, boys, both teams.
Let's start again.
Yeah, can we get a bit of an extension? Give them an extra 5 minutes in this game. This is better footy.
20 minutes to play, and now it's all happening here. So can Ballina once more pull it out of the fire? Stanfield drops a little pass here for Renyard. Renyard flicking around. Foster off the right foot, squeezing through. Brown wasn't back on side. There's the speed from Foster, and there's another try.
It's just happened so quick. Sometimes hard to keep up with it. We've had a middle and a link dump there. Middle feeding the link with a short ball, and then the other middle sweeping around the back. A beautiful short side sweeper there. And again, the ball just been put down too quick before the defender can get onside.
We are looking at a grandstand finish here. 3 tries apiece. It's a contest that up until the last 5 minutes hasn't really reached any significant heights, but all of a sudden, we're now looking at one of the better finishes of the day.
Yeah, I think we had a good 17, 18 minutes. I think it was 1-0, and we were there supporting the boys, going, come on, show us what you got, and then bang, bang, just like that. 5 tries in the last 6 minutes, and it's gone from mistake or error-riddled Central to high skill level here. 3-3. Have you got a winner?
I think it's whoever holds the ball. I'm still probably thinking it'll end in a draw. Wallsend, for mine, this will be their final opportunity. If they can hold the ball, they are a very good chance. So they come on the charge now through Saxby. Saxby! And it is all the way through. He's fooled them all. And now Ballina have probably one set and one set only to launch a reply. It's 4-3 with less than 90 seconds on the clock.
A beautiful try there. That's a 7th try. I wouldn't be surprised Ballina gets one back here for 8. They're really showing us what they can do, these boys. And that was very innocuous, wasn't it? It was just a good fast run. There was no dump. There was no special play, no switch. Just speed and caught the defence napping.
It's a final chance here for the Ballina Bull Sharks. Foster is out there as a result. So too Stanfield. And Renyard's also been working hard the last few minutes. Now Stanfield just jumping back off the right foot. They've opened up a bit of space here. They'll look for the quick strike dump. Well, they've run out of room on that occasion. Foster keeps it alive. They can't take the touch. Now they can have a little look at it. Foster popping it around the corner. Ball nearly paid off for them. Oh, and there's players who have gone down left, right and centre. Radburn's on the deck.
It's all over the place. I saw that little pop pass. I got a bit excited when he he sort of lobbed it. I thought that would have been an amazing try to finish this one at 4-4, but it looks like Wallsend are going to get out of jail here, get their second win for today.
Yeah, despite being some wounded Wolves, they'll get out of it. 4-3. Of course, an injury earlier to Graham, and now Radburn himself has a problem as the final seconds count down here. There goes the siren, scooped up from Brown. Catch and pass for the Wolves. Play on for now, but that'll be enough. 4-3. And we'll take a very short break here before we catch up with Jason Stanton down pitch side, along with a couple of coaches for the Northern Conference. A quick break and more.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Ela chega e desengana a bomba, sobe, 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 sobe.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Ela chega e desengana a bomba, sobe, 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 sobe.
Welcome back to Dubbo for the New South Wales Junior State Cup Northern Conference. Two of the heavyweights doing battle here in Pool B. It's Newcastle up against the Northern Beaches Renegades. James Preston and Jason Stanton to take you through all the action as Newcastle get an early repeat set here. So played at. Fresh set of 6 to work with. I'll get right down on the line here. Laith Brain with ball in hand. Drops it down now. Skinner cutting out Brain and then wider still. Well marked up from Finlay Newell out on that wing. Brain back to Skinner once more. Scooped up from Brain. Long floating pass. What a ball from Brain. It's gone backwards. That's a big Brain move from the Newcastle City Knights. What a pass.
Laith Brain, a superb floating, spiralling long ball. That's not the last you're going to see of him. He's setting himself up for a big tournament, and out of the blocks he's showing us what he can do with a great right to left long ball into the breeze. Actually not easy to do.
They have set the standard early on, their first use of the ball, and they come away with points here as now Fender pops a little pass for the Northern Beaches, and then Clark marching forward. They'll try and get very low. Good touch made in the end though from Mitchell French. Little pass here with Clark setting himself up back towards the middle. They'll cut out Clark. Great pass over the top. Really well watched though from Peterson, who makes the touch right on the try line.
Yeah, pretty sharp defence there. We were sort of treated earlier with Maitland Redbacks against Central Coast. Two of the favourites in Pool B, I think it was, and this is Pool A. And these would be the two favourites on this side of the draw, I'd say.
Flick pass back out towards that right-hand side. They did have numbers on the left there. Didn't particularly look at the opportunities that were coming through. And you mentioned two of the heavyweights here. Newcastle in round 1, 8-2 over Taree. And for the Northern Beaches, 7-1 over the Parks Panthers. So both of these teams have really set the standard to begin play on day one. Now it comes out to this left-hand side. Last one here for the Northern Beaches. Popping a pass over the top. Beautifully watched, though, from Cooper Donnelly.
Yeah, Northern Beaches obviously did very well last year. They'll be looking to sort of, keep developing their club. They've got lots of juniors coming through. But I think with the success with the men's open and, overall with the women's, the overall program at Newcastle, I've got a bit of a feeling could this be the year for the Novocastrians.
Now they start marching forward here. Has been a good start in this one as well for the Novocastrians. Mackenzie caught there on the last though. They'll now turn it out here, Northern Beaches, towards their subs box. Marching forward, strong touch there from Newcastle. The entire cap went flying as well as Prince Kamara brings it forward, and then on the follow-up, up over halfway. Little short pass here for Asher. Last one now for the Northern Beaches Renegades. Do they know it? No, they certainly don't. Unfortunately for Potter, he didn't look at the referee's signal, and there is the turnover.
It's a real contrast in the tempo from the previous game that we just saw here on the stadium field. So it's showing that both those teams that we just saw have a little bit of work to do, because it's also showing us, these two are probably two of the top teams here this weekend in Dubbo.
Well, that was my early pick here, Stanto, was potentially Northern Beaches, Newcastle, Manly, Central Coast and Maitland. As being
can't name everyone.
Well, I mean, look, it's 5 of the 12, little less than 50%. But I think that's your top 5 to potentially contend for those semi-final positions.
No, you've got to be brave. You've got to say Newcastle are going to beat Maitland in the final on Sunday. And I've given you the tip at 2 p.m. on Friday.
All right, you reckon it's going to be a Hunter affair, so to speak?
Yeah, I think this could be the year of the Hunter. I think Central Coast can definitely bounce back. But I like the feel about this Newcastle team, what we've seen in this first couple of minutes. And Maitland certainly turned a lot of heads this morning, didn't they?
They've been the one to watch leading in to this particular match. Can these two sides best them? Great ball over the top from Vaughan Kearney. Pinpoint whatever Laith Brain can do, Vaughan can do just as well. And Kearney finds the exact right spot.
That was sharp, right on cue, wasn't it? Almost like the Northern Beaches sub box there in front of us looked up at him and said, "Hey, why didn't you put me in the final? Have a look at this. Bang, bang, 1-1. The Renegades." they're not making up the numbers. They're here to take the title, James.
They might well do it. Two of the heavyweights doing battle here. And that was a really great read. Pushing out was Coleman Rabati. Had he not done so, and a lovely little passive out the back that they could have built upon. Now scooped up here from Skinner, who throws long, much like Brain. What a pass that is. Now that's something we certainly weren't seeing in the previous match.
I like that. When you've got the ability to throw the long ball, the links and the wingers get a bit hesitant of whether they can help out the inside play, start to stretch the defensive line. So a good long ball like that, you know, you combine that with some of those inside dive plays, making lots of headaches for the defence.
So locked up at one try apiece, about 5.5 gone here at Dubbo. Lady Cutler reserve, dropped down there. That was a little bit of an awkward roll ball, but play on here for Potter, who then scoops it up again. Pops a little pass now for Asher. Potter, Asher, once again, dummy, and then tries to squeeze through. Great touch made from the middle.
That was sharp from Asher, wasn't it? The number 3 there for Renegades. Very sharp on his feet, and a pretty good dive on him as well. Don't take your eye off him.
Kenzie as well defensively did a great job, and now Newcastle with a terrific drive in this set. They'll roll it just 8 metres away. Through they go, looking for support. Pops a pass, a tough one to deal with. Mitchell French did a great job to squeeze through the line, but excellent scramble from the Renegades.
Good to see the Knights there with the attack, like the scoop on the end of the drive. That's normally something you'd see in Premier League or, you know, higher divisions, but the 18s, it's almost like watching the men's now. They can do it. They've got all the tricks.
That's why we've seen a lot of these players step up and play Premier League. Stan Clark, for example, for the Northern Beaches Renegades, the number 4. It's been perhaps a little bit quiet so far. Hasn't really shown us what he can do. He's a very talented player and has played at that top level before. Also the vice captains of the Scorps representative sides. We'll get to see him in the NTLs coming up in just a couple of weeks for Touch fans. As now the Northern Beaches Renegades come forward. That's a strong touch there from Cooper Donnelly. I'm surprised that one has been called play on, but that's exactly what the Renegades will do. Now they scoop it up here through Fender and then throwing long, but more in hope than anything else.
Yeah, good standard of footy. You'll see here the defence there. They're not rolling back. They're charging up. They're meeting the Knights. This is a pretty good standard game. A good first 7 or 8 minutes here from both clubs.
Now Skinner, good metres up until he hits that halfway mark and then slipped potentially on the paint. It's now Brain pops the little ball. Cycling it once again. Brain once more working strong. Great footwork. Pops a pass up. Well taken from Asher. We've already called him out for his work with the ball in hand, but that was terrific defence, Stanton.
Yeah, sometimes you see the taller players coming through in that game and you think, oh, they may not be able to get down low or they may not be good on their feet, but they've got all the bags of tricks. Asher's outstanding.
Long loping pass there, but well watched out wide. Good touch made in the end from Joe Thompson. Turning into a terrific stalemate. Now, I say terrific because it's still end-to-end. They're throwing a lot at each other, but the quality of the defence is just nullifying this excellent attack. Scooped up here, and now first receiver is Harris once again through the middle. Good touch made in the end. Bouncing around is French. French pops a pass, and that one was played at there. And it was Tyler Reading. They've got a little touch on it, so another set to work with. This is danger signs now for the Renegades. More pressure building. Good footwork and a good touch.
Good defence there from Northern Beaches.
Harris caught here on the 7. Back now once more to French, and again played it there from Reading.
It's pretty good attack and defence. It's a good standard. Let's see what they come up with then.
I'm going to bring Lewis Skinner on now. He has looked pretty likely so far. McKenzie playing it. I'll say though, Standard, this is where I'd like to see Laith Brain back on deck. So they'll go for a direct option here right through the middle. I'm not sure the Renegades have got there in time.
It was a no touch on the dump, or that's what the defender called, and then it's just whether or not the referee's going to award that no touch attempt. So the defender was claiming that the dump was made without being touched. That's what that call was there. But you were quite right. If the referee had said play on or didn't give him that call, it was a try.
So about 10 minutes gone in this one, 15 to go. Great standard of touch being played so far. Asher brings it forward. Now a little run, cutting out a pass. Once more trying to get away from them. Good touch made down low. On that occasion it was Trey Vaughan.
One of the things, James, that we often talk about when we're assessing the development of clubs is when you see 18s boys teams being successful year after year after year with all different players. It shows the depth in a club, and that's what we're seeing at Newcastle and at Renegades. So ominous signs for the inner city clubs when you see year after year the same, Central Coast, Newcastle, Northern Beaches producing fine young talent.
Now Brain once more, great footwork, pops a little pass there. He was thinking potentially to hit long out on that left-hand side. In the end, it was a bit of a meek final play. Pressure now here from Willis Hahn defensively as Macaulay comes forward. I'll try and get on with things quickly, but there's a turnover.
Interesting next five. This is what I want to see from both these teams, just to see the maturity. Game's in the balance. Both have had a pretty good first 10 minutes. Let's see who can adjust to the speed of the game and come up with some big plays.
Skinner now for Harris. Good metres from him. Plays it about 9 metres away from the line. French is on deck as well. Last one here for Newcastle. Skinner back through the middle. Finds a great hole from Harris. And there's a second one.
Right on cue. They deliver the try. A beautiful quick release from the ground. We thought he was going to dive over. That's what we've been seeing for the first few minutes. But he didn't. It was a dummy play. He looked like he was going to dive. An inside ball. Caught the Renegades defence napping. And the Knights are out in front.
The Northern Beaches as well, Stanto. It is in some ways a changing of the guard. We're used to seeing Berryman and Berryman Duff, for example, for the last few seasons.
Tomoko.
Exactly.
Actually, some of the best players in our game coming through at not just under 18s, just in general. Amazing talents.
Now Clark plays it on the last here. Out it comes from Macaulay. Backtracking momentarily. They're looking to open up some sort of space. There comes the flick pass. That's always the last resort. Hits the deck, and they're going to get away with it here, the Renegades. There was absolutely nothing doing. They'll be pinged here, Newcastle.
Big set coming up here as we come in the last 10 minutes.
Clark picks it up, quick release. Never back on side with Skinner, but fortunately had some help from his inside man in the form of French. It's good identification, though, from the Renegades.
Yeah, isolating that link, and that's generally how the top teams will defend it, James. The person making the touch will generally take one side or the shorter side towards the wing, and they're hoping the other four defenders on their inside can help them out. So, but yeah, you mentioned the Renegades. There's not too many names there that we would know about. I think Tomoko, as you said, and Thailand coming through now into the older divisions. So yeah, this is a pretty good performance, showing the depth of talent out there at the Renegades.
Now floating over the top before recycling back here for Tolar. Still alive somehow for McKenzie. Clark stepped up, and in the end, he'll brush the ball. So there's an extra set to work with. 2-1 here for Newcastle. Still plenty of time on the clock. But you pointed out, this is probably a crucial period for both teams here in the grand scheme of things. McKenzie back towards that right-hand side. Geez, it's a good touch in the end once more from Asher.
Yeah, pretty good save there. Again, Newcastle doing the quick release and then returning it back. Now the dummy quickie.
But a huge gap opened up.
Yeah, Renegades up to task there. Good defence.
So back to the 7. Brain on the last here. Nowhere to go. That's good pressure from the Renegades. Up very quickly.
Not bad. I was actually waiting for you to jump in, James. I think it was in the last game you were talking about the sixth touch. And, why not use the touch? Why throw it away? I think the Knights showed a good example of what you can do on sixth touch. Throw it around, get the defensive error, 6 again. Why not use that sixth touch? We can call it the Preston touch. Use it.
So now Kamara back out there. Not utilised on this occasion. Scooped up again here from Carney. Kamara. Rabati, Carney, Kamara on the charge. Oh, was he back on side, Mackenzie? I'm going to say he was.
Unlucky for the Renegades there. That was a pretty good set. Could have easily been offside, play through, 2-all. Now they're going to get their chance. A fresh set here. Renegades have got to construct a good set, ask some questions to the Knights' defence.
That might be a little bit of karma here. I'll get another look at the line. Down 2-1 with 9 minutes to go. Bouncing around. Rabati, short pass, and then having a look at it was Andrews, who nearly squeezed under them. Rabati again. Drops it back here on the 7. Carney floating a pass for Rabati. Last one now for the Northern Beaches side. They've lost track of the touch count. Yes, we've seen that a bit so far today for multiple teams.
A bit unfortunate there. Probably wasn't their best set of 6, but they've still got 8 or 9 minutes to go. Plenty of footy still left in this one. We're seeing 2 of our top teams here in the boys 18s division putting their stamp on this competition.
So still 2-1 though. Newcastle in front. Last sort of 7 or 8 minutes, the Renegades have dominated field position and opportunities, but Newcastle have been really efficient with their chances.
Yeah, they've been quite steady in this game. I don't mind what I'm seeing from the Knights, but certainly they're going to have to go 1 or 2, gears more. They're going to have to find something extra if they're going to be there on Sunday.
Now last one here for the Renegades. Asher threatening to link up with a little flick pass. Turned away in the end. So score remains at 2-1. 7.5 to go here at Dubbo. Warm conditions, but beautiful conditions as well. You're probably seeing it on your screen just how perfect this pitch looks. As now the Knights drive it forward. Lovely catch and pass. Skinner out on this left-hand edge. No chance for a strike dump though. Short pass now for White. Crabs across field. Brain has lost the hat. Sends it out to that right-hand side, and that'll be the turnover. So it's fallen back into this stalemate again.
I think they might have lost the touch count. I think you're right, James, because I think they thought that there wasn't any strike dump or any big play. They probably thought they had another touch up their sleeve, but they've been lucky enough. They've been gifted a chance here, and a try here might get them over the line here. Big set coming up for the Renegades to defend.
Skinner floats it to the middle. Harris is back out there once more. Hops in at acting half for Skinner. Skinner trying to run at Asher. Now Asher was probably offside, but the man back to the middle, Potter, also made the touch, and that's why we're seeing the penalty and not the play-through. There's the first inside the 7. Kenzie out of that right-hand side. Picked up again. Now a chance once more for them. This time French goes all the way through, and that is Je me sais quoi from Mitchell French.
And just like that, out to 3-1. We mentioned how you normally defend that play with the middle link. You normally have the link making the touch with the middle helping, but on that occasion, the middle got caught in the touch. So both players offside. Neither could help the other one. And in the end, they get the result.
It's a strong touch made there from Lewis Skinner. You might have heard the slap coming through the effects microphone. Who says it's not a contact sport? As it now comes out here for Fender. For Clark, dropping it on the 7. Fender picks it up, going away from those supporting runners, taking off out of acting half. Risky, pops a pass and then somehow falls out of the arms of Finlay Newell. That would have been a great hit back to square it up to 3-2.
Some good signs there for Renegades, showing they've got a dump scoop game, but a missed opportunity.
So just shy of that 10 toward halfway line here for Newcastle. Oh, Clark then coming up with a big slap on the back for that touch. A little bit of feeling between these two sides. As now Harris picks it up, floats it over the top. Well taken from the link for Mine. That's gone forward. They'll say play on. A finish in the corner here for Thompson. And I think he may have bounced it in the process of trying to score. But yeah, there is the call for that forward pass as well. So no matter what way you look at it, the referees have got it. They're on the spot.
Pretty good call there from the referees. We said that there's three of them working together. I think on that occasion, one or two hadn't seen the forward pass from their angle, but the third referee towards the bottom of the screen was all over it, and we got the right outcome.
Great to see them all working in unison. It's now Kamara up towards this halfway line. Little pass provided here for Andrews, who then hops in and acting half. Once more, taking off Andrews, fires a decent pass. Just missing the mark, though, but it was the right option.
The Renegades have shown enough here. Taking, a few missed opportunities. Take their opportunity. Maybe get into the arm rest a little bit more. I'd like to see them just sort of make their touches and get back on side. They're sort of jumping through a bit of a push, looking for a call. I don't think they need that. They're good enough that they can get opportunities without looking for that.
Brain looking to go long, and then big defusal there from Reading. So an extra set to work with now. McKenzie bouncing around. Brain scoops it up. Back to McKenzie. Chance here early. They cover the space through Rabati, though. Good touch made from the Northern Beaches Renegades. Back out to the 7 they'll come now. But this is danger signs for the Renegades. Skinner, McKenzie and Brain all on deck at once. Brain will play it now. McKenzie out here for Skinner. Skinner. Well, there's gaps everywhere opening up momentarily. There's a penalty, though. That's the first inside the 7.
It's got so much firepower, this Newcastle team.
A little bit of it is leaving, though. Skinner's coming off.
I was going to say, I'm sure there's some Premier League players out there. I recognise them, just haven't got the right. That's down as well.
Yeah, Brain going right through the middle, and there's a claim here from Andrews that he got it. The referee must agree, because at least Rabati was offside in that case. That's the second penalty.
Yeah, it's just so much class there. Yeah, you mentioned some Premier League players out there. I remember calling Brain up at State Cup. What a player. McKenzie, a lot of talent there.
Now French taking off. Oh, well covered from Kamara. Couldn't step back off the right foot. McKenzie once more here for Brain. Drops it down. French looking likely. French sends it wide. Great ball on the spot is Hahn. And that is another one on the board for Newcastle. It's 4-1. Wonderfully executed from the Knights.
Well, it's a very tradesman-like performance. They've just been in the game, controlled it. Renegades didn't get their opportunities, and then Newcastle just grinding away, got a late one, another one, and now it's 4-1, and it's looking like a really impressive performance. Renegades are one of the top teams here, and the Knights have put 4 on them.
Fender dropping it down. Asher, and now Clark sending it long. Lovely pass. Then cutting back against the grain was Ioane, but he was captured. Asher with just over a minute on the clock. The result beyond doubt now for the Newcastle City Knights. Asher, though, makes them look silly, holding the ball in 2 hands, which we really haven't seen too much of from either side so far in this match. It just makes the defence set on their heels, and Asher did the rest.
100%, and that's a great reward. And they're the little moments that, if I'm in the Northern Beaches camp, I'm going to latch onto. I'm going to say, right, we just got to get in the game a bit more, a little bit tighter in defence. We've got the ability to score against the top teams. No reason why we can't be going deep in this tournament as well.
So likely the last set coming up here. Brain popping a little short pass. Oh, big dummy. Fools them all. That's a better dummy than you'll find in a pacifier store. It's Taj Tola who splits them. And Newcastle go from strength to strength, 5-2 as the seconds tick down.
You cannot afford to blink. The game is just so quick. There's so much skill out there from both teams. You take your eye off the ball, you lose concentration for a second. These plays will make you pay, and that's what we saw there, just like that.
It was almost rinse and repeat from Ash's two-handed hold just before that, as the Renegades now bouncing around. They can't quite decide if they want to launch another raid or simply end the play. They'll finally send it wide, caught here on the last, and that'll do it. Newcastle, a great result here in round 2 of the 18 boys division. 5-2 at full time. We'll take a quick break and then we'll catch up with some of our superstar young coaches as part of our GYG Moment of the Day.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Great to have your company here at the GYG Media Wall with two young superstar coaches, Caitlin and Sailor, for the Manly Girls 16 side. Girls, tell me a little bit about getting involved in the coaching capacity. We know you're both playing at a very high level yourselves, but why the decision to get involved with coaching?
As you said, we both came from Manly Touch, and Manly Touch really gave a lot to both of us growing up, both on and off the field. And so we just kind of wanted to give that back, put it into the community, help the younger generation both grow on and off the field.
And Sailor, there's obviously challenges as a player, but how's it like being in the box when you can't get in there and try and fix something you can see going wrong? Is it frustrating, or is it more just a different skill set, so to speak?
It's definitely frustrating. You want to be able to tell the girls enough about training, and then you want to leave it to them to play it on the field, but all you can do is just encourage them from the box and not yell too much when they make a mistake. But yeah.
Sometimes emotions get the better of us. Yeah. That's fine. But how have the results been for you so far in this tournament?
So 1 loss and 2 wins for today, and we had a bye, but hoping tomorrow is better.
And is there a particular goal that you've got for this tournament? Is it you must make the semis, quarters, or is it just getting out there and producing as good as you can?
We said to our girls, our focus is to really just play really good clinical touch and to have a lot of fun on the field. And if we do those things, I think definitely a state cup gold medal will come. But we've really put the emphasis onto them enjoying the touch and playing good footy.
Girls, last question for you. GYG, our wonderful sponsors here. Is there a favourite go-to dish?
Yeah, Cali burrito chicken spicy with chips.
Cali burrito mild, not spicy.
Oh, you got to enjoy the spice. Variety, the spice of life. Girls, thank you very much for joining us here at the GYG Wall. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Presto. Thank you for that one, and thanks to Manly as well. A tremendous tournament that they've had so far, of course, thanks to GYG. Fast food athletes say yes to. We've got the girls' 18s here. It is Armadale up against Wallsend. Once again, joined by Mitch Walkerton. Thanks for joining me, mate, and looking forward to yet another clash here on day one. It has absolutely flown by.
Yeah, good afternoon, James. I'm looking forward to this game. We'll see what's in store with the Bush Rangers from Armadale against the Wolves from Wallsend.
I'll tell you what, some of the sounds that we've heard here throughout the day, we've got the siren that's remnant of DJ Khaled. We had Armadale pumping the electronic music. It sounded like we're in Tomorrowland, but they've come out here looking to put on a clinic against the Wallsend side that looked pretty cool, calm and collected as they look for the touch there late in the count. I'm not too sure how much warming up you can do when it is 30-plus degrees out there. So, perhaps the cool, calm and collected nature looking to calm everything down. There are a few tournament now, so Wallsend, they've already had their bye, so a bit more rest than their opponents, 1-1 throughout the tournament. So they're looking to venture on to 2 wins throughout today. As for Armadale, it has been a slow start, but a win right here could put box seat for a 3rd or 4th placing in their pool.
Yeah, absolutely it could. It has been a difficult start where they 0 from 2, but we'll sort of see how they look at that run.
So look at her feed right through there. A lovely touch there on the bootlaces almost, as it was.
Mackenzie Nelson.
Beautiful work. So now working away from their own end, Armadale. And towards their box, they will be in the blue and green. Wallsend in the predominantly black suit with a bit of blue splashed in there as well. And the Bush Rangers, as Myers is out there in 10 with the gold visor on. They go towards the 10-metre line. Last is raised there by the referee, and straight through goes Ann Castles, but a good defensive effort there from the middle to turn the ball over. And now Wallsend, they'll go on the attack, the Wolves.
Yeah, it was a really good touch there from Lation. Needed to be made. Good use of the football here from the Wolves, playing eyes up.
Yeah, getting it out to that side there by Mackenzie Nelson. Now up over the halfway goes, so no scoring as of yet. A few opportunities left for them to conjoin this defence here of...
I think we've got a touch.
Armadale, and a touch made there right on the goal line, right where it needed to be.
Madison Myers, the winger, number 10. Fantastic touch.
We spoke about in the early morning, the wing defence is something, especially in the men's game, we'll see more so condensed defence from the girls, but a lovely wing play there defensively from Armadale. I'm really interested to see how both teams' policies and procedures come into play with the hot conditions. I mean, it's one thing earlier on in the day, you're a bit fresher, but it's at the back end of day one. It is quite hot out there, so fatigue is going to build up, the lactic acid building up throughout the day as well. As we said, penalty going the way of Wallsend from the touch pass.
Yeah, you're right. What the Bush Rangers really need to try and work on is their first couple of touches and getting out of their own half. We've seen it in a few games already. When teams do a lot of defending on their own line and lose the field position battle, it makes it very difficult, especially the back half of the game.
Working through with Kelly, and off the back of that, it is Mackenzie Nelson who gets the scoring underway. You cannot miss her there with those fluoro boots.
No, you can't. It was just a good middle link dump. Rooster play, and Nelson came like she was shot out of a cannon, dived at the line, and the referee deemed that the ball was down. So, great try.
As for Pool B in this division, the 18 girls, Northern Beaches, they're the team to beat at the moment, 3-0. Dubbo, the home side, they've had a bye, but they also have a undefeated run thus far here on day one of the 2025 Junior State Cup. So good for the home fans, something to take away here from day one as we proceed into tomorrow, hoping that the home side can at least find their way into a quarter-final or semi-final, if not the big one.
Absolutely, mate. That has to be the goal, to qualify for finals on Sunday.
The ball coming back to the right-hand side, but just slipping through the grasp there. It was Hannah Khan trying to get her hands to it. But now from the defensive nature on their goal line, now towards the box, and here come the fresh subs. I wouldn't be sprinting too fast, or otherwise you might run out of puff by the end of it. But as is the fit nature of these athletes here on show here in the girls' 18s, the ball just coming away there. So Armadale trying to overcome this 1 point lead that Wallsend have come out to start things. 4.5 minutes gone here. Let's play down this edge. Trying to work all around the park, Armadale, not just keeping central to the middle. It's a nice interchange of passing. That ball just going behind. So it was the right idea there from Wilcox, but just couldn't execute the play out to Lockwood.
Yeah, it was the right play. Hopefully they can improve that execution.
So now let's see what the Wolves can conjure up here as they howl up over the halfway line, and nice pass there. Will be close to that interchange box, and on they roll. It's down the single file and then come across a nice width here. Nice dummy straight through the gap over into the in goal, and it was lovely lead up work there. Finished off by the number 1, Ayla Stevens.
Yeah, James, that's the fly play. They look like they're going to do a strike dump middle. She pops out the back and had a really good line. Great running, just too fast. So really well constructed try. They've got their second.
And I suppose you'll see it a couple of times as well, working away from that box. You get the fresh legs on and running at full pace.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice spacing in between the offensive players as well to get those passes strung along.
Well, it also makes it very difficult if the defence is retreating and rolling backwards.
Because they push the attack in towards that box region, then they've got to back paddle.
That's right.
Lovely analysis there from Mitch Walkerton. Wallsend have doubled their lead. Look to go for a third here if they can. Armadale there retreating. Don't let that lady get her hands on the ball. Mackenzie Nelson already has one try next to her name, and to match the boot, she's also got the fluorescent scrunchie going on as well. Perhaps it's giving her superpowers. And she's sliced her way through there for a double. Yeah, or maybe she's turned into the invisible woman. They couldn't find her. A lovely dummy, and finds her way into the in goal.
Yeah, that was a nice setup. You could tell the ball was going to be making its way to Nelson. She got the ball and held the defence up, dives over. Really, really nice try.
So Wallsend, they'll be penciling in that game early morning tomorrow. Kick-off at about 11 o'clock. It will be Manly up against Wallsend. And look, to go 2-1 in your opening day, that's not too bad. But when you've got Manly on your coattails or up in front of you, you've got to come into that with the right mindset. So no doubt they'll get a fresh sleep for a big contest up ahead. As for Armadale, a pretty important day too for them as well.
Yeah, they'll just want to try and improve. And I'm sure that would be the message from the coach and the coaching staff, is to make sure, now, good little defence there. Created an error. Let's see if they can get down to the try line and ask some questions.
Looking to work here off their middles. A quick first touch there, and just coming up one at a time. Label the player. Okay, I'm the lady to put the pressure on, and then as the other retreats, the next one comes up. So in orderly fashion they come. Here comes. No, there's a couple more touches left in the set. In fact, no, that was the changeover. So I thought there might have been a missed signal there by the referee, but perhaps loud enough for the players on the field to let them know it was the last play, in fact. So now Wallsend looking to change their defensive scheme into an offensive raid. Down this left-hand side they come here through a left-hand link play. Now off the back here of Olsen. Now they're looking for Nelson again, and Nelson looks to hit the Jets. Nice little swerve there, and it's all too easy there. Did she put it down correctly?
I think she did.
I've seen a couple of those that gone the other way. Aku Uarte, hopefully he's watching up in the Hunter region, but a lovely put down there. And that's already 3 tries there for Mackenzie Nelson.
Yeah, there was this fly set up again. Looks like she's going to get to half. She popped out to the right, got the ball. And this time, the big left foot step to get to the corner.
Been doing this a number of years, and you can't call it a try until the whistle has been blown. There has been some absolute Barry Crockers in my time that I've seen, and all throughout. It's a lovely put down there from Nelson, and lovely work there from the individual. Now Armadale, nice work, trying to overwork the defence there of Nelson that time after she's gone over the line a couple of times. No doubt she'll be wanting to come off for a breather, or maybe she just wants to make the touch herself. So now coming out here for Karatiana. Now this is Williams working off the back there, scooping it up was White, popping the pass over the top, and they think they've got it down. They did, but there was a touch made prior to it. So a nice little effort there late in the touch count. It didn't come into points, but good effort there.
Look, it was. It was a middle dump, and it's the first time they've actually asked questions. If they keep persisting with that, I'm sure that they'll be able to get themselves
There comes the error. Okay, we've seen this in a few games where team comes out to a 3 or 4 try lead, and then a few errors start creeping in. It is a 25-minute performance that puts you over the line. You can't just come out and play great for 10 minutes and then go to sleep. It's a 14-player performance, a 25-minute experience that puts you in the box seat to get the victory.
I noticed the Bushrangers have only got 12 players too, James.
Yeah, 12, so short the 2, and it might not be the day 1, but day 2 and day 3, that will really affect them. Trying to squeeze through there. A good touch there from the middles coming together, making the effort. So not only just on the offensive side of the ball, it's really defensively through that middle as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at the way that they're using the ball here.
Oh, here we go. Lovely ball work coming out towards the open side, and now towards the narrow, skinny corridor. The results in them releasing a few of these interchange players that have sat there, soaked up as much water as they can to get back out there and be hydrated for the next 3 to 4 minute stint. Now on the last play, that pass was touched. It was a juggling act that just couldn't quite come off, but it was touched there by the defense of Armadale, so they'll get a fresh set, a brand new drive here for Wallsend.
They'll do very well to hold them out here, I feel.
A ball played back here for Olsen. Interchange of passing, quick dump. Olsen looking for that corridor, and that is just great play there from Olsen. Holding it in 2 hands, making the winger draw up off the defence. It was the tightest of corridors, but they made it work.
Yeah, they did, and it's a really good example of holding the ball in 2 hands. Great draw and pass, and the winger gets herself a try. Well done, Wallsend.
So 5-0. One loss in their column for the tournament, but showing that this Pool A, Manly at the moment undefeated. Central Coast, they're 2-1 start, and then North's 1-2 at the moment, but do have the points on the board in terms of the try column. They're another team to watch out for in this tournament. They're chasing just that. That's in Pool A. Now looking to roll forward here on the last play, looking to work off Lockwood. And Lockwood, a lovely pass, but the touch was made in the end. Good work there from Magbag.
Yeah, great touch there from Magbag. I thought the Bushrangers were going to get over there, but not to be. They were denied.
A few little opportunities that have been presented, and it's just that last pass.
Yeah, it
put
has
it
been
down to this defensive Wallsend. And now penalty here to march them upfield.
Oh, that's 2 in
there.
a row there. Just a tad too heavy with the touches, and it looks like the referees are going to have a bit of a meeting.
Yeah, it could be a 4 sub here, if not on the next penalty. Just trying to hear what's going on there. See if you can see the direction. Yeah, there
Good
we go,
call,
4
James.
sub.
2 in a row. They were accidental. There wasn't anything in them, but you can't do 2 of those in a row.
And being there on the defensive side of the ball, absolutely sprinting to go to that box and not leave them short-handed. But can they operate the space in front of them there towards the left? Back in towards Nelson. Ball looked a bit flat, but lovely run around. Nelson in amongst it. And now Wallsend looking to go towards that corner, but they can't come up with the play. Perhaps it's now. Back here, Nelson already has 3 on the board. Ball on the inside here for Stevens. In fact, no, it was Lee Joe Smith. Now works here for Spicer. Spicer looking for that corner. Probably could have passed to a teammate. And the touch has been made by a player there from Armadale. Look, there was 2 attackers out there on that left-hand side. I think the pass could have been made. That was an Armadale player that's down in trouble. Trainer right to the call.
Yeah, she did have 2 players unmarked outside her, so I'm glad that a try was awarded.
Of course, the train is so important out here as well, all throughout the 3 days. I think we're seeing a 4-star force up here as well. So.
Please come to tournament control.
Apologies about that. When you hear your name called over the side, you start asking questions. I'm not, mate. I tell you what, if there's another James Robertson here, I've heard of a couple, but I've never met one, so that'd be good.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of concern here for this player. She's been down for a little while. So.
Yeah, I think they've got the buggy over there in the backfield. So all thoughts here with the Armadale player, but. Look, I'll tell you what, it has been a cracking day one here in Dubbo. Thanks again for everyone involved here for the Junior State Cup for the Northern Conference. The Southern Conference, that was booming last week. Great numbers on YouTube, great numbers at the ground as well. And for the finals that we did have there for the Wagga Wagga Vipers, 2 of the 4 finals did end up in home victories. So it was a fantastic tournament, conference leading into this weekend, which has been built up with the same amount of prowess and flair as the Southern Conference, and it's almost a battle between the 2 conferences as well for all the teams congregating together and really seeing how you can get the best out of all the teams coming from that Central Coast and North regions.
Yeah, look, it's this is the 3rd time we've been out to Dubbo, and I just think it's a fantastic venue. The council does such a good job. You referenced the mayor earlier, James. How welcoming he has been with it just unbelievably good facilities. It's world class, and it's a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, once again, thank you to everyone, all the sponsors as well that have jumped on board, and I'm sure by the end of day 3 I'll be shouting out some local restaurants that I've got the pick of the litter to go to. I'm a bit of a foodie around these parts as well. Been out here a couple of times before, but of course, thank you to the big sponsor, GYG. I don't doubt that people will be getting down there at some point throughout the weekend.
I'm looking forward to a burrito this afternoon.
Well, look,
just a nibble between, lunch and dinner.
That's probably the toughest decision to make all throughout the weekend. It's not about, it could be what to get on the weekend, but when do you actually go to GYG? Do you go first thing? I came in Thursday 1 p.m. I thought, oh no, I don't want to spend lunchtime just yet. I want to work through the weekend. I know Presto was pretty keen to get in early there.
Yeah, no, I sort of don't mind the early afternoon burrito.
We'll go to a quick break momentarily, and we'll be back shortly.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Saving for something special? Well, what if your savings didn't just sit there, but started working for you? Invested in the stock market, where they can potentially grow over time. Imagine that next adventure, a new car, or your first home, all within reach sooner than you think. With Raise Jars, you can create multiple investment accounts, each tailored to a specific goal. So whatever your dream, there's a jar for that. Download the Raise app today.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
Or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you this.
Apologies for that short delay. Of course, the players' health and safety is most paramount when it comes to the players. We resume play here with a 5-0 scoreline. Wallsend over Armadale.
Yeah, really good sportsmanship and care shown by Lee Stevens, coach of the Wolves. He was the first one out there when he saw that the young girl had a serious-looking injury. So hopefully she's going to be okay.
Well, I think the thing to point out as well is she did walk from the field as well, so thankfully there was nothing else there as we see a lovely interchange of passing out towards that wing. The call is try for the Wolves down in this right-hand side corridor.
Yeah, and, good hands there from Toomey. She had a little bit of work to do with the catch and put down, and she did. And Nelson was involved again, James. She came around on the sweeper play, looked eyes up, saw that there was a 3-on-2, let the ball sing through the hands.
I'll tell you what, it's pretty impossible to touch someone if you can't see them. The Invisible Woman once again, absolutely everywhere, so fast and flashy. Mackenzie Nelson on both ends of the football, and Olsen as well, try assist and try to boot so far in this game. So this would be lovely to see if Armadale could get through. Touch there, but a warning there against Ayla Stevens. So now they're down on the line, almost sprint stance like. So let's see what's happening here.
I've never seen that before, ever.
Okay, it was we talked about the relays. Maybe perhaps they were trying to give Manly a run for their money in the 4x50.
Maybe.
So heading back towards the centre of the field with Herford, and now White. They come here for Karatiana. Nice little roll ball there off the scoop. Comes out here for White once more, but just haven't really peppered the defensive line here of Wallsend. They're up to the task.
No, they are. I'd like to see them try and open the field up a little bit more. They're sort of playing a little bit too close to this sideline. I'm sure all the viewers at home would really like to see the Bushrangers try and steal a try.
This is the class here of the Wolves side, as that pass just going behind the hand there of Leishon at the end of that one. Now they'll get another set to drive it inside enemy territory and beyond to the 7, inside the red zone. All work here for White. Now out towards the wing. Good touch there though on Myers. Now working off it is Williams, who looks for Taggart, and now off the back of that, St. Julien. Couple of chances.
Oh, big dummy.
Nice dummy. A quick roll ball through. Lovely scoop up there by Williams. Tried to find St. Julien once again, but the touch was made. Nelson in amongst others there to make the touch, and look to work it off their own end. Up towards the 10-metre line, and she'll grab it and probably want to come off for a rest, yeah. 27, she's done the hard yards.
Indeed.
So now looking to bend around the outside. Lovely touch there by Alexis Lockwood. 14 there for Armadale. Now it comes out here for Lila Jo Smith. Ball back on the inside here for Tiernan. And now off the back of that, lovely roll ball from Tiernan. Was trying to spearhead the attack towards the middle of the Armadale defence, but make a touch right inside the 7. They've traded back-to-back sets since that little stoppage.
Yeah, they
did
have.
have one try, but it's been more promising here as now they turn it over. They got acres of space, a lot of players at hand. Touch was made, but play on is called. The pass was before the touch was made. It ends up here in the hands of Smith once again. Off the back of that, goes to Tiernan. Quick roll ball. Now Smith. Back here for Tiernan. Let's see what they can do. They're working hard defensively here, Armadale.
They're working well as a unit.
Jason Stanton always talks about that group cohesiveness and staying connected.
Yeah, absolutely.
The nucleus of the defense, the 6 on the park at the moment. Lovely pass.
Oh.
And Tiernan gets it over there for the try.
Well done. That's a really nice try. Lovely dive. Good way to finish the game there, James.
That's it. We did have, obviously, that short stoppage there, so hopefully everyone is okay. But it is Wallsend 6 defeats Armadale nothing in the end. But they'll go back, they'll have a nice sleep, and they'll be refreshed there for day 2. Coming up next, it is the boys 18s from 3:30. Carlingford up against Wallsend. What are we going to see? We'll take a quick break, and we will be back shortly after this.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
Welcome back to Dubbo. We're at the GYG Media Wall with Nick Gross, the president of Dubbo Touch. Nick, 3rd year here. You must be absolutely loving every time February rolls around. You get to enjoy another Northern Conference for the Junior State Cup.
Yeah, we love it. We're so excited for this carnival. Perfect weather, perfect fields. What more could go? You know, everything's ticking along really well.
Well, on the subject of the fields, I think this is the best I've ever seen it. When you walked in, you know, a day or two ago, once it was all finished and set up, what were your first thoughts?
Every time I walk in here, council do such an amazing job. You know, it's great working with them. It's great working with New South Wales Touch, and we couldn't be happier. We had 60 mils of rain last week, and that's just freshened everything up. So perfect timing.
And for you as a president, how do you look at this event in terms of what's successful and what's not?
I think that, I mean, our club put so much effort into it, and I love seeing so many visitors come up to us and say, hey, you guys do such an amazing job, I hope you get to keep it forever. So that speaks, you know, volumes.
Well, as we discussed, tenders coming up, I think you'll be in pretty safe hands there. We don't want to jinx anything, of course, but away from that, let's talk about Dubbo Touch itself. Have you felt that growing and growing over the years?
Yeah, Dubbo Touch is 50 years old this year, so it's a pretty big milestone for us. Definitely has grown. We used to have a lot of trouble getting our teams selected. We had to call people in, but now we have selections for every age group. So we've definitely grown, and it's, you know, it's huge for us.
Well, Nick, it's a real credit to both the council and Dubbo Touch here. It's an awesome event once again. It looks terrific on the field. Thanks so much for your time here today, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
seconds, players and referees. 30 seconds. Please take to the field.
Welcome back to Dubbo for this match. The 18 boys, Carlingford taking on Wallsend. It'll be Carlingford who will have the first tap.
Players and referees ready.
We're at the clock. And we are underway. Carlingford roll on through the middle. Harry Jordan, the man with the ball. Toby Ross in the number 1 jersey. That's Ross with the ball now. Wraparound play, one out the back. The passive play shut down by the defenders from Wallsend. Up down to the line. And now Wallsend with their first handle. Coming off their own line, so they have to drive forward. Over to the sub box they go, trying to get the fresh legs on. They're across the halfway line now. A couple of touches remaining. Good drive there, strike dump. They break out to the left-hand side. Space through the link position, back on the inside, ball down. And enterprising play there for Wallsend. However, they don't get the cherry on top. And now it's Carlingford who look to come back as quickly as they can. And they give away a penalty 15 metres out from their own line. Frenetic start. Wallsend here with a great opportunity, a full set of 6. On the 7 metre line, the dump. And we had a little bit of a look there, and the ball went to ground. Not the start they were looking for. Waiting to be joined in commentary by Jason Stanton. It's hard to get good help here. Stano just easing his way over as we watch the boys from Carlingford push their way up over the halfway line. A little bit clunky in that subset. This is the final touch as they look to give away another penalty on the end of that set. So 2 sets in a row, Carlingford not really getting the job done. A little bit of indecision as they make their way up the field. Now Wallsend drive forward, a hard touch, but the referee says he had no control of that one. It's a 50-50 call in the hands of the referee. Carlingford roll forward through Leif Campbell. Another good drive from David Maguire. Dive over, but he looks like he lost control of that one as he made his way to ground. Referees confer. No, they're going to give it the all clear. I would like to see a replay of that one. Carlingford on the board. Couldn't quite see who it was that scored. Apologies. It's all happening a little bit quickly. Oh, the late but great Jason Stanton joins us finally. Welcome aboard, Stano.
Adam Collins, I've been looking forward to this matchup, and I've been looking forward to joining the great man in the commentary, Adam Collins.
You've even brought a little lady beetle with you for good luck, mate.
Yeah, that's my little friend.
So here we are, Carlingford with the early lead. That's a nice ball, but shut down beautifully there by the defender coming in, Brad Agajani. So Carlingford out to the 1-0 lead early. It looked like Wallsend were more likely to score, but now Carlingford have taken a little level of control.
This is a good one, Adam, because this is the game 3 for these guys, and a lot of the talk around the fields here has been about, you know, Northern Beaches, Central Coast, Newcastle.
Kind of flying under the radar.
Yeah, and both these teams, they're going to feature in the quarters. So, you know, whichever team stands up here, they're going to have a good day
Can
one.
leave a mark.
Yeah, 2 or 3 wins on day one, and so this is going to be a good clash.
So here it is, Wallsend on the halfway line. Good drive from that young man. 23 is Jagan Faulkner. Carries the ball forward with intent. Every time he has it in his hands, Faulkner. We'll keep an eye on him. Wrap-around play here. They do go to the long side. Shut down beautifully there in defence by Oliver Scully. He knew he had to make it. He was good enough to do it. And now they squeeze out, and that's another shutdown there for the Carlingford boys.
They're not bad there from Carlingford. A lot of their challenges are going to be getting up and down the field. This will help them out.
An offensive penalty there. It could have gone either way. The offside player was called out. This is better, the more direct play from Carlingford. They need to get fresh legs out there into attacking positions. There's too much happening there, and that's what happens when they jam it up too tight to the sideline. For all the kids watching at home, it's a real learning point there. You have to have that forward momentum before you can make your way to the sub-box, because you just put yourself into a corner, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. You've got to, no different. Footy hasn't changed in a long time now. You've got to earn the right to go lateral.
So now they bounce out to the right-hand side. Another good touch diving forward there. The Carlingford defender. Another set of numbers tough to read out there in the middle, Jace. Orange numbers.
I heard a birdie tell me it's 50 years for Dubbo Touch, the home affiliate.
Absolutely, they're doing outstanding. These fields out here are amazing. Every field looks exactly like this one that you're watching on your screens. As we see a hard touch there, called by the referee.
It's 50 years for Dubbo Touch. I think it's 53 or 54 years for our sport. I think 72 we kicked off.
Certainly did. 60. As it moves out to the left-hand side now. Dive over. Touch was made. Referee was right on the spot. Touch by Tyler Graham. Crucial touch made. Bounces out to the right.
Good D, hanging in there, Adam.
Yeah, Baxter Keats made a good touch. But I just saw there, he went for the furthest arm. He actually reached across his body to make the touch, and that could be, there's millimetres in it, and that could be crucial later in the game.
It's a big, yeah, you're giving away a nice little tip there, Adam. If you touch it might be a bit hard to visual. If the defender's on your right side, if you imagine reaching with your right hand, how close they are. And then if you touch them with your left hand, you've got to go across the body. You almost lose half a metre. So Adam's giving you some pretty good tips there. That's one of the secrets. Thanks, Adam.
Well, as the kids develop their skill set, they learn more a little bit about that. And if he watches that one back, he might see what we're talking about. But here on the action now, right on the 7 metre line, strike dump. Sweeper goes around, but the big dive again. Defenders collapse in the middles. Make good touches there. Benjamin Saxby and Brody Dudgeon coming together. It's Lucas Ward with the ball. Long ranging. That one, there was a passive play out the back, but they went short. And the Wallsend defence, they were tight there.
It was nice, yeah. You mentioned collapsing, so for some of those new to the game, generally, like, the player that makes the touch is going to be offside, Adam, so they're going to struggle to get back onside. So generally, the other 5 players will come in and help them. So that's when we talk about collapsing or jamming or shutting down. So look out for that sort of like that supporting defence around the player that makes the touch.
Good legs in on here for Wallsend. They sweep into the field in attacking position at speed. A little dummy. There's a left-handed touch. Diving made. Got him on the shoe as he ran through. Leif Campbell it was. Right up to the task, but it was a good breakaway from Toby Brown. I thought he was through, but Campbell had something to say about that. And now it's Carlingford again. They're looking to drive up this line here. 10 metres their own side of halfway. Now over the halfway line. A couple of touches remain. They need to keep moving the ball. They'll bring it back to the right-hand side. Short ball here. And then Wallsend had numbered up, but they draw a penalty. Interesting decision there.
It looked like Wallsend had done enough in defence there, but Carlingford, nice straight driving. And they got the result. This would be a big set for Wallsend. They've got to hold them out.
8 metres out. Here's the dump on the 7 metre line. They're going long. Winger takes it. Good shutdown defence that time from the winger. The Carlingford boy tried to get back on the inside. Couldn't keep his feet. Back to the middle. Dylan Tate with the ball. Gets it down on the 7 metre line. Passive play again. They go short. So that's a couple of times they've run that. And the Wallsend defenders have come in. So next time do they look to take the passive play?
Yeah, they could be going out the back there. So
Shut down now. And Wallsend bring it off their own line. Good metres. Little dummy thrown, extra yards in behind the line. Good play from Wallsend. 3 touches there over the halfway line. So they have 3 remaining here in this set. They slow down a little bit. Final touch coming. Strike dump. They've got players offside. He was pushed over. Let's see what the referee calls there. They don't need to worry about that one because the man just held the line. And that's what happens when that half goes across. People tend to chase like rabbits. And they just leave a man standing on the score line, and that's the one that gets the points.
Yeah, very much so. When that dummy half gets in the in goal, they can't score. Someone's got to chase them down, and then you almost got to mirror or try and match up to those loose attackers, try and match up, and Carlingford weren't able to do that on that occasion. And Wallsend back to 1-1. This seems like a bit of a repeat of what we saw earlier today, Adam. It took these Wallsend boys 10-15 minutes to get going.
They certainly have warmed up. It's 1 apiece here. Carlingford and Wallsend in the under-18 boys fixture. As you said, Jace, crucial match for both teams. They want to walk away today with this victory under their belt.
Pretty strong pool as well, with Northern Beaches and Newcastle. Central Coast on the other side as well.
Yeah, lots of talent here in this age group. Nice passing here, chain passing. Needed to just have a little bit more of a look. It was a little bit of a no-looker there. Put it out in front of the winger. Unfortunately for Wallsend, Riley Donkowski wasn't able to take that one. The exuberance of youth. A little short pass there. Could have been called late. Yeah, I think it's going to be.
Back for that one.
Yeah. On-field referee had a look to the side, didn't he, looking for support, and it came his way.
Pretty good to see Carlingford on the big stage, Adam. The Carlingford Cyclones. I remembered when this club was kicking off. The Cyclones, and they're out there strutting their stuff.
It's great to see some great people on board out there. Tracy Elliott, one of the real builders of the Carlingford Cyclones. The ball had to come out here. They get 6 more, as signalled by Jason Stanton here in the commentary position.
They're warming up.
They're going to call it late first, are they? Yep, they're going to.
Okay, I might have missed that one, but Wallsend are warming up. Wallsend are warming up, Adam. This is what we saw earlier.
Well, it's 1 apiece. Nice little short pass there too. Didn't really gain any extra metres. Now Carlingford up over the halfway line. Claiming, Toby Brown was claiming he was off the mark there, but the referee didn't agree. Have to go back on the inside, and Wallsend shut it down. As Brown now drives it forward in the ruck. Yeah, the referee was right onto that one. It was accidental, but once he'd fallen over in the ruck, it was an obstruction. There's Brown now getting good metres. They bring it back into the middle. They'll look to set up here, 20 metres out.
So this is going to be an interesting one. I might let you call this one. We'll come back to it.
Hinton in half, gives a little dish off the ground, diving over, but the referee says the touch was made. Leif Campbell again. He has been electric for Carlingford. He is in everything.
Pretty good effort. Had to get back 2 feet, get down low, save the dive.
Big body in the middle. Tyler Graham, William Hinton was it, looked for that no-look pass. Couldn't find the man. So what were you going to say there, mate? You've brought us an update on how they stand on the ladder.
Yeah, I was just for our Wallsend fans, I just wanted to let them know. So hopefully they're looking to get a win here to have 3 wins out of 3, but they haven't taken on Maitland or Central Coast, which are top 2 teams in the pool. So this would be a perfect springboard, 3 wins on day 1, and have a crack at the favourites tomorrow. So that's what Wallsend will be looking to do here today.
As we see a little breakaway, ball back on the inside, but put down. He had a little bit of a look. He saw the line wide open. Unfortunately left it behind, and now Wallsend look to bring it forward once again. It really has been end-to-end stuff. Based on those results you speak of, Jace, it really is in the hands of Wallsend here. Baxter Keats it is, taking the ball forward. He has a little bit of a look, but holds it. Dudgeon into half, picks up Saxby there. Here's Keats, goes little flick out the back. Straight hole runner, but shut down by the winger. 10 coming in. William Scully it is there that makes that touch. 7 out, last touch, little nothing play. Lucky not to give away a penalty there.
Yeah, they've got all the moves. It's something I've noticed with the 18s boys. They can run all the same plays as, like, you know, the Premier League or the more experienced ones. And often it's, you spoke about the drive and going lateral instead of forward. Often this midfield is where the games are won and lost.
They don't have the polish. It's the
There's
little
no polish
ends
on
of
that
things
one.
like that.
Yeah,
Exactly
I think so,
right.
yeah. Just sort of being able to get up and down the field, and certainly they can run the same plays when they get there.
So now it is Wallsend in enemy territory. They go all the way to the sideline to get new bodies on the field. And they overrun the play and have to restart. That's Ivan. When Ivan gets it away to Brown. Down for Hinton. There's Hinton on the wrap. That's him, the big dive. Touch call. Again, I've seen that a couple of times too. Hinton, as he dived, he tried to get the ball up and slam it down, as opposed to get it down quickly. We see the shift out to the left-hand side. Couldn't quite hit the mark.
Yeah, different techniques. So I think the more traditional thing is to get down low and try and slide over the line. But we have seen a few over the tops. We saw a couple last week, Adam, where the defender didn't try and dive. They tried to run, sort of reach down to get there quicker. So, yeah, a few different little tricks up their sleeve, but non-traditional to say the least.
So now it is Carlingford pushing forward. Last touch here. So that was, I think it was Campbell, but he's pulled an injury there. No, number 37, David Maguire it is from Carlingford. He tried to go from half. And the man was in the traditional marker position. As he tried to push through.
It's a bit clumsy. I don't think it was in purpose.
No,
I don't think it was on purpose. Bit clumsy.
But he's twisted his ankle by the look of it.
What have you got? A 1-0? Have you got a winner here for us, Adam?
Mate, it's too evenly poised at the moment. I like Wallsend, but can't take anything away from Carlingford. As you said, Wallsend seem more likely. They have
a bit
more in it, a little bit more momentum, and they've. The scoreboard situation certainly speaks volumes for them.
I think
if they can get this one away.
If they can get there, yeah. I asked James Preston in the last call, did he have a tip for 18's boys? And he said, well, it's one of these teams, and then he named 6 teams. So I was like, and he said, well, who do you think's going to win? I said, well, I'm backing Newcastle to beat Maitland in the final. I went off early.
You went off early.
Because you have to be brave. You have to be brave, Adam.
Well,
so.
From the few games that I've seen, I'd have to say, Maitland are definitely there. They might be a dark horse. They themselves consider themselves rebuilding. They're not talking themselves up.
No, they're under the radar. How about the Knights? I like the Knights.
I do like the Knights. I like the Knights across the ground here in a lot of divisions. They're certainly doing a lot of work up there.
And how about the other 6
in Newcastle?
Teams that James picked? The other 6,
mate. Really. Wallsend could push. Central Coast, I saw them early today.
Northern Beaches.
They were disappointing. You've got your Northern Beaches. Manly, of course. Manly defeated.
If you just keep naming clubs, I'm going to Adam Preston. Come on, mate. Yeah. Be brave. I'm going the...
I'm going to go Maitland.
I like an upset, but if I have to pick who I think, that's my tip.
I'll go Maitland.
Yeah, so my tip's Knights, but I like an upset. I was definitely impressed with Maitland. They caught me a bit off guard this morning. I was sort of buying into this rebuilding year story, and then they come out and they put the Central Coast Dolphins to the sword.
So hopefully Maguire is still down out there, but it did appear to be a lower leg injury, and he's getting treatment as we speak. 6.5 minutes remain on the clock here in this match.
I hope he's not too bad.
But what about Dubbo? Like, you talked about Dubbo Touch being 50 years old this year, but what about this venue? The city itself, the region. There's so much to see and do out here in Dubbo.
It's amazing. We obviously enjoyed the Southern Conference last week in Wagga, but I think, to be fair, I think coming up to Dubbo, like even the drive from Sydney, it's beautiful. You get here, there's lots to do. Last year I was lucky enough to get out to the zoo in the morning walk.
Yep.
I love that. And as you said, the venue, it's like every field. You're on field 10 and the surface is like the stadium
like
field.
The stadium. Yeah, absolutely.
It's really a pleasure, like as a player, referees, as a fan. really great venue. So Dubbo, better every year.
You look around, 22 fields, the volunteer base of Dubbo Touch doing outstanding work. The local vendors have come in with food trucks. And, you know, the accommodation, I'm staying in the Blue Gum, and I've got to give a shout out to the Blue Gum. What a great little motel it is.
Looking after you?
It's a sensational little motel, and there's so many of them in Dubbo. But, you know, Jazz and the husband out there at the Blue Gum, they run a really beautiful motel. So if
nice
you are
place.
in Dubbo, plenty of accommodation options.
I think General Manager Dean Russell was saying maybe 10,000 people.
Yeah,
all of us coming in together,
yep.
you know, the touch community. And for those that are at the ground that are tuning in, something that I sort of caught onto last year, which was really enjoyable, was the junior zone. Just across the other side of the trees there, all the under 10s, smaller field, the parents there, a lot of noise, a lot of excitement. I love seeing the little runaway tries and the post-try celebration. So if you're out on the ground, go for a little bit of a wander there.
It's one of those
check out the junior zone.
Little personal lifts, isn't it? You go out there if you want to feel good about the day. Go over and watch the youngsters run around. So we see Maguire taken off in the Medicab, and he'll get some great treatment by the New South Wales Touch medical team.
And we're all reset now. We're ready for a big 4 minutes.
We're back underway.
Let's get the winner.
4 minutes. One apiece. Carlingford with the first attacking opportunity. 7 metres out. Dive over, but the defence came up off the line beautifully there. Shut it down in the form of Lachlan Ivan. Now they bring it to left. Speed change. No hole back on the inside again as shut down. Ivan. I'm going to call him Ivan. It's I-V-I-N. Apologies if you're watching at home. I'll go with Ivan. Now Wallsend. Little dummy by that man. Now he has to go back and play it. Overran the mark a little bit. This is good. They're not going straight to the box. They're looking to get some speed down the field, but they're really not driving forward with any real momentum. 3 touches and they've probably made 15 metres. Now we got him behind that one. The defender had come up, slipped over. It's a crucial point in time. Back on the inside. Good drive this time. Pick up. One-handed. Numbers there if they can find them. Quick hands, and that's a great try for Wallsend. Let's wait and see what the referees. How did you see that one, Stano?
That was vintage touch. I love it when it goes through the hands like that. The link hit the hole, but had enough presence to pop it to the winger.
Yeah,
beautiful
pass.
Play. I love the scoop on the back of the drive.
Traditional touch footy right there.
Great
from
footy.
the Wallsend boys.
I think it was Tyler Graham. I think he did that last game too. You can't take your eyes off him on that. They're just driving down the field, and then he lobs it inside at him, and then boom, he's away.
There was a change of pace on the 5th touch, and that's exactly what set that one up. And that's what this game's about. It can just break open in one step. As we see Carlingford now, 8 metres out. Sweeper play coming. They go back again, pop a short ball, but well read. Look at the numbers, you're right. I can see your fingers pointing up. It was open.
Long ball to the winger would have been a juicy pull, a juicy pass.
Now they look that way, but it's too late.
Happens that way, doesn't it, Adam? Sometimes you'll have your set play in your mind.
It's in your mind.
But if you forget to look up, sometimes the try's right there in front of you.
That's the difference, again, we talk about this age group to the Prems boys. They've got the skills, but they don't have that awareness, the spatial awareness. Heads-up touch footy that we call it.
We're definitely getting better every year. We're seeing more of that heads-up footy you're talking about from our young talent.
Now sweeper play out the back. It was a bit passive. Now they've got numbers here. Oh, a little show and go. And it's broken open. They're out by 2. He had the man back on the inside. And the defender had come across at pace, so then he had him in 2 minds. The little show back on the inside was enough to hold the defender up. And that's Wallsend out to a 3-1 lead.
A classy finish there, and that's the textbook advantage of carrying the ball in 2 hands. The defender thought the pass might have been on. Ball in 2 hands straight into a very elusive dive in the corner.
Riley Donkowski it was that got the job done, and I think that's wrapped it up for the Wallsend boys. Less than a minute remains here. Referee blows a penalty, signals that it was the winger that gave it away. Now Carlingford, again you say carrying the ball out. He looked like he was going to pop a pass, but the defenders stood tall. They centre it up again. This time, Dylan Tate goes over the top, tap back inside. He was looking for the tap back, but didn't quite have possession first.
So what do you think, Wallsend? Can they maybe a bit of an upset tomorrow? 3 wins today. What can they? It's all gone according to plan.
That's exactly. Well, this is where they wanted to be. Whether they expected it or not, they've certainly demonstrated they're capable. So who knows tomorrow? Those games, they just build, and they've built in this game. So if they build game by game, that's all you can ask of your team. And that's all she wrote. Wallsend taken out 3 tries to 1. Take nothing away from Carlingford, but Wallsend were just too good.
I think so. And Carlingford, because they've got the top 4 going through to the quarters, Carlingford's still in a good chance to get that 4th spot. So they've got plenty of footy for them tomorrow. And I like the 18s boys division, the way it's forming up. Lots of interesting games for our fans.
We've got another one coming your way right now. It's Manly and Parks. We're going to take a quick break to bring you all the action here from Dubbo, the Northern Conference Junior State Cup. And it'll be Manly taking on Parks.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially as the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast. We get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love. As a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Griffin Stars!
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Winnie the Pooh. Back live with the action here. Manly taking on Parks in the boys or men's 18s. The final year for some of these lads. It's Adam Collins in commentary, joined by Mitch Walkerton. Mitch, how do you see this one playing out? Manly have been on fire, in the team from just down the road in Parks.
Yeah, look, I think the Pumas, as they're known, are going to have it against them because Manly are one of the competition heavyweights. But hopefully they can hang with the Manly team. I saw them play this morning, mate, and they were very sharp.
Yeah, they were on. Absolutely. Is that the game they accounted for Central Coast? Put you on the spot there, I'm sorry. As we see the try, the opening try for Manly.
Yeah, it
was tight for a little while, that game, and then they broke away at the end by 2.
Yeah,
I think it was.
Yeah, that towards this game, Medved, he was great in the first game. Ran a nice line there.
Medved, a name synonymous with
it is.
Warringah in the rugby league circles.
Yes, and his sister plays as well. So
there's quite a few names popping up that you might be familiar with in the rugby league ranks, popping up here out at the Junior State Cup.
Absolutely, there is.
Just to show the quality of the talent that's out here this weekend. 9 metres out. Just a roll ball, not square, was the call by the referee.
And it was the correct call too, mate.
Absolutely it was. They were looking to try and, change the speed and strike there, but didn't quite work for them. This is nice hands. Good hold.
Good touch there from the winger.
Certainly was. And now Manly roll up over the halfway line. Still a few touches remaining. 2 to go here. A little bit slow now. They've slowed it down. This is where that change of speed comes in. On the 7 metres, holds it up. Ball out the back, a little passive play. And then shut down defence.
Good defence.
From number 32, Henry Rice it is that gets the job done there. And now they need to move the ball forward here. They do,
mate.
Bend the back of the defence. But at the moment, they're allowing Manly to get up and shut it down. They've made probably 3 or 4 metres there in 3 touches. An intercept taken. Touch as he caught it. But they really put themselves under pressure there.
They did. Manly did get up in their face and create some pressure, but just not running hard enough, mate.
We talked about it with Jace in the early game. Some of these teams, they see the subset as being their be-all and end-all, but they need to get momentum first.
No, they do, mate. Absolutely. You're spot on.
Little ball out wide. Again, shut down in defence, this time by Lockie Thomas.
It's a good touch there from Thomas.
Had to be made. Men in motion there. Foot in the ruck. Called against Parks. So a full set of 6. Done it again here. Jack of all trades, and I forgot to start the clock.
It's okay. I'm not sure that the coaching staff would be all that impressed with that as a first touch option.
Absolutely not.
Maybe that'll come up at the dinner table tonight.
So this is better. This is that momentum
we're
talking
is.
of. That's a heaps better set.
Much better, mate. Look at this.
Now they're over the halfway line and they draw the penalty.
Yep, spot on, mate. Spot on.
Between us, we might know a little bit.
I don't know about that. But yeah, it's good to see. That's exactly the game plan that Parks need to do.
And they can't slow it down now either. They still need to put some
keep
pressure
that
on
momentum
that defence.
all the way into the 7.
You can see them talking to each other there. The sweeper play goes around. Well read by the defence. The referee has to go down. He's come in field.
Get out of the way, ref.
Get out of the way. The collapsing statue. Now they're all the way out to the right-hand side. Final touch. That was forward off the ruck.
It was, mate.
The referee calls it. Much better set there for Parks, but unfortunately for them, they couldn't convert it. And now Manly roll forward. Over the halfway line. This is only the 3rd touch, and they're well into enemy territory. A little slip pass. Beautiful. And that's just momentum. 100%.
That is. Same player, Medved, came on as the latch, and he literally ran around them. That was a little bit too easy, but he's very fast.
And then the winger out there just holding the rail.
Yeah, absolutely.
Straight run, and then the ball put out beautifully right in front of him. So good play there for Manly. to a 2-0 lead. So Wallsend, who we saw in the earlier game, they'll be watching this one. At least they'll watch it back online a little bit later on. 7 metres out, Parks. Offside was the call. Yeah, defender called offside. And he was good enough to play through and gets the points.
And a post-try celebration.
Reece Thompson.
Well done, Reece.
With the fancy footwork, sorry.
No, fantastic. We always, I don't want to harp on it, but we love it when we listen to the referee's call. Said, you're off, play through, and he did exactly that.
Again, in the earlier match, we talked about game awareness. That listening to the referees, heads up, touch footy, seeing where the defenders are, what their bodies are doing.
Yeah, spot on, mate.
Not going through that, predetermined play in your mind. You've got to be able to. The good players can change on a dime. As we see, little sweeper, and then the short ball from Manly doesn't quite come off that time.
But good defence there from Parks. They tried to run the block at the back. The man did his job, picked up the front door.
This is where they slow down a little bit.
Yeah,
a
little bit muddled, and that's right.
Now let's see how they transition here. Once the players are on the field, they sweep into an attacking position. Ball on the ground a little bit too long. That's the difference.
Probably not where we want to be dumping
no.
for the last. But they might turn it over in the corner and see if they can get a bit of pressure.
They certainly do, in the extremity of the field away from the Manly box.
Yeah,
and
make
now
it
Manly
difficult
have
for
to
them.
work here.
Yeah, for sure.
That's good. They've got numbers now, but he'll tuck it under his arm. He fell over there. I thought he might have been looking upfield then. That was a good transition from Manly.
Fantastic. That's a good touch there from 32. Learning his lesson there.
Henry Rice, he's made a couple of those. It's in the hands of Jake Medved. Keep an eye on him. You've called him early. Here he goes from half. A little slip pass. Gets it away. 6 more is the call, but they don't need it. Quick hands. Finds Toby Masters in the corner. And that was silky smooth, Mitch.
Yeah, it was, mate. It was great. Very, very smooth. Good hands, good eyes up, good awareness.
Medved with the speed out of half. Found the link. Linked the draw and pass situation.
Absolutely.
And Masters gets the job done in the corner. One or two Masters boys in this team. Rico and Toby.
Yeah. Cousins, I believe.
It's a name synonymous with that area.
Absolutely it is. Big family from Manly Touch.
So now the ball in the hands of Henry Rice in the middle for Parks.
We've got Max Masters in the box as an assistant coach. Holding the water bottle there. The sunny's on.
Yeah, looking cool. Or should we say sweet as? And now it is Manly coming off their own 7-metre line. Let's see what they do here. The man Medved takes it down. Little full pass off the ruck. They get away with that one. Players being called out. Good penetration here from Manly. Striked up, was off the mark for mine, but play on is a call. Numbers here.
Good touch.
Gets it away, but you're going to call it late. No, forward they call it.
Forward pass.
I'm with you. I thought it was a great touch. Clutch defence there from Spencer Maguire for the Pumas. Shuts down another scoring opportunity for Manly Warringah.
Oh, not square. Yeah. Looks like he's trying to land a jumbo jet with the arms. There's arms going everywhere from the ref there.
We are 20 metres out from the Pumas try line. Manly bring it to the right edge.
Good touch.
Good defence there from number 39. Lockie Thomas, he just stayed with his man.
Yeah, he did.
Didn't.
Disciplined. Didn't fall for the two-step jink.
Ball on the ground a little bit too long, so they'll reset now, Manly. Cooper Elkins, man with the ball in the hand. Rico Masters there in the middle. There's Elkins back again. Quick play from Manly. They switched it on.
It just happened too fast.
Xavier Walsh got involved.
Yeah. Really nice little play there. and it just happened a little bit too fast for the Parks boys to react, and then unfortunately the link was just caught out of position, mate.
Yeah, Masters rolled the ball and split really quickly to the left-hand side. That drew the one defender, and then when Walsh got involved, Elkins just hit the line beautifully.
Yep.
Great try for Manly. Jump out to 4-0 lead now. Pumas, they're certainly not out of it. They're not lying down, that's for sure.
No, they're throwing
just
questions, which is good to see.
I think it's just a matter of consistency.
Yeah, I'd like to see some of these. It's last touch now, but I'd like to sort of see if they could get some of these strike dumps on the 7. Oh, hang on.
That young fella certainly showed some fancy footwork there. Taj love it.
Yeah, he
Mind
did.
seeing him in a bit of space.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, hello.
Hey!
Oi.
We nearly had our wish.
We did.
Love it. Let's keep an eye on him. The bright orange boots out there. Certainly looks likely. Nice touch. Manly driving down that far sideline.
The away set.
Now they look to bring it to the left. Those numbers here. He won't need numbers. Good speed there from Harry French.
Oui. No, that was very, very nicely done. The away set and then ripped the ball back for
Quick
2
shift.
passes. Yeah. Just caught them napping.
Really good play there from Manly. French has been involved in a few things. It hasn't been flashy, but that's quality touch football from young French.
Yeah.
Now, Parks with it all to do. 5-0 deficit. Sorry. Plenty of time left on the clock, unfortunately, for them. That's a good long ball.
Oh, bad luck.
Just a little bit too far out in front of the winger.
Trying to run the ML there. It was the right play. Just needed to execute a little bit better.
Again, it's that.
Yeah.
The last.
Yeah.
The polish that I said in the earlier game.
Yep.
It's a good momentum there from James Patchett. Tairoa Love. Ball out to the right. Numbers here. Defence.
That's a good touch.
Dived. No.
Oh, no, it's
He's
not.
going to call the no touch. He was signalling 6 more. It was touched
Beg
in
your
flight
pardon.
as
Yes.
he took it. And then crossed the line.
They're in for another one. They just own the midfield.
They do.
They transition out of the box, strike dump, nice and clean, work out what play they're going to run, and then go and execute.
And I think that's the difference, mate. Their processes.
Yep.
They get down there, they've got options.
Yep.
They're able to read what the defence is doing, and they're switching, game plans almost, at will in some cases.
Yeah.
Again, Pumas. You can have a crack.
Good touch there from Lowe. I like that, though, asking questions.
You've got to.
They've run a few MLs.
The problem is, for mine, Parks have all been doing it individually.
Yep.
It's that I'm going to have a crack,
Yeah.
but the team isn't working in that the way Manly are working as a team. You see Manly
Over halfway on 2.
Oh, nearly lost that one, but he's good enough to keep it good shutdown defence. Pressure.
He came in like a madman there, the Rainer, but he comes up with the right play.
From about 15 metres.
He did,
came
off
in,
the
didn't
back
he?
fence.
Full of intent.
Yes, absolutely.
And now they need to get fresh legs on. It's Rainer taking it forward. That's a good carry. Themselves 2 touches up over the halfway line. That's a third. So there's 3 remaining here. Good chance.
Yeah, they are. Good roll here with a bit of momentum.
Good shutdown defence there. Final touch coming on the 7-metre line. Do they go for it, or is it just going to be a nothing play? Looks to me like it's going to be a nothing play. Again, far touch line for Manly.
Yep.
So last time, they rucked it up that side and then spread it wide. Here it looks like they're going to go for the early shift.
Yeah, the winger hasn't gone up and helped.
Good change of hands there to get the roll ball down, but the referee says incorrect roll ball. I thought they'd set that up well then, Manly. It's just that final play judged by the referees to be not quite right.
Good press there from the link.
And he regroups there to make the next touch as well. Now they've got him. And the referee says he was onside. Good defence from Manly.
Yeah, he just probably needs to tell his teammates what he was doing. I'm not sure they're all aware of what Rice was doing there. He sort of went on his own.
And that's been the story so far for the Parks boys. Well, let's face it, this Manly junior juggernaut, really. It's a very impressive competition they have down there on the peninsula, as we see another try.
Lovely.
On the right-hand edge. Chase Duros it was that got the ball away to the winger.
Yeah, it's the biggest junior comp in the world, I believe.
Yep.
352 teams over 2 nights now. Unbelievable.
No, and let's not forget, just down the road, Northern Beaches.
Yeah.
So the peninsula.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sydney Peninsula there on the Northern Beaches is really...
Our game is very strong.
Watch kids like this out there, it's very entertaining. 7-1 now. 10 metres out. Parks looking to strike here if they can. Long ball, winger. It just dipped at the last minute, but the referee called it forward, I believe.
Yeah, I think he has called forward pass. Unlucky there.
Play on, sir.
Yeah.
Manly roll on this juggernaut down the right-hand side. It's French. Straightens it up in the middle. Now they've got plenty of fresh legs on. Good speed as well. Tairoa low. There's French. Straightens up. But good cover defence.
Yeah, very good defence there from
Oakley Fleidner.
Yeah.
Apologies again if you're watching at home. And nice play. Unfortunately...
Yeah, they can't stop that.
Lockie Thomas fell over.
Clever from Medved again.
And, kudos to French running those holes.
He has to set up and run the right line, which he did. They know their role. They know what lines to run. They're a well-coached team. They're great to watch.
Yep. So make sure you keep an eye on the coverage. Whenever you see the Manly 18 boys, they'll bring some entertainment. As will all of the kids out here from Dubbo. Outstanding tournament. Every age group that you see here on the stadium bringing something different. Parks. Dump on the 7. Quick hands to the winger again.
The 2-step off the ML there. And again, just lacking that execution. I think if he hits the winger, he scores.
If he hits him straight.
Yeah.
Both times the wingers had to, slide to the ground to try and take that dropping ball. It's a good drive there from Lowe again. Xavier Walsh with the dump. With a slip pass. Numbers, good shutdown from Caleb Shembry. Man up out of the line. Can cause danger here. Oh, nice. And a nice call there from Parks too. The no-touch call.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but that Spencer Maguire missed the touch, but we love that honesty in our game.
100%. The game is absolutely founded on that honesty.
Absolutely. He missed. He said, no, I missed.
And he could have called it. The referee sat there and said, did you touch him? Like, I'm going to go with you.
Yep.
And, massive kudos there.
Well done, mate.
For Spencer Maguire. And it was good to see, too. Rayner, I think it was coming across, and he said, mate, sorry, let you down. Great call.
Yep.
Good job.
Yep.
Starting to blow out now for the Parks outfit. Love to see them score here, Mitch.
I'd love them to score a try here. Where's the play? Intercept.
No. Referee's blowing the whistle. Must have seen somebody with a toe in front of the line. He was away too, just quietly.
He was not getting caught. I don't think we've got the mark yet, so we're...
Got to wait for the blade. Rayner, unfortunately, puts it down over the shoulder. Not the best of passes. Spencer was called offside there, and Rayner had to make the touch. So Manly jammed up a little bit here. It's not their normal sub pattern. Which tough lines there. Young fella thought he had his number. Callum Robotham it was. It shot up from behind the referee. Tough calls for the ref when they see.
Yeah, it is hard.
Coming out of the blind spot again. Hands touched in flight.
Yep.
Yeah, 6 more. He had to make that one.
He did.
Reece Thompson.
Yep.
Got the gadget arm out into the space, knocked
Absolutely.
it down.
As Medved was in for another one.
Jeez, you picked him early, mate.
I saw him in the first game, so
you've carried him with you.
Yeah.
He's been outstanding for Manly. He is split through the middle. Nice little pass.
Quality play.
Chase Jaros it is. He gets one of his own. He set one up earlier.
Yep. It's good to see him get a try because he has laid on a few for others.
And that's been the story of this game. Manly have really shared that load.
Yeah.
As we said,
it's the sign of a great team. You know what I mean? It's not, there are certain players that look like they're more ball dominant, but they still share it around, which is exactly what you want to see.
So here it is. Parks on the attack. First touch on the 10-metre line. Clock ticking on here. A few minutes remain. I know if you're sitting at home watching, willing the Parks boys to get one. We certainly are here.
Indeed we are. Come on, fellas.
Our man is sitting over there in the box. Taj love it. Get him on. Put him on, coach. Long ball.
Long ball.
A little float forward.
Bad luck.
Poor old Spencer Maguire has been on the end of some shockers.
Yes, he has had some, tough ones, and that was a tough one as well.
Yeah, I think that's
for young Spencer.
A tough one. Good defence coming from Aiden Rayner there. And that's what's been great about Parks. They haven't stopped.
No,
they've chased.
Absolutely, kept trying. It was exactly what you want to see.
They've charged in. They're having a crack. Kudos.
Absolutely.
Manly here just slowing the play down. And this is where they're a little bit, deadly. It's a change of pace that happens in a single roll ball. Man out the back.
Passive. Good defence.
Yeah, well read.
Oh, bad luck, mate. Don't forget.
Oh, referee undecided there. He's finally called it.
Yes.
Trying to watch him, hand up, hand down, and eventually he came up for the blow.
Yeah, it was a good touch there from
Great
Constable.
defence. You called it early. And again, he read it beautifully. Then Medved pulled out, so he chased him and went with it. So he didn't give up the chase.
No, that's right. Yeah,
and
effort.
The penalty. Effort play. I reckon that's what Edmed was saying as well. Good hands.
Oh, we've got a forward pass down the sideline. He can't believe it.
Sir.
He can't believe it.
Sir.
Throws the ball down in disgust. Thought he was going over for a try.
But passion, I love it.
Yeah.
I thought they were away.
So did I.
I was ready to call it. Good meters. Medved again. A little bit of indecision there. French just holds it up. Now the sweepers come in. Couple of minutes remain in this fixture. Manly have taken out the game. It's just going to be the margin now.
Oh.
Men in motion off the ball.
Yeah,
it
is.
held the defenders up.
It is. And it's very easy for us up here in the commentary box. But the golden rule is the man with the ball. You've got to. But there was players going left, right, and everywhere. And
the man that was collapsing, the person that made the touch was breaking back. His support players were watching what was going on.
Yes.
And you called it earlier, the two-hand carry is so important in holding up those defenders.
Yep.
And then he was just able to dive over and score. So beautifully constructed again.
It's a great coaching tip for anyone, but we'll run with that two hands.
Ball in two hands.
Yeah, ball in two hands. You tuck it under your wing, you know you're going to be running, not passing.
And there's times where you need to do that as well, but attacking. Oh, there he was.
There's your man. Love it.
I will if he scores.
Yeah, he nice hole, but it was a forward pass, unfortunately.
And now Manly roll on once again. They go away from their sub box, which I like. Siren sounds in the background, and the touch will be called. And that's all she wrote. Manly take out this 18 boys fixture. Under 18s, 11 tries to 0. Over a gallant Parks Pumas. Has to be said, they didn't give up. So if you're watching the boys from Parks, be proud of them. They certainly took it to a much stronger opposition and made them work for every try that they scored. So the next games will come here from Lady Cutler Ovals here in Dubbo, and it'll be another 18 boys game, Newcastle and Nelson Bay. Stick around for all the action here from the Junior State Cup Northern Conference for 2025.
I don't know what you've been told, but time is running out, no need to take it slow. I'm stepping to you toe to toe. I should be scared of the but I ain't worried about it right now. Keeping dreams alive, 1999 heroes. I ain't worried about it right now. Swimming in the floods, dancing on the clouds below. I ain't worried about it. I don't know what you've been told, but time is running out, so spend it like it's gold. I'm living like I'm 9 years old. Got no regrets even when I'm broke. Yeah, I'm at my best when I got something I wanted to steal. They're too busy for them problems and problems to feel. Yeah, no stressing, just obsessing with sealing the deal. I take it in and let it go, but I ain't worried about it right now. Keeping dreams alive, 1999 heroes. I ain't worried about it right now. Swimming in the floods, dancing on the clouds below. I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about it right now. Keeping dreams alive, 1999 heroes. I ain't worried about it right now. Swimming in the floods, dancing on the clouds below. I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about it.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Welcome back here to beautiful Dubbo. The sun is shining. The field remains in pristine condition, and now there's a very tough test for the Nelson Bay Neptunes up against the Newcastle City Knights, who have been in fine touch throughout this tournament so far, including a 5-2 victory over one of the heavyweights of the competition, the Northern Beaches Renegades. They'll need to be on point here, Jason Stanton, the Nelson Bay side, to make sure this isn't one-way traffic.
I think so. It's a pretty good challenge for them. As I mentioned, I've gone off early tipping Newcastle for the championship here. I think what's important for Nelson Bay, they will feature in the quarterfinals, I think, on Sunday. So they're going to have to stand up here and put in a good performance against the Knights.
It's a round 3 matchup, this one. So 2 from 2 so far for Newcastle. 1 loss and 1 draw for Nelson Bay. Newcastle with first use of the ball. Now McKenzie popping a little pass, easy as you like. They've opened them up. One of the defenders hit the deck. As a result, it was an easy passage, and in they go.
Yeah, they were a little bit clinical there. They made it look a bit easier than what it was, James. Actually executed the play at pace, and then he looked out the back, looked like he was going to throw long, and almost a bit of a no-looker. Pretty quality stuff. He made a very difficult play look easy.
Well, of course, for Nelson Bay, they're currently in equal 4th. So it's essentially a race between themselves, Parks and Taree for that final spot. Taree haven't registered a point as of yet, but Parks also had a draw. Of course, that being with Nelson Bay. That 4-all scoreline, that could be very crucial come day 2, the end of day 2.
Yeah, well, the for and against is critical. So those that have just been with our coverage, Manly just had a bit of a blowout score against Park. So Nelson Bay, it could turn into for and against, and who goes a quarter-final. So they need a good show in here. They don't want this to be a blowout.
Here's French now popping a little pass, and the ball has been dropped. So they'll survive on this occasion. Around about 2 minutes gone here at Dubbo. So up towards that 7-metre mark. A little bobble here from Nelson Bay. They maintain possession though, so up through the middle of the field. Nice long cutout pass there from Tyrone Clark. Better set so far here from Nelson Bay as Osborne Zorbas gets up towards halfway. A little change of the angle too, just to pick up more meterage, and then a nice scoot out of acting half. Whilst they didn't really launch a final play, not a bad set overall.
Yeah, that's better. They're going to need more of that. They're going to have to string a few of those sets in together. They want to be definitely driving, getting up down the field and being resilient in defence. That's good to see from Nelson Bay.
A little bobble there in the attempted roll ball from Newcastle. I'm happy with the call too. Oh, but there's a late input here from the sideline official that says there was a foot that was dragged through the ruck. So as a result, Newcastle will get another set here in good field position. Cooper McKenzie now. Just standing a little bit in front of the pass there from Skinner. It was delivered, and as a result, there's another changeover. So Newcastle, a little bit sloppy for their standards to begin things.
I think so, yeah. They're probably a little bit relaxed about this one, but they will still have to be at their best. Nelson Bay, you give them enough ball, 18's boys teams are going to make you pay. They've all got a lot of skill. Look at it here on the run. This is better.
Nice little run there from Butter Dean, now picked up and trying to just work down that short side, but not a great deal doing. I don't mind it though, because at least they kept the ball alive and also killed it away from the play instead of simply throwing it over the sideline. Something we've talked about multiple times today.
Yeah, we saw that in one of the recent games as well, James. Last touch was coming. They had to go at the D instead of killing it, and they got a try. So, yeah.
French takes off here on the last. A couple of dummies left and right, opens them up, and then on the spot is Taj Tola. Beautifully worked from Mitchell French. He fooled them all. It was a great sell back on the inside.
I don't know whether many teams would have held that out. French he looked like he had an extra gear there, blistering speed, got straight in the in goal. And as we always say, dummy half can't score, so your job's not done. You then got to compose yourself and try and find that vacant player, which French did on that occasion.
Wonderful match awareness there from French, and 2-0 the score after about 4.5 minutes of play. That one's gone forward though from Nelson Bay. It was Tyrone Clark. Just got his bearings a little wrong on that occasion. Oh, and then Tola nearly tripping into the subs box, but kept his footing. Skinner gets up over halfway. Now a little short pass here for White. White about 15 metres away from the line now. Continue to drive them back. Picked up here from McKenzie. Good footwork. Got away from the first attempt. Oh, wonderful recovery though in the end. Chased him all the way to the dead ball line, and it's a good thing he did because it was still live for Newcastle.
Yeah, the Neptunes, they're going to have to do a little bit better than this. They're really going to have to be resilient, or we could be seeing a bit of a blowout like the last match where, you know, we could be seeing 10-11-0. They have to stand up here.
So White receives it from McKenzie. Watch for Skinner here in the 16. White goes that way. Good speed. Got around the attempted dive. And as easy as you like, Newcastle didn't need to use the outside men on that occasion. Just put the foot down.
Yeah, pretty clinical there. So, I mean, one of the tips, James, for the sort of, I guess, the developing teams, or, you know, the ones when you come up against a powerhouse like Newcastle, the minimum level you need to get to is you've got to complete your sets. You've got to go length of the field every time. And you'll see there that they turned the ball over. They gave good ball to a strong team, and that's generally going to result in tries.
It certainly has been par for the course in this one so far. 3 tries to nil as McGuigan comes out to this left-hand side. Now turns it back here for Baxter. Baxter about 15 metres away. Last one here for Nelson Bay. Trying to create an opportunity through the middle, but you can see there from Trayvord, as easy as you like, just held out the arm and made contact. So it hasn't been poor so far from Nelson Bay, but they really haven't troubled Newcastle.
Yeah, Newcastle probably just a little bit of extra class, a little bit more experience than the Nelson Bay team. And this is where, like, they've got a turnover now. They've got to use the full set, get himself into the game.
Also just the speed that Newcastle are playing with at the moment. Their drives are chewing up massive metres. Nelson Bay just struggling to hold them at bay. So now pop a little pass here about 15 metres away. Dummy comes in, played now on the last, but no one there to take advantage of the strike dump. It was building nicely, and now Donovan heads out to that left-hand side. Easy pickings for Willis Hahn. So, again, it's not poor, but it's got to be probably 85% and above in terms of that clinical execution to really cause any kind of concern for a team like Newcastle.
Yeah, I think so. And you want to start with a simple game plan to try and get yourself into it. So Nelson Bay, I'd be running hard. I'd be doing the dumps between the two middles, trying to get a bit of indecision. You might get a penalty for offside. You might get a 6 again. Keep the game simple. Don't go too lateral too early. Don't look for the trick play yet. Sort of work your way into the game. That's how I would be approaching it coming up against this powerhouse Newcastle team.
Well, next test for them, of course, will be once Newcastle gets down the other end. They haven't really shown too much resolve to turn them away as of yet, but if they can do so, they'll take plenty of confidence as now off they go with a good run here from Osborne Zorbas. Good speed, and that was the first time, really, that they've worried the Knights.
Yeah, almost right on cue. Got the dump there between the middles, and then I think it was Osborne got on his bike. He was quick. He took some catch in there.
That might be the blueprint for Nelson Bay. Just give Osborne Zorbas a bit more space. Let him use that speed as now Brain gets involved in the action to McKenzie. It's always so smooth when Laith Brain is involved in the play. Drops it down now. Last one here for McKenzie. Brain still there in support. The hat comes off McKenzie. Full throttle forward and finds a pass for Cooper Donnelly. There's a beautiful try for the Knights. It's the 4th one on the board, and it's making for ugly reading at the moment for Nelson Bay.
Yeah, getting out to 4-0. As I said, if we can use almost the last game as a bit of a metric. I think Manly, it won by 10 or 11 against Parks and Nelson Bay. They'd be looking to try and win that 4th spot, which, as you said, could go on for and again. So that's a bit of our sort of metric in terms of Nelson Bay. They've got to try and get a couple tries, try and stick with the Knights as long as they can, make a game of it.
Oh, Holes nearly finding one for that matter. I think he's got around the attempted touch. Yes, he has. Brilliant work from Nick Holes, who put the foot down and gets Nelson Bay on the board here at Dubbo.
That's what we need. Nick Holes, a little bit, she was so almost deceptive, quick, eh? Like he just sort of looked a bit on the outside. We thought, oh, that's an easy touch, and then he, just like that, boom, showed a good turn of speed. One back for the Neptunes. That's what we like to see.
Well, the gate, as you said, was sort of very casual. It almost reminds me of Zali Chippendale from the Wallsend Wolves, who's now stepped up into Women's Premier League. It's this long stride that just glides across the surface, and it's produced a result there for Holes. So now French up to the 7. Short pass for Skinner. Skinner looking back on the inside, turned away. Last one now, a static play to begin things. French just trying to sort out his outside men. Easy pickings in the end. Good defence for Nelson Bay.
Better set. Maybe a bit more confidence for the boys after the try. That was probably their best defensive set.
They threw a bit at them as well, the Knights. So now Nelson Bay come out to that left-hand side. There's a very sloppy roll ball. Probably lucky to get away with that one. And Newcastle just jamming in here. It's a high press defensively. So they head up over halfway now. Good scoot. Now taking off once more is Osborne Zorbas. Again, there's that speed that he possesses. So between him and Holes, that's the blueprint.
Again, we've seen that's our best chance. You get a good drive, get both middles in the touch. That's 2 people offside. And just run at him. Give yourself a chance for a penalty repeat set. Bit of indecision. Good work by Neptune. They might be sort of finding their DNA here, working out how they need to be playing over the 3 days. Good to see.
Mackenzie now scoops it up. Problems here for the Neptunes. Tapped up in the air. Eventually taken there from Tola, but also caught right on the line. They should have one more here, the Knights. Tola, for some reason, thought that was the end of the set. He was giving up on the play. One more to go, though. Now, they've got numbers on that right-hand side. If they want to take it that way, Harris will turn it to the left and then simply kill it away from the box, and that's what we don't like seeing.
I'd like to see more of it. There's a lot of class there. Mackenzie, look at him up here shooting, not just a good attacker, active in defence. He's a complete player, Mackenzie, for the Knights. You'll be seeing a lot of him over these 3 days. Absolute class. So the number 6 there, definitely one to look out for. Circle him in your program, James.
He was terrific against the Northern Beaches Renegades as well, Cooper Mackenzie. Wasn't so much the flashy plays, was doing all those 1%ers brilliantly.
No, that's why I like him so much, James, because he does the little things. You saw him there. He had the scoop, so that looked that looked flashy and nice. But then he's got back on side, and then he's shot up in defence and been active. They're the little things. Complete players. Great to see.
So now Harris taking off, turns it back to this right-hand side. Good little pick-up. Tola, easily done. Beautiful catch and pass. That takes a lot of skill. It was almost a case of catch and release in one motion. Sets up another try here for the Knights. Beautifully worked with not a great deal of space.
I don't know if that's going to be a try.
Oh, yeah, they're going to turn this one over.
Yeah, it was a no touch. When you see the referee almost scooping their hands coming forward, that's lifting their hands up, that's when there's a no touch. So the Newcastle attacker dumped the ball just before he touched the defender. And the defender was pleading for the call. And I think the third referee, the sideline ref, had a chat to the on-field ref and said there was no touch there. I saw some space. So the referees working together, getting the right call. And this has been a nice 5-minute period for the Neptunes.
Yeah, really good 5-minute period. 1-1 in those last 5 minutes. Now they send it long. Now, had they hit link there was a golden opportunity to get on the outside of Peterson, who'd come in field a fair bit, looking for a chance potentially to take an intercept. The ball went sailing past him. It's now Newcastle, pinned up against the sideline here. Around about halfway through this match now, a little bit past that mark, and up over the halfway line for that matter. Tipped on from French. Now Brain, waiting and acting half, scoops it up. Lovely early release here for French. Back towards the middle, drops it down. Brain once again, a great scoop. Here he goes, and then well played at from Nelson Bay. It was Nalawa Knox who had to make a play at it, otherwise that would have been a try.
Brain just asking so many questions of the defence. He's got the dive, he's got the quick release, the scoop. He's got pretty good footy IQ too, Brain. I know that sounds a bit funny because his name's Brain, but I wasn't trying to be funny. He's a great player. Can't wait watching, seeing more of him over this 3-day event.
Now French bouncing around off. French nearly fooled them all again. A great touch there from Knox. We'll push them back to the 7. It's a fair point on Brain, though. He is someone that quite literally uses it a lot on the field. He's an option again here for French, and then Brain just running out of room. Good pressing defence from Nelson Bay, and I mean, you mentioned it a few moments ago, but now it's probably a good 7-minute period here for Nelson Bay.
No, they're doing really well, and I think when you said that they had a draw, I actually missed that game earlier today. When you said that they had a draw against Parks, I think that means that it all comes down to for and against. So if Parks, had that bit of a blowout score going down by 10-0, and then if they can stick with Newcastle and not have a blowout score, that could be the difference in who ends up playing footy on Sunday.
Well, of course, Taree is still the one they'll have to make sure that they can hold off the advances of. And they had a reasonably good result against Manly, so they went down 6-1, but given some of the scorelines Manly have put on against multiple teams in this competition, that's not terrible from Taree.
Do you think Manly are a bit of a dark horse? I didn't really have them in my top couple. Do you think...
For mine, they're top 4.
Yeah, you think they could be below the radar, come out?
Well, I think with Saxon Gore, for example, who's been a very high-quality player for a while now, as Mackenzie goes all the way through and finds the support of Tola for a second one for him now to take it out to 5-1. But just on Manly, yeah, I think with a team that has the likes of Saxon Gore, I think Ella's might also still be in that side.
So you got Manly ahead of the Renegades then?
Potentially.
Top 4. Yeah.
Potentially, yeah. Okay.
And how about, I don't know if we've got Fantasy League in touch, but who would you take Fantasy League? You had to pick someone here. Would you take Brain first or Mackenzie?
I'd take Brain.
Brain?
I just think everything he does is so smooth, so sharp. Whether it be the little scoop out of acting half or the long ball, he tends to get it right 9 times out of 10. As that one comes loose there for Nelson Bay. So 5-1 the score with just under 9 minutes remaining in this one. There's a drop ball here for Newcastle, so a good opportunity now for Nelson Bay to try and post their second try.
Yeah, this is really good signs for Nelson Bay. I think it's a third game today, is it? Second or third game for Nelson Bay. They're doing good. They're full of running. They have been resilient. They've definitely had a good 5-10 minute patch here. I'd like to see them get another one here for their confidence. Let's have a look. They've got to be diving at the feet. Let's have a go. He's close.
It's Baxter bouncing around, and he's more than close. He's got across the line. It was wonderfully worked from Hamish Baxter, bouncing around like a jackrabbit, and got to the deck so quickly. There's a second on the board for Nelson Bay. 5-2 isn't bad reading for them.
I like it, and this is what I was talking about. When you're up against a favourite team or someone more fancied, you don't have to do something big special. You don't have to do something amazing. You've got to build into your game. As soon as Nelson Bay started knocking down the front door, diving at offside players, they're in the game. Newcastle might have one eye on tomorrow. So Neptunes have got a couple tries. It's great to see.
So at the moment we don't need to pick because both Mackenzie and Brain are out there. Working in tandem here with Skinner. Now Mackenzie, the no-look pass. What a special one that is from Mackenzie. We talk about the big brain of Leif, but Mackenzie, the sleight of hand. Benji Marshall, eat your heart out. A lovely try assist. There's a 6th for Newcastle.
You want to change your pick now? You're going to get back on. You said you had Brain, so I took Mackenzie. And then Mackenzie's put on a clinic. James Preston might have had his wrong selection for Fantasy League. Mackenzie, Brain, real shout out to this night's outfit. A lot of class there.
I think it's one of those selections where you can't really lose. No matter who you pick,
Either
you've got
way.
quality.
Yeah, but they've got a lot of class there. Thompson, Skinner, French. How about Mitchell French?
Skinner as well hasn't really had to do too much in this match. We saw him against the Renegades, who was electric. It's now Nelson Bay, roll it on the 7. Marching forward there is Skinner making the touch. Once more on Osborne Zorbas, who's had a lot of energy about his work in this one. Clark, back to Osborne Zorbas on the 7. There was a chance to go there for Clark, but pulled up despite getting a really smooth dump. Clark this time will take off, comes up with the flick pass. I think it needed to be the play before.
Yeah, good call, 100%. Do you think they can hang in there? They've got another 5 or 6 minutes to Nelson Bay. They just need to stick with it. This would be a good result, as you said. Quite a respectable result if they can stick with the Knights for another few more minutes.
Here's a chance now, though, for Newcastle. Skinner sends it wide. Off and running, they go through Thompson. Good meters there. So play number 1 into enemy territory. Catch and pass, still dangerous here for Nelson Bay. Wider still now for Peterson. Puts on the afterburners. Peterson! That's smooth work from Newcastle and an electric finish from Jack Peterson, who scorches the turf for a 7th.
It's a pretty good sign to see that ball movement there, rather than just go towards the sub box. They just ripped it across to the opposite way, ran down the sideline. That'd be that's ominous, isn't it? If you're one of the opposition teams looking at that, saying, "Oh, these guys have got the ability to go length to length, coast to coast." Not bad.
Well, you just talked about it. Class across the board. You can take your pick of McKenzie and Brain, for example, but you can almost take your pick from any player on the field here for Newcastle. Or nearly an opportunity for French to intercept. Now, he's claiming that he was looking to make the touch, had no idea that the ball was going to hit him. I've certainly seen those go the other way, but I'm happy with it. So that'll be a turnover in favour of Newcastle. It did look, in fairness to French, that he was looking to find the man, because it almost hit his arm directly, so he could have easily taken that intercept. Now they're away again. Harris this time with speed, out of nothing. And once more, it's a long-range effort for Newcastle, and it's blown out in a matter of moments. About a minute ago, it was 6-2. Now all of a sudden 8-2, which I must say I don't think is particularly reflective of how this one has panned out.
No, probably a little bit unfortunate, and this is what I was worried about. That's why I was having my little spiel about I hope they can hang in there. 6-2, looking like a great result, and just in the blink of an eye, 40 seconds later, 8-2. Maybe they can get one back here.
So Donovan now for Knox. Up to meet him is French. Knox then hopping into this left wing position. McGann, Knox, good footwork. Oh, drawing pass, beautiful from Nullawa Knox. That's a way to set up a try. Jinking off the right, the left. Engages the defence and then pops a delightful little pass. That's a GYG delicious play of the day.
We've been waiting for the GYG. I've seen a few good tries, James, but I was waiting for the GYG one. I don't think you can go much wrong with that try. I think if you had a bowl of GYG, you'd be looking pretty good now.
It's getting closer towards dinner.
It's almost dinner time. Can someone take over the commentary? I might duck down to Guzmani Gomez right now. Where's my replacement?
I'll be stealing a lift from you. We'll turn it over to JR and the GM himself, Dean Russell. They can take you through. We're getting hungry seeing all this incredible work from Newcastle at the moment. Once more they take off. Oh, little switch play. Brain was there. Well, that one would have certainly tested the GYG player of the day had it come off. We're Nelson Bay now copying a big collision here from Newcastle. Clark hit the deck.
Yeah, a little bit of ill discipline there from Brain. As soon as you picked him as your fantasy league player, we've seen him drop a couple balls and we've seen McKenzie shine.
Have you got money on McKenzie? Is that what this is?
No, I just like putting you on the spot to make some decisions. A couple games ago, you picked about 7 teams to win the comp. Just pick one, James.
I'm impartial. Neutrality over here. Switzerland. As that one goes to ground.
Switzerland
Turn over
aren't
here.
even in the comp, mate. This is a good performance from the Knights and pretty good from Nelson Bay. I'm going to watch their results tomorrow, pay extra attention, because I think this is a good foundation for them. They might better get a win, maybe a couple upsets tomorrow, this Nelson Bay crew.
Let's having a look at their draw moving forward. So up next, Northern Beaches will face Nelson Bay, so that's going to be a tough assignment as well. Now this is the one that could have a huge bearing on proceedings. Parks will take on Taree. So neither side has won a game as of yet. Parks, of course, came away with a draw against Nelson Bay. Taree still looking to find their first points of the tournament. That's our round 4 fixture. Jumping ahead into round 5, Parks will then take on Newcastle, but this is the other one to keep an eye on. Taree up against Nelson Bay, and that could decide that top 4.
Yeah, that's the one. Nelson Bay, Taree. I think that's one you got to circle in your on your program if you're out here at the event, or that might be one of the games coming to you. Thanks to GYG.
Oh, there's a lovely little dummy there for mine that potentially loses the grip as he's putting it down, but nonetheless, it's a hat-trick there for Tola. Great deception with the dummy left and right to open up the space. With about 30 seconds remaining, the score is now out to 9-3.
Yeah, pretty good game, and I think if you're on the Newcastle side, you just got to get the result. The for and against not as critical to them as they roll through. They had that strong win against Northern Beaches. They've probably got one eye on their game versus Manly. Would that be one of the games of tomorrow, wouldn't it?
Certainly have to be up there. Also begins to get to a point where we're looking at those games that could just decide a top 4 place, for example, that also then have a lot of interest in it.
It may not be Manly. I might have the crossover. I've got the pools wrong, maybe.
Oh, here's Knox with a bullet pass all the way out there for Dennis. Good. And they will call this one through. So Knox has come up with a couple of very special plays. That was a ripping right to left.
That's a bit better. 9-4. I think that's a bit more reflective of the game.
So all wrapped up there at 9-4. We've got one final match coming your way here. The GYG on day one of the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. It's the girls 14s division. The Northern Beaches taking on Ryde. Up next.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Welcome back to our last game of the day, and we've seen plays of the day, but this might be the
game of the day. A great showcase here for the under-14 girls to get a chance to shine out here on the big stage. I'm joined not only by the GM, but by the doctor. The doctor is in the house. Dean Russell, thanks for joining me, mate.
Thank you very much for having me again. Yeah, looking forward to this one. I've been given a little tip here to maybe keep an eye on number 4 from Northern Beaches, Kendall Kilby. They tell me she's a bit of a talent, so we'll keep our eye out for that.
That we will, and what a sensational day it has been. Clock is on, and away we go in the last game of the day. It is Northern Beaches, it is Ryde. So Ryde in the white, black, red, and a lovely start to open proceedings here for the Northern Beaches side. It's been a strong tournament throughout all the age groups, but it is Lily Matthews that gets the scoring underway here for the 14 girls.
Yeah, they are a very strong club, well coached too in this particular division. But yeah, a very simple play there. They drove down the field, they got the ball positioned just outside the middle, and then they sent the wrap from half. But young Lily there, she just drove in behind the ruck and found the hole. But here's an opportunity for Ryde Eastwood.
A nice touch made there by Lazic. Not the case for the Southern Conference. We saw a lot of multiple winners besides Wagga, the home side, but a lot of strong dominance here from teams like Newcastle, Northern Beaches and Manly.
Yeah, it is a very strong, well, both conferences are very strong, but yeah, you do have some powerhouse clubs, both at juniors and senior levels at the Northern Conference. As you said, not just the 3 you mentioned, but Central Coast is in there as well. You've also got the likes of Port Macquarie and Ballina. But great to see new affiliates like Barrabra. First time here with 4 teams at the Junior State Cup. So sensational to have those new affiliates here with us.
Good to see as they travel far and wide to get here. And oh, that is a wide open space and a lovely pass there, but the touch was made. So a great pass offensively, but equally great work defensively there from Ryde.
Yeah, just able to get on the outside of the Ryde defence and scoot through to the end goal area and just not able to get that last pass away.
So interesting to see how the 14 skills translate. A lot of open pasture here, but the fundamentals and basics really one to watch out here for. Nice quick roll balls, some nice interchange of passing, and key for them. Just try and hold on to possession of the football. That will give you the greatest chance of going over the try line.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad set from Ryde Eastwood. They got down the field pretty well there. Would like to see them probably just straighten a little bit of their attack. They were a little bit sideways there, but still, they got the momentum and got down the field well.
They come towards their subs box, and a depleted subs box it is. In fact, no, it's not. They're all split out to the left-hand side, so they're full complement of 8 players. Now it comes out here for the Paki. She gets the ball out there to the right. Lovely touch there by Lily Rutley in 33. Now here is the lady, as mentioned before there, Kendall Kilby. The pass was right, but good defensive pressure there from the 13. It was Imogen Kalaja.
Yeah, and you can see the defensive set here from the Northern Beaches. Pressing 2 and then got the next 2 ready to go and come up and put pressure on Ryde Eastwood. But the Hawks have handled that pretty well and got to their sub box and got their subs on nicely, and now just need to finish their set off.
They're swooping in and out nicely, but turning the ball over here, centre of ground, so a great chance here for Northern Beaches as they look to go shift to the left-hand side and allow those fresh ladies to come on. And here is Kilby. Dangerous one to watch. Ball coming out here for Tiffany Eve Raff. Plays it back here for Matthews. Already scored once before as Jones comes into the field to fill that right link position. Dummy was made. Was the touch made? No, it wasn't. It's a try here for Northern Beaches. Lovely work there on the left-hand side.
Yeah, a similar try to their first one where they've really attacked in underneath the ruck. Defence was getting there a little bit late, but the Northern Beaches girls there are able to just dive underneath and get the ball down just prior to the touch being made. But not bad efforts defensively there from Ryde Eastwood, just unlucky.
Lovely work there from Fotsu Mawala. Ball coming out here for Donkin. Nice little quick roll ball there as they look to utilise the space out here. Almost picked off, but no, they're going to call it the ball floating forward. So ball, I thought was going the way there of the Hawks, but it will be retained possession here for Northern Beaches.
Yeah, I thought they were unlucky there, the Hawks. I thought that might have been 6 to go, but the referee was in a better position than us and ruled that they may not have played at the ball.
I'll tell you what, it is 2 age groups down, but it's not any slower. They're playing free, fast-flowing touch football, that ball going to ground, so it will constitute in the turnover as the Hawks a really good opportunity here for them to go on the attack.
Yeah, and I'll keep an eye out on the 11 here, Azar. She seems to be the spark in the Hawks' attack.
Oh, quick tap, here we go, playing to the whistle. Defensive line wasn't ready for it, they are now, and here is Azar. She lead Ruby Red into the in-goal area. Here goes Azar once more, and they come together on her. Nice play there from Burke and Slack. Does not slack defensively. So Woody now back here for Azar as they look to shape something towards this right-hand side. They opt to go left, though, and Azar trying to go for the Harbour Bridge pass. Did cut out one of her teammates successfully, but the ball not quite on the mark.
There might have been a little bit of miscommunication there for the Hawks. They looked like they were setting a sweeper around the high side, and Azar, I think, wanted to stay on the low side to give extra numbers. So they'll take a look at that. The coaches will be able to correct that.
So Pool A here, it is 18-0 at the moment. Well, 20-0 with the Northern Beaches side as they come towards this left-hand side. Lovely juke. But a good touch defensively, making the effort there in that far right-hand corner. So still working here overtime. Ball comes out here. Watch out. It's Kilby. And Kilby looks for the open woman. And she gets it. But a lovely touch on the left wing there by Bridge.
It's got a lovely pass on it, Kilby. Especially the right to left. Really nice technique in that pass.
Caught with it there on the last was Packy, so it will be a changeover here for Ryde. So, yeah, 11-0 win against Gunnedah, the Goannas, and then a 7-0 win against Maxfield. So really building into this tournament nicely. As for the Hawks, it was a 9-0 win against Beresfield and a 4-3 loss against Wallsend, but a really tight one as they battle out for the top of Pool A.
And there's another club that'll come into configurations on Sunday, Wallsend Wolves.
Nice touch there at the end. Yeah, we saw Wallsend with a pretty good performance in the country championships last year, and looking like they've got a few sides here looking to compete in the later stages of day 3 in amongst both the boys and the girls.
Yeah, just an error there coming off their own line. That's not going to please the coaching staff from from Northern Beaches. It's given Ryde Eastwood very good field position.
So Elphick will hand it off, and now they open up the space here for Hardy. Quick strike dump, and now looking to use that wraparound play, but a touch made in the end there by Bokiani Paki. So ball now here with Elphick. And it comes here for Rutley. They're getting that space there. They just need to get that last pass right. Just a bit high on that occasion. Bella Ross making the touch. They've still got one last play.
When they do run that sweeper, you just like to see the sweeper come around and straighten to commit the defenders to them and open up the holes for their outside runners.
Back here for Warren, and she'll turn it over there, but great field position to turn it over there from Ryde Eastwood. They have to go from one side of the field to the other. And out here in the last portion of the day, probably the hottest portion of the day as well, was pretty good conditions, 22, 23 degrees early morning, but it's gone right into the low 30s here from Dubbo. Was nice utilisation there of that right-hand corridor. And now they come up through with a few more touches up their sleeve. And there was the fake runaround, the fake wrap, and a lovely play there. She was out the back, Matthews, but Fotu Moala took the ball and did it all herself. Gets into the in-goal, and it's a 3-0 lead here for the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, Fotu Moala, the really nice line that she ran there. Get on the outside of a defender, through the dummy, slices through the line and finds a way easily to the try line. Really lovely play there.
So don't forget our pre-show for tomorrow, Saturday, will kick off from 9:15 a.m. following into our first game. It will be Ryde versus Nelson Bay in the under-18 girls division. That is sure to be a cracking matchup, as is all the matchups that we have to bring to you live for the 2025 Junior State Cup. Ryan Eastwood here on the attack, and the dummy run there from Deanna Rice just couldn't find the space around the defender. Here he is there, last opportunity at the back end of this drive. The pass found the player, but Bronte Nagel just ran out about a bit of time and space.
Yeah, and good play here coming off their line, the Northern Beaches girls. A lot of the teams we've seen today, when they get the changeover on their own line, there's good speed here, good play, good yards.
And rolling
but
on
they just
the fresh
run
legs
to the
too.
sub-box, where Northern Beaches, you saw they work to the sub-box there, and they're going to get the benefit of it on the end of this play.
Here's that right play again, and now the catching, passing, and scoring here of the Northern Beaches. Oh, that was spicy. Bella Ross. High fives all round.
And they scored that touchdown in the first 3 plays of that drive, because rather than just having all their players run off the field, they worked to get their players off. They drove forward, they went with momentum, they got the fresh troops on, all coming on at speed, and that's paid dividends.
So there's different angles that you utilise to get to your subs box. Sometimes you could crab across field, but you see the really good teams really drive the ball forward, as we see a lovely pass down the side there. That is brilliant play from Ryan Eastwood. Awesome work here down this left-hand corridor. And it's Melissa Bridge who gets a score on the board, and they are stoked there with that try. That was really good touch football.
Yeah, that was really good play there. They've come down the short side, but getting the ball out the winger, but really good support play from Azar there, back on the inside, gets the pass back on the inside, pins the ears back and scores the try for her team.
Now the girl you spoke about that is going to be all important for them in this tournament, Ruby Azar, showing showcasing her great skill here in this 14s division. So off the back of conceding their first points of the tournament team, not just in this game, but 3 games in, and they have not conceded a point up until this point. Let's see how they treat it, and the ball's just been planted down from the dummy.
Yeah, the referee just made the touch there, but again, really good play there from Kilby. Not just the line that she ran, but the fact that she held the ball out in front in both hands, so the defence were unsure whether she was going to run and go for the line or actually pass.
Yeah, Raf tangled up there. That constitutes the turnover. The ball back with the Hawks. Only down by 3 points, and they'll gain a lot of confidence out of that try. Breaking the blue wall of the Northern Beaches. Breaking through the waves, so to speak, of that blue defensive line. And this set's been a lot better, and they'll get a penalty off the back end of that as well. So really driving up through the battle. Back is turned here from the defender in Packy. And now they've suddenly, coming into this game, a lot more confidence. They're running up one up defensively. The Northern Beaches.
Need to be careful there, Northern Beaches, just holding their line, not moving forward. They're moving forward this time.
Probably due to the fact they're inside that 7 and they know how dangerous that Ryan Eastwood could be, looking to score their first back-to-back tries, but good work there defensively from the Lynx and middle coming together.
Yeah, a very well-drilled team. You can see that they're well coached. They hold their defensive shape, so they're not trying. Well, as yet, they haven't really been tested. We know that the Hawks have scored a really good touchdown, but that was good touch. There wasn't any mistakes in defence.
Live here on YouTube from Lady Cutler Field. It is 2025 Junior State Cup, as the ball just falling away from the hands there of the Northern Beaches attacker was Matthews, who does have a try on the board here today. This is day 1, and make sure that you share it around day 2, day 3. They are on the horizon. And some lovely touch football following on from last week's great performance in the Southern Conference from Wagga, as they go straight through the middle. The defensive line retreating, but they make the touch, all important. Now, here is the last play. Looking for the short side and almost getting around the outside of her defender was Bronte Nagel, but just couldn't quite make it stick. So the Northern Beaches now to work it from deep within their own half, but watch out there, coming towards their subs box, and I see number 4 looking to get on in Kendall Kilby. Chatting to who plays. Here comes the dummy. And she'll sit this set out. They'll leave the players in Hopper to do the bulk of the heavy lifting. Now here for Raf.
Well,
getting asked to tap it on the mark.
Yeah, unlucky there. I mean, the girls thought they should have played on, but the whistle had already gone, and that's why the defence had stopped. So, had the whistle not gone, they would have not scored there. But here's an opportunity.
So Burke off the work of Lazic there at the roll ball area, but will be asked to go play it as the touch was made on the in-goal line.
Would have liked to see her go to her right there. They had created numbers. She was looking to see if there was a hole back on the inside.
On a pressing here for the wingers. The middle's working here. Here's a lovely ball out the back. But again, it's been touched. So work there from Eva Jones. In fact, no, the try's been called.
Yeah, the referee said that the defence hadn't made the line. And it was just good speed and the dive from a long way out that created that try.
Thought he was pointing in the space more so than pointing to the spot, but the try has been awarded to the Northern Beaches. 5-1 they go up with just a little over 9 minutes remaining here in this showcase for the under-14s. And it is a bit of a dominant sense for Pool A so far, Northern Beaches. Going into day 2, making sure that all their players get rested and ready for tomorrow. Another hot one, and will be about that 31-degree mark. That ball just going away from the hands of the wide player. Kusic trying to throw the ball out there, but just not finding its mark. And now here come the Northern Beaches. Just taking consideration of the subs box. You've got a 4-point lead. Driving the ball sidewards to that box more imperative at the moment than driving it forward. But getting those fresh legs on and allowing them to accelerate and rotate towards the try line. Here we go. Here is the speed and space. And wider than, well, the variety of options at GYG. There you go. Try time for the number 5 of the Northern Beaches. Lily Matthews gets herself a double, and maybe a double dose of chicken on your burrito tonight, Dean Russell.
Yes, I'm sure that they'll be all heading down there to take in the beautiful fair at GYG, but great foot speed there. Just got on the outside of a defence and allowed that foot speed to take over and get to the line and score that try.
I hope they've doubled or tripled their intake of wraps and salsa and chicken for the flock of people that are heading to Wagga Wagga, to Dubbo rather, over the weekend. Wagga Wagga last week. But the whole GYG franchise doing sensational. You've got a couple out there, but yeah, GYG, one of the best in the business when it comes to Mexican food. So can they salsa their way to the try line for a second score here in the contest? It is 6-1 at the moment. Northern Beaches continue their lead.
Yeah, the referee said that pass was forward.
So working the back off them, and this is a really fast and classy looking outfitters. Look at how quick they're making them retreat towards their own defensive line. Their backs turn. They can't defend what they can't see because their eyes, they're not in the back of their head, and the ball's been planted down here by the Northern Beaches. It's almost too fast to call. This is really classy offensive play here from the Northern Beaches side.
And it's smart coaching too. That's the 4th touchdown they've scored in that manner. And so the coaching staff of the Northern Beaches, they said, look, it's working, let's stick with it and just keep going. So they get down there, they come off the back of that big drive and they just run that same play, that getting at speed and catching the defence offside and being able to dive underneath them.
Now work here from the right side. They come towards that left-hand sideline, which they found a bit of fortune before. Not so much on that try there, but they still have a couple of options up their sleeve. There was the 11 in Azar trying to get the ball out wide. Probably needed a bit more strength behind the pass, and now here we come. Here goes Azar.
That's close. I
think they're going to
got it down.
Yeah, I think they're going to point to the spot.
They're going to have a chat.
I'm all right if they award this. I think she might have got down. Were they calling the defensive line offside and playing the advantage?
Yeah, that's what they've They said the touch was made, but one of the players was offside, so they've come back for the penalty.
So Azar with the tap and pass, and ball back off the hands there of Whitty. She's all over everything offensively at the moment, Azar. Ball coming out wide here for Hopper. Back out Azar, dumming and going herself. Head crashes to the turf, but not before the ball. And no, it's a touch there defensively from the Northern Beaches. Well, only one try throughout 3 games. You sort of expect it from their Stonewall defence. Ball coming out here for Donkin. She'll quickly roll it back here for Whitty. And now Azar, the ball out for Bridge, who scored the only try at the moment for Ryde. Now touch pass called there on Azar. This defensive line is pretty impressive here for the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, they've got a really good setup for their defensive structure, and everyone's just playing their role. And when that happens, and they're not,
the ball just going.
Change over here, but they're going to get a bonus for penalty for being offside.
I mean, in amongst being up in the commentary box, getting down the ground level and hear the coaches talk about their offensive and defensive policies. Obviously, each team is going to play to their different strengths and weaknesses, but I'm finding, watching a lot of these teams, a lot of the successful teams play very direct, as we see a penalty going to the right Eastwood side. Playing that sort of slow game the first 5 to 6 minutes, trying to work out the middles, and then playing fast and direct. The quicker you can get to your subs box and roll on the fresh legs, just play fast, direct, and then when it comes into the later portion, if the match is tight, then you can throw out. You can throw into the wide passes out to the wing.
Yeah, and there's a fair amount of truth in what you said. Sometimes I think that the teams overplay getting to the sub box. I think sometimes they just play what's in front of you, but a lot of teams just naturally, as soon as there's a changeover, they just automatically go to their sub box rather than.
We've seen it time and time again. There's been chances and opportunities towards the subs box. So you've got to make that crucial decision. Do you roll on the subs, or do you just play what's in front of you if there's the open space to allow? It might not even be that play, as we see the case right here, rolling straight past the subs box, being chased from behind. Does she have the kick in her? She does. And the player that you highlighted earlier finally does get on the score sheet. It is Kirby.
No, I think they've ruled that she's dropped the ball there.
Oh, well, the commentator's curse. I spoke about it earlier. Aku Uarte, eat your heart out. Kirby had it for all money, and she's spilled her $1 lolly bag.
But that came off what we were talking about, that the Northern Beaches girls really well drilled. They just didn't run all off the field and go to the sub box. They worked off the field. They got in and did the hard yards up down the field and created that opportunity there for Kilby to go down the sideline. And I mean, I couldn't tell. We blocked our vision there from her dive, but the referees were right on the spot, so we'll go with them.
But again, it might be down to the situation as they drop the ball, so a few late errors creeping in. Had this game been maybe 2-1, maybe you roll on the subs, for the fresh legs. The fact that they're 7-1, they can sort of play eyes up footy what is in front of them, because they've got the 6-point advantage. So
yeah, but I think the way that the Northern Beaches team is structured and is playing, because they've done it right from the get-go. Like, it's just not just run off the field. They're going forward first, and that's what you want to see from a coaching perspective.
So the turnover there, the opportunity to post a second try, just gets away from them. But now interesting to see how, once again, the defensive line of the Hawks just waiting on their heels a bit, but forced to come through. And that roll ball incorrect. That roll ball just spaced out. Interesting to see the call here, because they're going to have to work defensively hard, but they're so fatigued from the amount of defence they've had to do, the Hawks. They're just really sapped out in this heat.
Yeah, and look, the Northern Beaches girls, they're actually really well served. Like, their coach, Edith Nathan, she's one of the best coaches in New South Wales, male or female. Really intelligent coach, really knows the game. And so you expect an Edith Nathan team to be this well drilled.
But there might have been a chance there out on the far side there for Kalaja, but just couldn't reel it in. So we come into the final 60 seconds, and it does look like the Northern Beaches side will top their pool and potentially already have one hand on the trophy. But It is a long
Oh,
process.
there's an early crow. That's an early crow. That's an early crow.
Oh, there's an early crow.
That's an early crow. We're not even the end of day one, and you've given them the
yeah,
title.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jason Stanton made some early crows, and he's going to stick by them. I likewise. They're my team. They're my team to pick here in the 14s. They've looked very impressive, both sides of the ball. And I tell you what, 20 seconds.
I'm going to reserve my judgment till Saturday afternoon.
They could score here. Oh, straight through. But did she plant it down? Yes, this time she does. So Kilby will rue the opportunity there to put the lead up. But Maddie Lazic finishes off a pretty comprehensive performance here for the Northern Beaches side.
Yeah, and an up-tempo game from the Northern Beaches girls. And highlighted by that last try. The speed of their play is what found out Right Eastwood. And they'll be out. Right Eastwood will take some positives out of that game. They did some really good things out there as well. I think one of the positives they'll take out is the speed and momentum of play that their opposition put against them, that they'll try and replicate that themselves.
And they've got 3 more games tomorrow as well that they can rectify that. They had a 9-0 victory, so it's not like they don't have it in them. It's just when it comes up to the quality of the side, like a Northern Beaches, like a Wallsend, perhaps they're going to have to find that extra gear to sort of get over the line. But that is it for day one here at the 2025 Junior State Cup. You've just seen the 14s here. Tomorrow we will continue with the 16s, with the 18s for both the boys and the girls. Live here from Dubbo, James Robertson and Dean Russell signing off once again for New South Wales Stay Touch. We'll see you tomorrow, 9:15 pre-game, and then 9:30 it will be the kickoff for day 2 of the Junior State Cup.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.